Welcome, everyone. We are in a Utah State Charter School Board meeting. It is August 7th, 2024 at 9:10 a.m. We welcome those who are joining online and those who are here with us physically. We'll welcome those who are here. We have a couple of additional welcomes. We want to take time to particularly welcome Nicole Ferguson, who is representing the Attorney General's office, who works with us as a charter board. And we want to make sure that we welcome today Clint Biesinger, who, as we've talked about in a prior meeting, are Michelle Smith, who's been on this board, and we will honor tomorrow and talk to Michelle, have a chance to honor Michelle tomorrow. Michelle is now officially off the board, though she will be with us for a few tomorrow morning. And Clint, Michelle's position. I know because he's going to board, though he hasn't yet been by the Senate. Therefore, when he's not voting, because he probably would like to. Confirmed at the end of this month, we hope, and join us officially in September and be sworn in our September meeting. But we welcome you, Clint, to this board, and happy to have you here. Particularly, you'll get to know a little bit more about him and his expertise. I think that Director Kramer will talk a little bit more about that as it comes to his report. I will excuse today a couple of our members who would like to be with us. We know that Rebecca will be here shortly on her way. This is August. We've just been talking about this morning. August is a difficult month, so everyone as educators, we're all going back to school and getting schools started again, and schools are starting earlier and earlier. The K-12 schools, whether they're charter or district, are starting much earlier, many of them a week from this Thursday, I think, the 15th. Many of them are opening and will begin full schedule just a week from now. So folks are heavily engaged. So our member Bassett, who has just been appointed as assistant principal in the Juab School District at Juab High School, that's just a new appointment for her and is now engaged in high school activities and things that she tried to work out bits of time to be with us, but we really felt like it was important, if we're considering schools, we need to be here for the full discussion and then the vote. And member Olson, who is a trial attorney and thought a case he was engaged with would be complete, that trial would be complete, but he is today and tomorrow still engaged with a case that he needs to complete. So we excuse both of them and know that they would like to be with us, and we know that Member Cisneros will be here soon, probably having stopped at her school this morning, which is always a danger. Never stop at school if you need to be somewhere else on time. So, because everyone needs you. So, and she certainly is one that falls in that category. But we welcome everyone else and know that that's where we are. But we have, as Member Cisneros joins us, we'll have a full quorum and be able to continue our meeting. So if you'll all join with me, let's begin with a Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll lead that.
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And this is such a great time to do that if you've all been watching the Olympics. When I saw the flag just now, too, I think of we've seen a lot of the flag, and I think Utah is also cheering for 2035. We loved hosting the Olympics before, and actually we did a really good job hosting the Olympics, and we're looking forward to that opportunity again. Some of us will be a little older and certainly not skiing, but we will appreciate those who are. So great. At any rate, I don't think we have any public comment today. No, not online or on the, have signed up. We will hold the consent calendar, which appears on our agenda. We're going to hold it for just a little bit so that member Cisneros can arrive, and then we can take a vote on the consent calendar. So we are going to leave that for just a moment. And Vice Chair Phillips is going to talk to us about another important piece of business which we would normally be taking care of at this time of year, or close to, but she'll talk to us about that timeline. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Chair. It has been the tradition of the State Charter School Board to hold its election for its officers in August. This year, but it has also been the tradition of the sort of appointment and confirmation of new members of the board to occur, first of all, as an appointment in May, and then typically a confirmation, or even April, and a confirmation typically in June, so that by this time we have replaced any members who have transitioned off or their terms have ended and so on. So this year we have found ourselves months behind that process. I don't know if it's because it's an election year or because the vetting process was lengthier than usual. I'm not privy to that. But we find ourselves happy to have Mr. Clint Biesinger as an appointed member of our board, not yet confirmed and not yet sworn in, to replace Michelle Smith. My replacement, as I'm transitioning off this board as well at the end of my second term, has yet to be appointed and will then need to be confirmed and then sworn in. And we have been told by the governor's office that the appointment will occur in November, which may mean that that individual will be confirmed by the end of November, though we do have Thanksgiving we're competing with. So it may be December, and so that new member may not actually be on our board sworn in until January. So you're stuck with me for a few more months. That will get me time, I hope, to finish up a couple things I'm working on with the USPE that are really important to me. And I'm excited for that opportunity, though I am also very excited to pass the baton to the new board member who will replace me. That board member will lead out in a number of areas and will be a great addition to the board. In what this has done, this kind of changed and delayed timeline, it means that a couple things for us. We are delaying our election of officers for this reason. We have a very, very full agenda in August, such that we had to have 2 days of board meeting. That's rather unprecedented. We've done that one or two times, I think, in the history of the board for this purpose. And very often we've done that in January when we've had full applications and additional legislative items. But because of that, we will... I'm in charge of sort of overseeing these elections, and I am asking board members to begin now considering the following. Chair Bowles is continuing on the board and has indicated his interest in running for chair this year as well. That does not preclude others from throwing their hat in the ring and determining that they too would like to run for chair. But I wanted board members to know that that is Chair Bowles' intention. I, of course, need to be replaced. I'm transitioning off the board, so the office of vice chair will be open, and I would like to ask those interested to nominate themselves by sending me an email and sort of a little paragraph about why they would like to serve in this position and what they feel they would bring to the board. So that could be something that ultimately I would pass on to board members in advance of the board elections. The board elections will occur in October. The advantage of that will be that we have a full month and plus to have board members contemplate running for this office and to provide that paragraph and their interest statement, so to speak. And we will also have an opportunity to have Mr. Biesinger, who will then be Member Biesinger, already sworn in, and we will have a full board, we hope, of 7 there present at the elections, which is important to us. We would love our new member who's replacing me to also have that opportunity, but that's not logistically possible. So we will go ahead and have those elections in October, and again, be thinking about your interest, your ability to commit the time and effort to the vice chair position if you are interested in serving in that capacity on our board. And we will welcome all interested members to vie for that position. Do board members have any questions about that process or the reasons for our slight delay, 2-month delay, which sort of corresponds, by the way, to the 2-month delay in the appointment and confirmation of Mr. Biesinger? Any questions about the process or? Yeah.
Do you mind if I just add a couple of quick comments?
Absolutely.
You might have mentioned it, so if you did, my apologies, but I just had a couple of notes I wrote down. One is that everything that you just said is consistent with the bylaws of the State Charter School Board. And then another is that as vice chair, you lead out on this effort, and that you will delegate some of those aspects to the executive director. And so if there is a robust election that's taking place, that I'm happy to support as according to the bylaws and things like that. And then just one other thing that I thought of as you presented this so well, because we're in a bit of a different type of year, right? And it was just that nominations, you can, as a board member, you can present yourself, and then also board members can nominate a board member to also serve. So 2 ways to kind of get into the mix. So just a couple of thoughts.
I would suggest too, as with other positions, if you do nominate someone other than yourself, that you perhaps consider in advance whether that individual is so inclined to serve, because often we really admire and hope for someone to be in that position, but they're personally not in a position maybe to put in the time, or they have no interest. So just maybe have that conversation privately with someone that you would like to nominate if you are not nominating yourself. But it's an exciting time. We have a great leader in Chair Bowles. We have a lot of board members that I would consider veteran, who are in a position to lead and if not, to contribute in significant other ways. And we have an opportunity to kind of change the flavor, if you will, in the next era, as we have some board members transitioning off and others transitioning on. So it's an exciting time for our board.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Vice Chair Phillips, for that update. Yes, Member Spiker.
I just wanted to formally say thank you to Vice Chair Phillips, one, for your service, your mentorship, sage and wise wisdom and advice, not just for all of us on the board and the charter school movement in the state, but for me personally. And I'm grateful that we get to work with you for another 6 months. So thank you for being willing to stay on through this process. And would we be surprised if anything was on time? So it's okay. No, we're always on time. I mean, on the bigger. Sorry, maybe that was inappropriate, but I'll still hold by that. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I'll echo that too. I suspect we both speak for all the members of this board to say thank you for being willing to extend. After years of service in this position, it would be very easy to say, oh, thank you, but I can't continue right now. But we appreciate you continuing with us so that we can have a smooth transition and have new individuals in place. And because we all believe in the work of this board and the charters in the state. So we appreciate that you do that. All right. Let's move now to our executive director's report. So, Director Kramer, it's up to you.
Thank you very much, Chair Bowles. We don't have a projection, and that's okay, because there's only a few slides, and the slides are more to organize the executive director's report. There's nothing fancy to look out in the reports anyways. One thing is to just already look ahead to the next board meeting. September 12th, 2024 is our next meeting. After it is October 10th, 2024. Our new fiscal year is upon us. It's busy time of year for all of our board members, but your engagement and your service is so critical to the success. And so we don't think we can remind you enough just when those upcoming dates are. We remind ourselves as staff, I know Marie and I, when's the next meeting and all the planning that goes into it. So September 12th and then October 10th. And then, as Chair Bowles mentioned, just a warm welcome to Member Biesinger, who's appointed, not yet confirmed. And so I just wanted to talk a bit about his professional background. And then just personally, we had the chance to have a breakfast together and just get to know one another a bit, and then to hear from Clint too. So we've built that into the executive director's report, is to just hear from Clint as well. But Clint just calls out in his resume that he's passionate, and that is absolutely true. And he's passionate about financing charter schools and help keep the dollars in the classroom, getting those dollars to teachers and other classroom needs. And he has worked in this area, in this space, so to say, for decades. And his most recent has been as the founder and managing partner of Roundtable Funding, and that's from 2019 to present. And they have done successful funding for some of our charters in Utah and out of the state. A lot of the portfolio of what Mr. Biesinger does is outside of the state. But in the state, Benjamin Franklin is a pretty well-known school, one that started years ago, and their growth in Eagle Mountain is one of the Roundtable success stories, right? Because they identified, here's a need, here's how we can help with the funding and the solutions to go into it. Before that, a director at Verpath Global Investments. Before that, a founding partner at Salt River Investments. And so you can get the gist here is that we're ecstatic to get this type of expertise into our board, especially as we work so hard on bonding and financing and buildings and the other aspects of charters. And so it's been a privilege to follow this to the governor's appointment, and then we will continue to follow it through the confirmation, which is on Wednesday, August 21st, and I think Marie will circulate an invitation if she hasn't already, so that board members, if you wanted to go to the confirmation hearing, as they will likely question and go through some different aspects, and so we're excited. Personally, with that breakfast, I just want to mention a few things about Clint. We talked about family for the first 20 minutes. We didn't even get into any of this stuff, and so just through and through, a family individual, which was near and dear to me because I could talk about my family and recent grandkids and other things. And it was just a great way to start a breakfast, was on a personal level like that. And then his commitment to service in Utah and even outside of the Utah. And so he's served on numerous boards, been involved in numerous different, service, and that is something that is very commendable. And that came out right away. And then just positive individual, in light of the challenges and the different things to get through in the charter business, Clint remains positive, upbeat, and optimistic, and has this idea that, in fact, the road to perfection is always under construction. He said that at breakfast, and I was like, where did I hear that before? And then I had read Clint's resume and his thing, and he said it before. And so, and I love that particular motto. That way of living is that we're always working to improve, but yet the road to perfection is never complete. And so with that, I wanted to turn over a small part of the executive director's report to Clint, just so that we could hear from him, and we all welcome you as an appointed member of the board.
Thank you. First thing I need to do is learn how to use the microphone. Well, I'm grateful to be here. I'm humbled and excited to learn from the board members and the staff of this organization. I'm a believer in helping kids find a place where they can thrive rather than just survive or be pushed to the edges. And I think that, there's no more time spent in a child's day than in a classroom, usually. So it's such a critical time for them. And so I'm grateful for, the opportunity to try to deploy the skills I have, as flawed as they might be towards that effort. And, we truly live in a time where, we stand on the shoulders of those that have come before us. We have the opportunity with ever increasing technology to provide flexibility and choice and aspects of customization in education. And I think that the charter school movement, which is now, 3 decades old in many parts of the country, is really still on the leading edge of that. And so grateful to be here and to be with all of you. And just look forward to learning and trying to contribute.
Thank you, appointed board member Biesinger, with the confirmation on Wednesday, the 21st. And then we're working on the swearing in still per Chair Bowles' leadership. We're working to coordinate that as well. And the next matter of this executive director's report are some committee assignments. And committee assignments are done by the chair and Chair Bowles through a conversation with vice chair and myself, and Associate Executive Director Marie has outlined the committees that he'd like to have intact. You can be fluid and you can add and things like that, but to start this school fiscal year 25, 4 committees. The Executive Committee will continue to meet, and so it's a co-leader model in many ways too, because we have a chair and a vice chair, and both work together as an executive committee on many different items. Second to that is an authorization committee. This is a committee that we've enjoyed and for years, but we've kind of stoked it this last spring and gotten it going again with some really important items. Finance Committee is going to be the third committee, and then Innovation Committee. We already have some exciting things to be working on. At the Innovation Committee, there's an innovation report that we're looking to potentially produce for the State Charter School Board that then goes to the Utah State Board of Education. So per law, there's an opportunity we don't have to shall, we may produce an innovation report. And so what better thing for the Innovation Committee to potentially work on than that? The Finance Committee has to pick up some work on carry forward funds from school fiscal year 24 that'll roll into school year 25. And then the Authorization Committee will be reviewing 3 charters that are looking to sign using a proposed an agreement. And so there's work to be done. Chair Bowles also wanted to have 2 members on each of the committees. It provides a little more flexibility. 3 is sometimes hard to get together, and so 2 members. And also has appointed or selected that for the Authorization Committee, that members Cisneros and Olson, perfect timing, are on the Authorization Committee and pick up the work on agreements and different models that need to be explored, like learning pods or small schools, micro schools. There's a lot of work to be done. And so those 2 committee members are members Cisneros and Olson. And then in the Innovation, that member Spiker and member Bassett would become involved in the Innovation Committee per Chair Bowles. And in the Finance Committee, that be member Biesinger would serve on the Finance Committee. And that Vice Chair help in that capacity for the time being up until the point in time that a new member is selected in December, November, December, as outlined in the previous update by Vice Chair Phillips. And we're excited about these committee appointments. We do see an opportunity to have a lead administrator also be part of the committee. So myself on the Finance, Marie on the Authorization, and Amy Pace on our Innovation Committee. And then we would also look, per Chair Bowles, that there be a lead member that kind of facilitate and take on a leading opportunity in each of those committees. Exciting stuff. On to a few additional updates. Won't be long on these, just a few hits. The moving out of the Utah State Board of Educational operational space continues to move forward in a very substantial way. It was identified through the Division of Construction and Facilities Management, that's the Utah group, that there was a state leased space that was looking for another sublease to move in. The space is really wonderful. It's in the Sandy area, and it's centrally located, provides a lot of great accommodations. It comes in at a dollar amount less than what we currently pay, and the terms of this are really good because it's a state-owned or leased facility. And so some of the challenges that we had with the other leases that we were looking at are non-existent or much different. We're anticipating that Chair Bowles and myself sign off on that any day. In fact, we thought maybe yesterday, maybe today, and then move-in would happen a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks from now. So we are forging ahead, and we're excited to provide tours and other things like that in the near future. An update on the MOU between the State Charter School Board and USBE. The USB had a very busy meeting in August, and they couldn't quite fit what we had hoped would be a part of a committee. And so it's just delayed 1 month. It's a little bit of a delay so that they could accommodate all the other work. We are working with it still as a board rule, but it could morph into an MOU. It's possible. And so the work has clearly been done between USBE and the State Charter School Board, the collaboration, the continued goal to get it done in the near future. And so we're excited, we're hopeful that get done soon. Associate Executive Director and myself have had the opportunity to thoroughly review, once again, the strategic plan that you approved last year, and we wholeheartedly love what's in place. And we would urge that this board take a look at continuing. I believe it's a part of the consent agenda item, but we just read it, we refer to it, we use it. It is incorporated in all of our work. And so we wanted to say thank you for that strategic plan. And then also, let's not tweak it right now. It'd be our hope that this board use it so that we can use it as staff. A look ahead, 3 things to look ahead to. One of them is working with what's called Leverage Ed. And Leverage Ed is an organization that is preparing leaders in our state to take on leadership roles. It's a really innovative, really creative way to take some capacity building opportunities where these leaders, we have 4 of them, I believe, identified through this partnership with Leverage Ed, and get into places where maybe we haven't been before. Maybe there's a community that's untapped or a population that we need to better serve. And Leverage Ed is a national organization that supports charter authorizers in the capacity building of its state leaders. We'll talk more about it in September as we get this off the ground, but we're excited. It cost us very little. We just have to pay it forward, which works well for us because we love service and we love to pay it forward first. So any leaders that are getting trained through our partnership with Leverage Ed will in fact need to train and mentor and help out the capacity building of future leaders. It's really exciting. We do have a final agreement with PACE Strategies, which is a communication organization. And PACE Strategies will help us with campaign management, stakeholder engagement, internal communication. They have a large contract that we'll be managing with them. They're going to work towards an event celebration of 25 years of chartering in Utah, and they're going to help us with that event and the planning of that event. Digital, online presence, social media presence. They'll help with creative content, event planning, I've already mentioned, research, reporting, and evaluation. We are really excited. We've talked about this particular campaign in many meetings. It is now a final contract with a first meeting to take place this Friday. And that's an update that I wanted to provide to this board. And my last update for the board is just that we are setting team and individual goals. And so those team and individual goals, some of them will look a lot like this year's goals because we didn't meet all of the goal or all components of the goals. But one that we anticipate that you will see in both team and individual goals is a real commitment to the processes that we use as the State Charter School Board. Reviewing our processes, picking 6 to 8 important processes via Traction, which is a book that we're using and a study that we're using. How do we do this so that all of us adhere to those processes, right? And so we know we have good processes, especially for things like a proposal and for our application, but what are the other things that are near and dear to us that we need to document? And we know that is very likely to be a team and individual goals for fiscal year 25. Thank you for providing me an opportunity to give an executive director's report. And if there's any questions or comments or anything else, Chair Bowles, I will turn it back to you.
So a lot going on. Thank you, Director Kramer, for that report. We have a lot going on. As you'll see too, throughout the state, not only among the things that Director Kramer just talked about, but we have through this today and tomorrow 7 groups who are interested in now opening new schools and would like to do that. And so we are looking forward to hearing those presentations, having read applications from all of them, and we're looking forward to it. Before we do that, I want to acknowledge that Member Cisneros has now been able to join us. We already talked about, we know this is a busy time when you work in a school and trying to balance everything, and we so appreciate her making that happen for us today. But let's go back now to the consent agenda. As we have a quorum, we can take a vote on that if we choose. If this board chooses, there are 4 items on that consent if you'll look at it. Any concerns with the consent, anything anyone wants to pull from it or comment? Member Cisneros.
Chair, as you'll notice, Itinerus Early College High School's governing board has requested that their bylaws be updated. I want to just put that as an administrator at Itinerus. However, that was a board decision, not anything that I'm directly impacted with if you need my vote.
So I'll ask if any member of the board has any concern with Member Cisneros voting on that item. Yeah, I don't as well. It's not, she's not making a financial decision or something that will affect her individually. So let's look at those 4 items. Do I have anyone else, a discussion or motion from any other member? Yes, please.
In terms of the bylaws being proposed by Itinerus, those bylaws are simply coming into compliance and also promoting best practice. So it's almost a just pro forma improvement to their bylaws that, again, does not present, in my opinion, a conflict.
Yeah. Meeting schedule, just updating to code, yeah. All right, thank you for that clarification too. All right, any additional comment? If not, I'd entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda.
All right,
I second that motion.
motion from Member Spiker, Vice Chair Phillips, a second to that motion. Any further discussion about those consent items? Seeing none, we will take a vote. All those in favor of passing that consent, passing the motion, which supports the passage of that consent, say aye. 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 It's unanimous. So the consent agenda items are passed. Let's now move to what we've all really come for, the exciting part of starting to hear about schools. Yes, ma'am.
Before we start, we are going to be relocating because we can't get the projection to work
All
in
right.
here. So, we're gonna go to the room that's behind the front desk right here. Marie knows where we're going. But you'll
Right.
need to just gather your things and,
Do you want to do your introduction in there just prior, or do you want to do it first
Yes,
before we
they've
move?
got us all set up with technology and streaming in room 156. It's right behind the main desk. So we'll relocate over to there. And IT has apologized for the interruption to our meeting today.
We do want the schools to be able to show their videos and, all right, let's move and then, as we,
in here, that's not gonna happen.
Yes, it's been streamed. Great. And they'll get us switched.
we just couldn't get the monitors.
Yeah, let's grab our nation.
Probably grab everything, yeah.
Take two.
Audio's good enough, right, Nicole?
Yeah, I think we should be okay.
How are you?
Very good. The Utah State Board of Ed indicated that prior to the meeting starting, that, like what we were saying in the microphones, but all we were doing was coordinating with Rebecca. There wasn't anything else. So, bring some about that. In a text, but I only got it.
Towards the screen.
I only got it just now, but I couldn't think of any problem. Sorry, Marie, do you need help?
I'm not sure what I thought I dropped something. Maybe it was
I thought something, it sounded like something just banged against the table.
Make sure you're good.
Okay.
How are you? Good, how are you? Very good, thank you.
Amy, the basket is on the bottom of the cart if you want for Kurt and the.
Okay. Okay, so nobody here from you on Zoom today.
Oh, thank you, sorry.
No, I'll bring it in for you.
Those are carried in that.
He's listening, because he's texted me a couple times, which was great. I love to hear from him.
Let me get this through.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Amy, I saw the email about Bridge.
So, I don't remember one thing that was in any way inappropriate.
Oh, no, did he think we did?
So, wanted to give you a heads up. Yeah, so he knows. Yeah, and I would
Anything we said that
make it more like a 30-minute instead of a, 15-minute instead of a 30-minute in September. Yep. Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
What's on the agenda we can talk about?
Kind of really a lot already,
Yeah,
so I don't know if we need that.
okay. Hope we got it.
Maybe we don't, I don't know.
I'll bring them in case.
Okay, all right, I just want to make sure that's all in place. So I apologize to Ensign for being late. We really worked hard not to do that, but as you can tell, not completely under our control today, but we apologize that you're having to wait to get started. We'll try to catch up for others during the day, but as we begin, we are still just as excited to hear from you. So having read the proposals of 7, we have 7 proposals that we've read, we've looked through, and now the opportunity to hear from the schools. And Director Stephenson is going to talk through the process.
Yes, so we'll do a quick overview just of the SCSB authorization process, and then we're excited to have Ensign here with us today. So far, what our applicants have done, all applicants watched our 8-minute video about an intro to public charter schools. And then all of our applicants have a one-on-one meeting with the State Charter School Board staff where they submit questions, and those meetings take about an hour where we get to know them and kind of design a custom plan of what we need to do to help support them and meet them in their goals. With that customized support, sometimes that looks like groups want to check in every week. Sometimes they say, we will turn in our proposal in June and see you then. And so it's really customized to what each group would like to have support-wise and how their needs can best be met. Our applicants, all of them, had their proposals complete and turned in on time, and then they have completed a video introduction that you'll get to see today. This quote is kind of something to keep in mind as we hear from our groups. It says, proposal writing is an important skill. Much of your success will be determined by how well you can convince others that the work you want to do is worth doing and that you have the ability to accomplish that work. So again, in our proposals, what we're looking at is this an idea that is worth pursuing, and is this the group that can make this happen? So this isn't the final step. So if they are invited to move forward today, each of those groups, or I guess technically tomorrow, when our board makes that decision, what happens next is that each of these groups will then attend a mandatory post-proposal boot camp. That's when we give them the big introduction to all of the different departments and sections at USBE and all the movers and shakers they need to know here. We'll continue to provide that customized support, making sure that they feel like they have the people they need to connect with and the questions answered, however they best have those needs met. Their applications will get completed and turned in November 1st. And then they also will begin having pre-operational training and workshops that they'll be attending. And then that decision where the board decides actually if they would like to charter this school occurs at our January 2025 meeting. So for today, it's just evaluating those proposals. If this is something that you would like to hear more about, if this is a group that has that capacity to bring that idea to life and to be a successful public charter school. And so that is a quick overview of our authorization process. I would love to now introduce you to Ensign Triples. If you would like, I can continue on or send it back to
Let me
you.
say just 2 things. One, it's a reminder to the board, and Director Stephenson already said it, but remember that this is a time also, if there are things that you want to comment, we may say, please move forward, but you may have some things that you want them to work on to hear the full proposal. If you're invited back in January, these are some things that we're interested in hearing a little bit more about. Would you please complete this? We know that this is maybe a work in progress at this point. And so there may be some things that we will say, these are some things, and everyone's taking notes about those. These are some things that we're interested to hear a little bit more about as well. So just know that that's where we are. This is not, they're ready to open tomorrow. So this is a step in the process. So let's invite the Ensign folks. This is the advantage. We all get to be around a table closer together and being in here, and ask if you folks would like to come and join us up at the table, and then we'll watch a video together, and then have some discussion.
And a quick, just staff review that we'd also like to share, just as far as a quick staff analysis.
Yep.
So we'd like to introduce you to Ensign Leadership Academy. As far as the technical components of what they put in their proposal, this is a classical education model, and they're looking to locate in the Lehigh, Saratoga Springs area. They're proposing a K-12 school, and in their proposal, they wrote to start out with 2,500 students, and it looks like that's what they would like to have ongoing. They aren't asking for any waivers, and this group is a 5-member board. As far as the staff review, some things that we saw that could be potential portfolio enhancements that our board might want to consider is that this school would be a core knowledge school, and they're also using a curriculum that is called RAISE Leadership. This school also talks a lot about support for families, and really wrote in a lot of ways that they hoped to engage with families and work with families in a dynamic way. They also talked about university partnerships and developing those throughout the state. And as it would be a large charter school, they were able to talk about having really comprehensive and competitive sports and arts programs that may be an advantage that some of our smaller charter schools don't always have when it is a small student body that they're working with in their sports and arts programs. So those could be some potential portfolio enhancements to think about. If this group moves forward, some potential support needs that staff has identified is that the location, it is a growing location, absolutely, that Saratoga, Eagle Springs, Eagle Mountain, Saratoga Springs, Lehigh area. However, there are a lot of charter schools in that area. There are also a lot of successful district schools in that area. And so just evaluating if that is a realistic number in that area, if that growth will continue, if that number is the right number as well, that 2,500 number within that location. Another potential support need is that as a classical education school, that does seem to be a popular model. However, it is the model that we have the very most of within our portfolio. Not quite half our portfolio, but just about there. Almost half of our portfolio does kind of fall under that classical education if we tried to classify our schools. So it is another classical education model that would add into our portfolio. Another one was that there was some language that we may want to work with the applicants on. Words such as a wholesome and moral environment may be potentially divisive depending on who is reading that or attending meetings and learning about the school. Of course, we all like moral and wholesome things for our families, but that may be language that could be divisive in today's political climate. We also would encourage the applicant to consider student first language. One of the places we noted that was the use of migrant students rather than like students who have a migrant background. So again, seeing the student first rather than the migrant nature of the student, or students who are learning English, or however, putting that student first in their language throughout their application. And now I will get their video pulled up. Do I have Jerry close by still? Nope, I will. Jerry's gonna be sick. They did play well beforehand.
It's playing anyway.
No, it's playing, but without pretending video and audio. Yeah. We would have hoped for.
I do know we had it playing earlier, so I'm not sure where our problem is coming from. Let me stop sharing for a minute and see if we can get this resolved here. My apologies, board.
Hey, Jerry, you're back.
So we downloaded this before. It's now saying it needs a video extension.
Are you playing it off your computer?
I was, yes.
Let's hook you up to the HDMI and get off that.
Okay.
Oh, this is your, or is it this one?
Nice.
Actually, it makes those of us in education feel a little better if this happens to all people, because, you know, right when we're in the middle of teaching a class
If it
or.
can happen to Jerry, it can happen to everyone.
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Sure.
I tell you how many times I've been teaching in the classroom and the tech doesn't work. And you're going back to old school.
Luckily, I took up.
I always had an overhead projector in the corner of my room,
Oh, yeah.
always.
Oh, no. You know, I actually was joking with some of my students that absolutely, I remember learning how to make my own overhead transparencies in my tech and education class and when I was in university. And that was the tech to learn how to make our own overhead projection transparencies. And I thought, oh, especially when I had a fresh pair of transparency markers, and I could add all kinds of pictures to them.
I stopped sharing for the last
You know.
You're right.
I'm in my own projector frame.
You're younger than I am. I had threading a 16mm film projector.
That's it. I might have had that.
Or how about the mimeograph?
I was gonna say, I photocopied that way.
The smell.
Purple on your fingers. Yeah, purple on your fingers.
Socrates opposed the technology of his day. He didn't allow any of his students to take notes or to read manuscripts. They needed to look into his face to get the true. He had to be the deliverer. Can you imagine what he would think about?
They had incredible
This
oral
one,
memory.
That was a skill. Violated his rules. And that's how we know about Socrates.
The dialogues.
The deal, the detail of Socrates is only because Plato violated his rules of no manuscript.
And this is that savvy student saying, I'm violating your rules like Plato when I check my Instagram. Celebrating right now.
After the fact too, because he remembered.
I think I heard something similar as I was listening to somebody talk about AI and how folks are feeling about AI. Can you imagine? Oh, no, Jerry's that can you imagine if, you know, that really the idea of writing was blasphemous, that it was cheating to write. And now we're like,
The interesting thing about the ancient world is reading and writing weren't necessarily taught together or as collaborative skills. So you had people who could read, but couldn't even write. You know?
You do? Yeah.
It was, I mean,
It's working,
you know,
How did you guys like?
to write for you.
Yes. But you could actually.
You know what? I actually kind of like it.
So do
I do. Like,
Yeah, it was such a lot. Alexandra switcher.
Yeah.
because that's what it's all about.
Yeah, it is nice.
For sure.
Yeah, well, if you want to play the video, apparently the power outage affected the HDMI in this room, which was working perfectly fine last week in our board meeting.
Do we have a Chromecast or any kind of capacity like that?
No, but the boardroom's working now.
Oh.
So we're gonna go on a journey back to the other room. So.
This is the first time this exact thing has happened.
The perfection is under construction.
You're the man of the hour with that.
You know what, you're sorry. I didn't get my exercise in this morning, so I'm starting.
I should do this every, my granddaughter's making steps. Have it be, we're traveling, she'll all around. And she's wearing a.
I'm sorry, but musical offices today.
Ruth goes out in the car, she's like, oh my goodness, I have, 15,000 steps. I'm like, what? Turns out that when you like move lots of these, your arms and other things.
Black flag, so thank you. You're welcome. Okay. So,
I have really short legs. Like Lily Tomlin. Well, you have really long legs. Show off.
Thank you so much.
So let's see if the video comes up, at least it's starting. We can pause and as other folks are getting here.
Would you like a mint? Please. You can dig in there. Of course.
Marie's making sure it comes up, so.
Yeah, so this is helping us get our steps in, right?
That's what Clint was just saying. He needs his steps today, so.
Move back in another 15 minutes.
Do a little jog around the building, yeah. Somebody said, you guys are so patient, and we're like, oh, we're teachers. We don't get impatient, right? Or people who work with schools, always patient. If you work with kids, you don't even think that way.
354.
I did that earlier, actually. The table just moves.
Do not know. Whatever, yeah.
Looked at our
Could be
scores.
anything. But that's really important.
Okay.
But maybe it can be emailed to us and we can all take a moment and watch it on our own devices. Oh, there it is.
It's a good sign, though. I mean, I thought about that for one of them. I didn't know about the second one. But I thought Brian's probably so.
I'm glad that they're engaged, not necessarily are they my favorite schools, but,
Right, right.
but I'm still glad that they are jumping in.
Isn't that fun?
I want to see that. Who is this?
This is
HMI court. I think that we're getting there. Marie's looking, no, I spoke too soon. I'm watching her face. I spoke too soon.
Do you have a preference on what you're called?
We cycle through everything.
We just go with the flow.
if you need to,
Well,
you
because
could
like people
always
from the
ask.
Midwest sometimes do like meals.
Well, no, they're coming from far away.
So I just didn't know if there was like a.
There might be somebody we could move to tomorrow, but
all of those things.
I don't think that's gonna be productive.
Because we have big breaks between, maybe we'll just take a pause and keep going.
Well, my niece's kids.
Oh, there it is.
They just says.
All right.
We're getting there, we're getting somewhere.
Gummy
Where's that over with?
and Ha Ha. So, you know, at the end of the day, they pick what they're gonna call you anyway.
Totally. That's gonna happen,
You
right?
could
Oh.
Wait, hold on.
Gummy.
Jared's gonna see if he can adjust the sound.
You don't have a.
And a quarter century ago, I was the Senate sponsor
That's
of
better,
Utah's
yeah.
original
Hey.
charter school.
All right. Well, all of you, now if you'll focus after you've got a few steps in this morning, we're going to watch the video for Ensign Leadership Academy. Okay. Go ahead, Marie.
I'm Howard Stevenson, and a quarter century ago, I was the Senate sponsor of Utah's original charter school legislation. And over those years, we have about 12% of our public school students enrolled in public charter schools. Parents have found them as an alternative to their local neighborhood schools and other options, giving these parents and children an opportunity to find a fit that suits them best. Our schools have been great. Unfortunately, on average, they have done no better on statewide academic assessments than their district school peers. That's why I'm so excited about Ensign Leadership Academy. Wholesome and moral environment with teachers trained in a model of academic excellence. The board is chaired by Senator Kurt Bramble, and we have a balanced board with skills that you can see in their profiles that provide a very broad base of expertise. The board is responsible and will be responsible for the governance and the success of Ensign Leadership Academy. However, we have chosen Charter One to be our charter management organization because of their success across several states in helping schools with a similar model to ours. The board is responsible, but we are working with Charter One to assist us in the success of our charter.
Michael, we're so excited to have you here today. Could you please tell us a little bit about the new school and introduce yourself?
Yeah, Michael Way. I'm the president of the Business Development Division for Charter One. Charter One is the management organization that will be managing the day-to-day operations of Ensign Leadership Academy.
Michael, can you tell me a little bit about how the name came about for the school?
Yeah, so members in the community, Ensign is a term used often in the community, especially when we're looking to put this school. Ensign College has a great reputation, and the definition of that word and what it means and the nod to the community members was the reason why we chose Ensign Leadership Academy.
Who is Charter One? Who is the organization that's bringing this school to fruition?
Yeah, so Charter One, as I mentioned earlier, is a charter management organization where we contract with and partner with the nonprofit board to provide the day-to-day operations of the school.
So, Michael, what role did the board of directors play in the proposal process?
Yeah, as a great board does, they're over the governance, and so they were able to oversee the mission, the vision, and the values of the school, and ensuring that the crafting of the charter application and ensuring that the overall makeup of the school mimics that of which the board has set forth in their policy and in their governance structure.
So, Michael, can you tell me a little bit about what the goal of this school is?
The overarching goal of the school is to support the families that choose to go there. It's to offer additional choice. It's to offer a safe and moral and wholesome environment for the families that choose to go there.
That sounds like a really traditional approach to education. Can you talk a little bit more about kind of, if that's true, what that looks like and what that will look like in this school?
Yeah, for sure. In a sense, it is traditional. It's back to students respecting their teachers. And that relationship goes both ways.
I think that's a really interesting approach. Can you talk a little bit more about what is the school created to do?
The school is created to help foster and incubate tomorrow's leaders. There's a reason that leadership is still in the name. It's not Ensign Academy, it's Ensign Leadership Academy, ELA. And truly it's these students, when they graduate from this K-12 campus that we're building, will be productive members of the society.
And to take that a step further, what is the vision of the school?
The vision of the school, it's pretty simple actually. It's learn, lead, change the world. And there's certain statements within that happen more within the school learning, but giving those students opportunities to lead and showing them that it is possible. And it's quite honestly, changing the world is not only possible, it's something that we should strive to do.
That's really interesting. It sounds like there's kind of a twist on, or kind of a call for patriotism as part of that. Can you talk through if that's part of what this school will include?
100%, yeah. The students will pledge allegiance to the flag every morning. You'll find the founding documents that have, that created this nation. You'll find the founding documents in the front of every office. The K-6 of the 712 buildings. And honoring our tradition and honoring those individuals that literally gave their lives for this country.
And can you talk through some of the reasons why parents would choose Ensign Leadership Academy?
Some of the reasons that they would choose Ensign Leadership Academy would be to, first and foremost, have their family together in one place. Big brother and little sister both going to the same campus. Yeah, they'll be separated, but the family is together, which really helps with school pride, which really helps with ownership of the school and knowing that your family goes to that K-12 campus. Families that don't want to feel like they have to deprogram their child around the dinner table every night when they're home for dinner, based on what they're learning from school or their peers. Having the understanding and the comfort that what their student is learning is academics, and what their student is learning is something that they won't have to deprogram when they get home from school.
So Michael, all of this sounds really amazing. Is there a cost to this to families?
That's the best part of all this. Everything that we've been trying to define and to describe to you, many people would pay for that. And the greatest thing is that this is tuition free. There's no cost associated with it.
Thanks so much, Michael, for that amazing interview. We are so excited to show you what a Charter I managed school looks like. So without further ado, here we go.
Whenever you walk onto the campus, you feel the love, you feel like we're all connected. There's always smiles going on, and they're always laughing and just happy.
I love my 4th grade class because all of the classmates are really nice, and I love Miss Macias because she's a really nice teacher.
It's all about that child and what they need. I love that it allows students to collaborate and shine individually.
No matter what campus you walk on, you're going to feel that there's love, there's respect for one another. So it's not just, teachers respecting teachers, it's teachers respecting students and students respecting teachers. And that goes a really long way.
I love my teacher because she's fun, great, and she always can help us out when we need it.
I've always wanted to be a kindergarten teacher since I was in kindergarten. So just the impact my previous teachers have made on me, I wanted to make that difference for my future kiddos.
As the aide, I get to help out the teacher so she doesn't have to spend that time away from the entire class to help students one-on-one. We have students that are at all different academic levels.
At recess, friends play with me and I say nice things to them. If somebody falls, I help them up. A leader to me means that being respectful and having accountability and integrity and service and excellence and all the raised values favorite raised value is respect. I like service. My favorite raised value is excellence because you can show all of them.
The best part of being a teacher is having that relationship with your student, seeing those light bulbs turn on as they're learning something and able to connect at their level when those light bulbs turn on sorry, that's my wife. To have that connection.
Thank you for that video. We've read applications, the video giving us some clarification. Now's the time, board members, that we can talk to and ask questions. If you have clarifying questions, or you want to ask for some response from the folks who are here today from Ensign Leadership Academy. Of course, we know one of those members really well, but I'm going to have them each introduce themselves so you'll know to whom you're addressing your questions. If you would do that, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, you just pull the mic towards you, turns it on. That's all you have to do.
Everybody looked at me. I'm not on the board. I'm helping them as a consultant, and I am the contact person.
Tell us your name.
Matt Throckmorton.
Matt, thank you.
I'm Howard Stevenson. I served in the Utah Senate for 26 years, 2 generations of school children. And my focus there was on education improvement. Nearly 30 years ago, I was the Senate sponsor of Utah's charter school legislation, together with Representative Brian Allen and Mike Leavitt. The governor was also supportive. When we started, charter schools were woefully underfunded compared to district schools. And over the years, we improved that, so now they're more on par. We also didn't anticipate this board. The state school board reviewed all of the applications, and it was just too big of a lift given all of their other responsibilities. And so this board was created. And was mentioned earlier, the Pathway to Perfection is always under construction. And I can tell you that this board has had its ups and downs. It's been in the news in ways that we wish it hadn't been, in having to deal with situations with charter schools. And I can tell you that as the Senate sponsor of the original legislation and many amendments over the time, that I believe we're more perfect now with this board than we ever have been. And I'm grateful for the people who make it up, for the service you've given and the way you have improved it. And you have an executive director now that has had vast experience with charter schools and is a true professional, and we look forward to that. And I would just say that the applications that you are reviewing now, this year, are a testament to people's belief in this board, because the legislature, being frustrated over the years, has added different authorizers. And the fact that you are the board that people are coming to be reviewed, to be critiqued, and then hopefully to be authorized, I think is a great testament to the improvement that this board has and how it's more perfect now than it ever has been.
Thank you, Senator.
Good morning. I think we're still morning, aren't we? And I address and thank Chair Bowles, Vice Chair Phillips, Member Spiker, soon to be Member Basinger, Ms. Stephenson, Dr. Kramer. I know it's Rebecca. It's your last name though. No, Member Rebecca. Apparently we're in preschool now. This is Member Rebecca and Council. I can't thank you enough. I was here about a year ago, as part of the board for American Principals Academy, we had an expedited application, and we're about ready to open, friends, on the 26th. It is just a glorious little facility. I'm especially delighted because it had formerly been the livestock show warehouse. My grandfather was instrumental in getting that built. It was condemned a number of years ago. It was purchased and has now been exquisitely remodeled. We're so excited. Yesterday, I was in West Valley to encourage our teachers who were there for training with APA, and we're just so excited. It was 6 years in coming, that little building. Well, fast forward, I had the opportunity to accept another position on Ensign Leadership Board, stupidly as the secretary, because there's no worse position ever than being a secretary. However, I would do anything to associate with this fine board. Anything. Because of their level of skill and excellence. Obviously, Howard Stevenson, just truly a legacy, a living legacy in the state of Utah. Matt Throckmorton has, of course, consulting with Charter One, but an exceptional track record and a dedication to education. Not with us today are Kurt Bramble and Richard Moss and David Erickson, members. David and Richard will be here tomorrow. They had hoped to join in, but with IT problems, they're not able to make it today. At any rate, when I was approached to join the board, I couldn't say no, even with the secretarial responsibilities. I had to join this team. All that being said, I'm actually on the Iron County Elected School Board. And in fact, it was really interesting, Doctor, it's Spiker, is that how you pronounce it? You asked me a year ago what I would do to bridge. And my answer was then, and it is now, anything that it takes. Because every single kid matters. Every single student matters. I personally see the future of education, especially given statute that identifies parents as the primary educators of their children. I see, as Howard envisioned more than 30 years ago, that charters are the wave of the future. And I speak as a 27-year classroom veteran from a public high school, nationally ranked, with my overhead projector in the corner always. I opened up Advanced Technologies Academy with a remarkable team, New Design in Education in 1993. We ended up becoming nationally ranked, always in the top 100 magnet schools, usually in the top 50, sometimes in the top 10, and with some regularity in the top 1 through 3. I have given my entire life to education. My own background involves special education, as my son is on the spectrum, and I fought aggressively for over 10 years to make sure people with disabilities have the accommodations and the dignity that they deserve to be educated to reach their full potential. That's a long introduction, but I felt like I had to justify why I'm back here a year later, only because I'm working with such a fine group of people, and I so believe in charters and bridging the charter and community public connection. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for those introductions. Now turn to the board for questions you might have, clarifications you might require. Go ahead, Mr. Biesinger.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the chance to have read your application. My kids would say you've assembled the Avengers. I don't know if there's ever been a board that is more qualified from a paper resume standpoint than your board. And I have a great deal of respect for each of you and what you've done. And Stephanie, I particularly, I have a son with a genetic abnormality, and really see educating those with disabilities through another set of eyes now, and appreciate when I got to read about your work there. So thank you. There's so much about this application. I mean, this is a professional team, right? This is well done. The video is well done. This group has a lot in order, but I do have a couple of questions and would like to hear your comments. According to what I see, the application has you starting with 2,500 kids and staying at that level. If I'm looking at that correctly, that would mean that the day before you open, you have 0 kids, and the first day of school, you're bigger than a lot of 6A high schools in the state. As I'm sure you're aware, that's uncommon and perhaps even unprecedented. From my background, which comes through finance, but also understanding schools, to be candid, I do probably have quite a bit of concern with a day one 2,500 enrollment. So I guess I'd just like to hear that. Do you plan to open at that level? What I saw, the projections seem to say that in year one you would be at that level. I guess I was just trying to clarify, are you going to ramp up to something like that? Let me pause there and see what your response is, and then I might follow up.
So let me answer that, because I advised him on this, that when we submit the full application, there would be the actual budget, and the budget would show a ramp up, but just the anticipation. A number of their schools, like none of them have opened up completely full, but typically there'll be a K through 12 like 2,500, and they'll typically open up with like 1,800, 1,900, and by year 2 and 3, they're in the 2,500 range.
Okay. And when you say you've seen their schools, I tried to look on ALA's website to say, have they done this elsewhere? I noted a K through 12 school in Arizona that's opening this fall. I think there's a couple in the Carolinas that were opening in 26. So I guess I just, my perspective would be, if we just use 2,500, I did some very simple math. My concerns are just, if you take 2,500 students, and even if you get there by year 3, to build out that space, we kind of use a rule of thumb in my industry of about $75 a square foot, or per 75 square feet, per student. If I go 2,500 times 70, I get to 175,000 square feet of school space. At $300 a square foot, I get to $52,500,000 of kind of building costs, and that can flex a little, right, depending on land. But as we know, land in Utah County is appreciating like it is everywhere along the Wasatch Front, and what might be, $400,000, $500,000, $600,000 an acre, that can be very challenging. Not to mention just the operational challenge, right? I can't imagine the carpool line for 1,500 kids. So I'm not trying to dismiss this at all. I just would like to understand, it just seems that even nationally, EMOs and CMOs, they'll often ramp up. They might start K through 6 and grow up organically into their upper grades to establish a culture. They want to dial it in. They want to get it right for the kid. They want to develop that and kind of walk before they run, maybe. So I guess I'd just like to hear the board thoughts about those kind of concerns that I have and might be shared with others.
Really quick, like we can give examples. I don't know if it's appropriate to name names of schools, but like, when they're approved for 2,500 and they show up for 1,800, yes, the pickup drop off is quite the scene for the first 6 weeks. But it's shocking. Like I've been in charter schools for 20 plus years, and the big charter schools that I had done prior are 600 or 700 students, and you hold your breath at that size. Most of them in the South, they tend to be 150, 200 students. And so when I first walked on the campus of an ALA school, it's always shocking. But their model fills up, and they've been very successful. You mentioned some of the costs. Some of their facilities are in that range, and when you have that student population, it covers the tab, and it's part of the success, right? Because if you have the facilities, you can do a lot of the things that attract families. And, you know, so it's, you kind of scale them both up. So, but we can demonstrate all of that, you know, in the full application. We can show the model, show the growth, show how it's all worked out.
Also, the financial risk of paying for the building, of course, is handled by Charter One. They're the ones who bear the risk of the financing of the building and that kind of thing. You know, a new board has no credit rating, can't get financing, and so I've often said throughout the history of charter schools in Utah that it's the building owners that are carrying the risk, not the charter school. And so the fact that Charter One is willing to do that and to build out a 2,500 facility, which is about half elementary and half high school separated, that as a board, we're not worried about it because they are the ones carrying the risk. And hopefully someday, as in the case of so many charter schools, they finally get a credit rating and are able to buy the building themselves. But I don't know that we will ever do that. I'd also like to point out something else about Charter One. As you know, most charters in Utah have a charter management organization that handles the back office, the finances and the compliance and all of that. This is going to be different than that because they are not only going to be handling the back office, but they're also going to be assisting with the day-to-day educational offerings of the school, the training and all of that. So this is a more robust charter management arrangement than I think we've ever seen in a Utah charter school.
Great, thank you. I have a couple other questions. Can I finish my thought?
Sure.
And then
Go
I
ahead.
don't want to dominate, but thank you for that. I'm curious, did the board come together and seek out an organization like Charter One, or did Charter One kind of look at this market and the potential and try to assemble a high-quality board?
It's kind of a little of both. I, several years ago, was in Arizona. I consult with Arizona State University on educational issues, and I took an opportunity to tour the Charter One schools there and was so impressed with the climate, the student respect for one another, the wholesome and moral environment that, as was mentioned by Ms. Stephenson, that may make people question, oh, is that really PC? And I tell you that we own that, because what I saw in Arizona with the Charter One schools was something that I would want for my grandkids. And so it was kind of a little of both. But their success across the nation, not just in Arizona, but in the Carolinas and other places with this model, is a big part of the reason that I wanted to be on this board.
A little of both. I like the idea of classical education. I like that. I've already referenced that I was at Advanced Technologies Academy in Clark County. And despite the fact that we were a technologies-based high school, where we really got on the map was because we ended up, over the course of a number of years, moving into a classical model. And, it's worked for millennia. And I love that. I appreciate that there are more than apparently 40% in the state that fill that model. I think that's true because it works. It's the history of Western civilization, and I love that. I have known Matt Throckmorton since high school, and we talk shop a few times a week, don't we? Maybe, or text at least. I mean, I'm insufferable at a cocktail party. Well, I don't drink cocktails, so that's a problem. But then I'm always talking education, and and I loved it when we had to move. I loved it when we had to move into that room. I thought, oh, we're going to do it now. We're going to get on this. We're going to do it. And somebody's going to pull out the overhead projector. At any rate, Matt and I were talking about this, and I said, I love it. I love it. I want to be part of that. Can I be part of that? Howard Stephenson, are you kidding me? Kurt Bramble, are you kidding me? I mean, I'll cook a casserole as well as take notes and produce minutes and all that stuff. So I think a little bit of both. I think it's just, I think great things happen when people are really earnest and good models exist, and I think they collectively find one another, and I just feel fortunate that I get to tag along and take notes. Does that answer your question a little bit?
That's great. I just have one more question, if I could. Not as common in Utah, but definitely common around the country. Charter management organizations, which are nonprofit, and education management organizations, which are for-profit. I believe Charter One is an EMO. How is the board? I've seen these organizations provide great support, and I've also been at times feeling like, I just feel like a lot of dollars are leaving the classroom for a big development company, and maybe not being accentuated on behalf of kids. So I can see how this goes both ways, and it sounds like in your research you feel like this organization has a great track record. But I guess I'm just curious, how has the board negotiated fees with Charter One, and is that a per student? Is it a percentage of revenues? Some of those things are kind of common in the industry. They add up to be pretty big, especially if you're going to times it by 1,000 or 1,700 or 2,500. So I guess I'm just curious what the board's understanding of that is, and what your posture is about that.
They actually haven't got to that point, but as you know, like there is a standard fee, and something also, I've seen this with other, CMOs and EMOs. Most of the fee goes back in services, right? So instead of a school hiring their very own curriculum director, they have a team of, and a data team as well as an academic team that provides supports. At times they'll fly out to the campus, but they have weekly meetings. There's also all the HR. I mean, it's just a full service. And so most of the fees go to hiring staff who provide all those services back. And, and so when they get to that point, like they'll do a very standard, very transparent negotiations and all of that. And I've been around those as well, right? That's part of, as Howard mentioned, and one of the points I've really emphasized with Howard just in private conversations is that this relationship, the board of directors, is to provide, the proper governance and oversight for the operation, and they're completely accountable for everything. As I point out, if something goes wrong, you're not going to call Charter One, you're going to call these guys, and so they need to be completely prepared for that.
Other board members, additional questions? Please, Vice Chair Phillips. Please, Stephanie. Yeah, Member Spiker.
With the screen, and I bought it for this meeting, and I left it on my desk today so I could. But I guess thank you. Those were some of my questions as well. So I appreciate those the line of questioning, and I appreciate to all of you being here. I had a chuckle as you mentioned the Avengers, as like this is a powerhouse team, and it speaks to also your understanding. Of really the power of the charter school movement and what we can do. I just would like some clarification, and I think we heard in terms of the mission, in terms of a moral and wholesome environment. Which again, I'm a parent. I completely agree. I'm also an educator, and there was just. If you could help put this together for me and help me make sense, there was a point in the video that as a career educator and as a teacher educator at Weber State University, to hear on a video in the State Board of Education that one of the goals of this school is to deprogram to ensure that students, that we don't have to deprogram our children because of what they're hearing in classrooms every day from their teachers. I have to share personally and professionally, I thought that was awful. .9% of the educators in this state, the last thing that they want to do is to think about parents having to deprogram what they are trying to do every day in the classrooms across this state, our charters and our traditional public schools and our private schools. We have teachers across the state right now preparing to teach kids how to read, how to write, how to be incredible people. And I think that we, as the adults, owe it to our children to think about how we are models for the communities that we want to be a part of. So if you could help me make sense of how we can be moral and wholesome and also feel that our public school system, which was an intent of our founding fathers for the success of our country, that everyone would have access to a free and public education. I want to support this school. And I will say for the record, I am a registered independent. I have no political side or allegiance. And in fact, I feel like our schools are the place where we should be as keeping the politics away from what's happening and really focusing on just the success of our society and our people. So I just, if you, and I don't want to necessarily rock the boat, but I also feel like that was alarming for me to hear that. And if that's the ethos of Charter One, I find that really disturbing. And so if you could help me put that together so I feel more comfortable with your application, and for all of us across the state in education, that would be, I think, beneficial. Thank you.
Let me address that. That component of the video, of course, was Charter One, and in some parts of the nation where they operate, that is part of their attractiveness is because parents are upset by the woke mentality at their local neighborhood school, and therefore they want to be a way of parents being able to choose an alternative to that. I'm not aware of that to the degree that they say it exists in other parts of the nation in Utah, because most of our schools provide a wholesome and moral environment. And there, with rare exception, do you find what some people would refer to as a woke mentality in the school culture in Utah public schools, whether they're district schools or charter schools. But what we as a board are interested in is the RAISE acronym, which really reflects what we intend to provide in this wholesome and moral environment, and that is teaching students respect for one another, for their teachers, for others who may be different than them, teaching them to be accountable for their own actions, teaching them integrity and what really being honest really means in every aspect of your life, giving service to others, and realizing that you, as somebody who's benefited from the amazing blessings of this free nation, that you have a responsibility to serve and to give back. And then finally, excellence in your education performance. That's what we as a board are viewing as this wholesome and moral environment. And you heard some of the children talk about their favorite component of the RAISE acronym and what it means to them. And we want that to be integrated in each child so that as they go through the spectrum of K through 12, whether they go in and out of Ensign Leadership Academy or whether they stay there for their whole school experience, that they have those ideals integrated in who they are as individuals.
Thank you.
Can I speak to that as well? Being a local school board member, those are half the calls and concerns that I field. And I've started to change my tone a little bit because I'm in the classroom continuously. I spent my professional career there. I was very involved. And then now at the district level, 2 years prior to running for office, I was installed January of 23. 2 years prior to that, I acted as a substitute aide, thinking with this idea that I would run. Of course, my platform, literacy for everyone, and then SPED accommodations, not just for every child to be educated, such to achieve maximum human potential, but also to keep us out of lawsuits. 2 years I was in the classroom as an aide. I never saw an intimation of anything inappropriate. I stand by, and I say this, all of my teachers. I would do anything for them, anything, but half the calls I take respond to what that video suggested. And initially when I got them, I was pleasant and I was deferential to the teachers who deserve it, supreme professionals, caring people. As of late, I've gotten a lot crankier, and I've told them what publications to put down, and I've told them what news channels to stop watching, and I've encouraged them to start volunteering to see what actually happens. But I just want this board to understand that half of the concerns I take, maybe even more, address that issue, which is pretty much a non-issue, as you've already very emotionally, very passionately suggested. I'm a teacher, and I defend my people because we're doing something so critical. In fact, what we're doing and what this charter seeks to do is instill the raise leadership principles where that becomes the filter. So we crowd out anything that potentially could creep in, or what the public erroneously has been cribbed to think has crept in. I appreciate your concern, and I want you to understand, though, that as a public servant in that arena, this is a real concern, and we see it in the media. And I don't really buy it. I think there are these select cases, but I couldn't agree more with Howard and with Charter One's idea of the leadership principle. Anyway, thank you for letting me address that.
Yeah, no, thank you both for your response. Oh, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Way is one of those who's having technical glitches, so he can hear us, but he's not able to participate. They try to turn their camera on and such, but he just sent me a text and he said that use was completely misunderstood. It was, their focus is on, they want to have staff members that were not engaging in those types of things. And so, and if I can just add from my own observation, Charter One and their schools have had every challenge that every public school has, bathrooms, all of that, and they handle it so incredibly well. Like they had a situation, I don't know if I should say this, but they had a situation with, a prom queen situation. And, they've got 20 plus schools, thousands of families, and it went all the way to the top. They paid that attention to detail. They didn't just say, go handle it, just say no, and that's it. It went all the way to the top, and they talked to the family, they talked to the student, they talked to everybody involved. They found a really appropriate solution and just completely respectful. And one thing with the raised values, if you were to watch the video again, which you probably won't because you have 8 of them to watch, right? In the background, you'll see on the wall, all throughout their buildings, you'll see these chevrons, right? There's 5 chevrons, and that's respect, accountability, service, integrity, service, excellence, which is actually the core values of the United States Air Force, which Rebecca's got dialed in, as well as the Civil Air Patrol. But you'll find that these raised values, they aren't just hanging on the wall. They're in their core documents. They're embedded in their lesson plans. They're embedded in their student handbooks, parent handbooks, staff handbooks. And whenever there is a problem, to include that situation that I mentioned, they always say, respond using those 5 values. How was respect not upheld? How was accountability not upheld? And so, they're fully engaged in that. And so, yeah, I hope that helps the understanding.
Thank you so much.
And I'm aware, I know time is of the essence, and I do want to say I so appreciate that. And I do not, I don't feel that that's your intent behind what was said. I think that we can all agree that this is a really interesting political time for us. And unfortunately, our schools have become one of the battleground areas, unfortunately, for our children. And so I think that we just have a responsibility to think about the language that we use, how we choose to partner, who we do business with. Because again, I agree. I think you might be getting half those. I'm not surprised. And I can also tell you that the majority of the fears of the students that I teach at Weber State that are future teachers are afraid of those parents. That is why they're leaving the profession. That's why 50% of my students are quitting teaching in the first 5 years. So I think that we just have a really big responsibility to think about the language that we use. And for heaven's sake, there are bad doctors, there are bad lawyers, and there are bad teachers. And it's 1%. So I think we just want to be aware, and I think that's feedback to Charter One and their marketing materials for people that are educators, just as much as often something that somebody that's on the far end liberal side might say something that is misinterpreted. I definitely misinterpreted that then, right? So there's lots of room for us to understand that there's misinterpretation on both sides, or all sides, really. So I think ultimately we're all here for kids. We're all here because we want to make a difference in education. We definitely know we can do better and want to be better. And so thank you for being here and addressing my question. And thank you. You all know my passion point. Thank you.
Could I add one final thought?
May
yes,
we
sir.
move on for just a minute,
Yes, sir.
Matt, if you don't mind? And then if you still have that at the end, we'd love to hear it again. But I just want to try to make sure we're trying to catch up in time a little bit, if that's all right. So Vice Chair Phillips, would you like to?
Thank you. And I think my comments are going to be more focused on the idea of what I would like to see should you be approved for the full application, because there are some things that I would like to see clarified or perhaps adjusted for me to feel confident about looking at a full application or when the full application would be looked at. So the first thing I want to say is, because of the board capacity and because I do think that even though this is a classical model, that combining it with leadership and with the sort of civic characteristic or civic value instruction is a nice grouping, that I would be inclined, and particularly because you described excellent curriculum also with regard to your character instruction, with regard to your core academic instruction. And I really like the idea of taking the core knowledge sequence through high school. I think that is innovative as well, even though it's very classical, and it's a lot like, in that regard, like some of the other schools in our portfolio, because that is actually true. I'm a person who will probably never worry about how many schools we have with classical education. As you know, I'm a Latin and ancient Greek teacher and ancient history teacher, among other things, and so this speaks to me, and I like the art component. The things that I would like to hear more about, and then two concerns I have. I'd like to hear more about your partnerships. Is your partnership with Arizona State SEOP, is that going to be expensive? Is that going to be on top of some of the other fees that you're already paying for the management company, as well as for the use of the proprietary curriculum? Utah Valley and I did not look up Park University, but Utah Valley, when we partner with our public universities, it's a different kind of partnership. But when you're partnering with an out-of-state SEOP, I'd like to hear more about that if your application goes through. I'd also like to hear a little bit more about who has developed your 9 through 12 core knowledge sequence, and if it's just, you have great capacity on your board with Stephanie as an educator, and her connections. That's going to be a great a great resource. But I would love to know whether that's done and you're just tapping into it, whether it's something that you'll put on high speed if you are approved in January. The two concerns I have parallel a little bit Mr. Biesinger's concerns in one regard, but the first concern I have is your discussion about pedagogy is sort of all over the place. The Socratic method is wonderful, but how would it be? I want to concede that any pedagogy is, to some degree, a combination of pedagogies in any school. I understand that very well, having been a teacher for nearly 4 decades before I retired from the classroom. But a Socratic method is very different from direct or explicit instruction, and the inquiry-based instruction is also, particularly coupled with STEM, is also very different from the Socratic method. And so I would like to know, I think as I look at our schools, the most successful schools have an emphasis on a single pedagogy, and then they weave in, where appropriate, additional pedagogies. But remember that we have teachers who, particularly if you're training for teachers to teach this many students, they come with certain training, and you often have to retrain them for your particular pedagogical model. And so it needs to be very focused. And I felt like that section was not compelling. I would like to, although each of those pedagogies can be very successful, I would like to see an emphasis on at least one, or possibly a primary and a secondary, particularly going with your curriculum that you've already very, very well described, certainly to my satisfaction. And then like Mr. Biesinger, I'm very concerned about the 2,500 students. I think that's unrealistic given the history of enrollment in our charters. I'm not sure we've ever had a charter school in the state ever come close to that in year one. Even our online all-state schools have not ever come close to that enrollment. So that would be completely unprecedented, and I'm not sure it's realistic. I would much rather see something that is graduated or a stepped enrollment schedule. Certainly, we have had precedent for 1,000 students to be enrolled. That's happened. And I think that you need to consider two things that may not have been true in the past in describing this board. And we appreciate the recognition from Senator Stevenson that we have intentionally improved our processes, our culture, and our purposes. But when we look at the way this board realistically has approved schools, it's been usually with these high numbers a graduated schedule, because we know that then we can adjust from year to year. If you're not making that enrollment mark, and again, enrollment isn't necessarily, a failure to meet an enrollment goal is not necessarily a problem if you're financially healthy and your school's thriving in other ways. However, it does affect the way that we as a charter group who have a cap on our enrollment for charters in the state can function within that. So if you are a school that is really, we've authorized you for 2,500 students, and you're really only at 1,200, then in essence we reassign those kids to other places in any case, and it's difficult for the state and for us to plan as we authorize other charters. In addition, we are a board that has proven ourselves in this last couple years to be much more amenable to large expansion requests, small expansion requests, and generally looking at requests of this nature that allow for changes, rather than we've got to come in and have our full cap that we might want for the future in 20 years, 15 years, 10 years. Right now, that's not, and perhaps that was the culture at another time. That is no longer necessary. If you have wait lists, we have been extremely receptive to working with schools, and we've even put in a new process with help from the State Board of Ed and from the Law and Licensing Committee to allow for that to be a much simpler request, and much simpler for you to make and much simpler for us to grant. So I would just say that I'm very concerned about that ask. I would much rather see that if you come through for a full application on a graduated schedule, with the idea that if you need 500 more students even, you could come and ask for a large expansion, and that would be granted. If your school is otherwise successful or on an upward trajectory. Please just take my comments for what they're worth. They're an effort to say, on the one hand, I really like and I want to hear more about this particular model. As one board member, I don't speak individually, but just in this context, I would like to see this as a full application. But I would like to see the improvements in the areas and that I described in order to feel confident about pushing forward that full application.
Ma'am, could I just say that 2,500, it's 100% on me. When they were drafting the proposal, I'm like, just do the max amount. And then when you submit the actual budget, they had planned already to stagger it up significantly. And so that's 100% me. But the Charter One and the board, they had planned so that.
Let me add that to that as well, if I could, just briefly. Charter One, one of the schools I visited in Arizona, of their many schools there, of this footprint, was not fully utilized as it came on. But the risk of that is on Charter One, not on Ensign Leadership Academy. And our budget is funded on the number of students who show up. And so we would rather have the facility built complete and not start with a small facility and have to add on, because that's part of the beauty of these schools in Arizona, is that they really are wonderful functional buildings that serve 2,500 students in K-12, and that's on them if we don't get our 2,500 in the first year.
That's on the capital side, of course, Senator.
Right.
And we're also thinking the operational budgets as well, which can be difficult. So what our caution is, and I think that's why everyone's mentioned it, and it was number one on my list as well, that 2,500, because when you see it in an application, it looks like that's exactly what you mean, not we'll adjust it later. It becomes problematic if we're trying to help a school to be successful. So we're saying, if you move to a full application, will you relook at that? Because if your finances, operational as well as capital, are based on 2,500, it feels unrealistic based on our experience.
Can I just make one quick comment? I appreciate the comment of Charter One taking the risk, but in about every lease agreement that I've seen between the actual school and the developer management organization, there is a long-term lease, and that lease does have increases in the years ahead that are stated and final and anticipate enrollment growth. And so while I do think it is good by the board to maintain flexibility and transfer the risk of any sort of building to the charter management organization, or EMO in this case, in the real world, I just would really advise the board to review that carefully and make sure there's flexibility in there versus just a self-created lease path. Because the challenge with schools is not that we have a lack of passion or a lack of care. It often comes in the financial modeling. And if you build a building that you would have to build that would be so big when interest rates are no longer 2 and 3%, but now they're 8 and 9 and 10%, schools just get into trouble very, very quickly, and they find themselves taking too much of their budget going towards a facility and not being afforded towards salaries and operational support. So I just echo these comments and would ask you to review that very carefully.
I appreciate that so much. And all of these questions, the board will be traveling to Arizona in September, and we will take these kinds of questions and concerns with us, because we need to have answers too before we enter in an agreement with them.
And that's our intent, of course, is because we have a lot of experience among us having done this, that we really, our intent is try to help schools to be successful and not start off already in a deficit or in a problem. So that's our intent. Vice Chair Phillips, any additional comments? Member Cisneros, any questions? I'm going to go through 2 or 3 just really quickly too, that if you were to move to a full application, these are my concerns. We already talked about the 2,500, because if your finances are based on that number, it can be, that sounds very problematic to me, and I'm not sure the school can be successful based on what we know relative to how individuals register. Now, not to say that Saratoga Springs and Eagle Mountain are not growing. They are. And that's sure, you just have to drive down Pioneer Crossing one day and you know how jammed that area is. It is just jammed. But a market study is more than just, are there numbers? A market study also says, is this something individuals in this area want for a school? Do they want this school? That's part of the market study as well. And I'm not sure that you have been to that market and said, just because we build a building doesn't mean it's going to fill up. You know, it's not Field of Dreams in all cases, right? But it says, will it fill up because also folks want this kind of a school in their community? So that's part of it as well. So I'm interested in that if you have talked to the community to talk about the kind of school they're looking for, in addition to the numbers we know that are there. You've kind of talked about what a Charter 1 school is, and this is just my own side note, which I know we do all the time, but I always have this little bit of state procurement laws say that if you're using state dollars, we build a school, but then we go through procurement to have individuals maybe that we hire to do the school. This feels always to me like cart before the horse. I know we do it, it happens, but it's kind of like another entity is driving really, and it doesn't match our purchasing and procurement law. So that's just my own concern. So something to think about how you work through that. I know that you're using a lot of E.D. Hirsch work, which I love as well. His work is primarily, and I think Vice Chair Phillips said the same thing up through K6, but I'm not hearing what does that program look like 7-12. How does that cultural literacy, that work that he's done, continue up through what is the curriculum beyond that point? I have an understanding of what that is K6, but it's really, individuals would need to know what that is through the full K-12 program. I know these are kind of random, but you also have to teach teachers. Some others said that as well. There will be teachers who come from university programs who don't know that. And I don't see in your plan at this point, I would like to see, so how will we get our team up to speed? How will we get our teachers, our team up to speed in these kinds of methodologies that we want to use? How do you do that? There's obviously a good track record that Charter 1 has used. I'd like to hear what that is and how that happens. Because even in buying, then I'm going to talk about 3As. 3As are mine, but great schools have 3As, particularly when you get up 9-12. Academics, arts, athletics. And you've included the arts and athletics in this as well, but not as much have I heard you talk about what those will be, how much of an athletic program, sports program, though you've included it. I want to know more, because that also adds to your facility problems. Because if you need play fields, knowing that late sophomore year, junior, seniors drive cars to school, that adds to your facility because you need more parking. Many, at least district K-12, district high schools buy 50 acres in order to have enough play fields, parking, and the school facility itself. There's those kinds of things. So that adds to the complication, but I'm not hearing enough about what are those additional, in addition to academics, which we've talked about. You also mentioned arts and athletics. What are those? What is that going to be? And of course, that's part of attracting people, because we know at the high school level, our high school, charter high schools, fight every year to keep kids enrolled, because many of them want to go to a neighborhood school that has an athletics program or arts that they like. So it's a struggle in the high schools to do that. It really is a tough thing. I have a doctoral student right now writing a dissertation about that very issue, so it'll be kind of interesting to see. But I also was interested about the partnership with Arizona State University. I love Arizona State. When I was on the Wested board, last name of B, I always sat next to David Berliner, who's emeritus Arizona State University professor, one of the nation's great educational leaders and scholars. But we in Utah kind of like our Utah things as well. We're kind of picky about that. And we haven't really taken something from other states into Utah. I just have to feel comfortable also. What will that look like? We talked about special education, IEPs only, but the plan only talked about as students enroll, we'll see if they've had an IEP, and so we can continue. We also have a child find obligation in our schools, and I didn't see you writing about what will child find look like and how do we attract, how are we going to take care of kids, and how are we looking for kids who may need additional service? What are we doing to help them as well? I think those are my major concerns, and they're all kinds of things that can be addressed eventually. But those are things I would look for in a more complete application. That's all. May I just make one comment? Yes, Vice Chair Phillips, go ahead.
First of all, I greatly appreciate your comments and all of our board members and our almost board member, Mr. Biesinger. I was unable to make this comment in a past board meeting because I was conflicted with a particular school that was seeking to go into a full application. But I think it's a worthwhile comment to make. We've always been in such a weird space, and this bears on one of your comments, Chair Bowles. We've always been in such a weird space with our management companies, our EMOs or CMOs, that help us with charters because we feel the heat of the state procurement. But I think that the better analogy for a lot of these companies is that of choosing a curriculum. And the reason I say that is because we are not bound by procurement laws when we choose a curriculum. We choose it because it fits a philosophy, a pedagogy. We've put together a team and have experts within our school or within our district that chooses Singapore math, let's say, or Bridges math, or any number of classical academic curricula that's out there, and so on. And no one would say you have to choose something different because it's cheaper. We would say no, this actually is the best curriculum for what we do, and we also just think it's the best, period. Now, then sort of playing the devil's advocate, sometimes management organizations can charge what we would consider, what a reasonable person might consider, too much. To your point, that it leaves the classroom. It isn't directed to teachers and the students, which is what the majority of money should be directed toward. And with a nod to the explanation given by board members and consultants, if that money does turn around and provide services, it is kind of being redirected back in those ways. But I think we have to be careful because not every school would be in a position to procure from the several management companies that are out there because of the differences in model, the differences in goals, the differences in content. So I think that what we want to make sure happens is that the negotiations are transparent, as has already been suggested. These would be that there is a justification, right? The same way we justify choosing a certain curriculum for why you would choose a certain company, and that it is clear to those looking on from the public that that choice therefore makes sense, because that is what we do with curriculum, but it is also best practice in trying to protect public monies. So I think I just wanted to make sure that there is a case for being very for choosing some very specific companies based on proprietary curriculum within those companies or models within those companies that fit the vision and mission of the school at hand. So I just think we need to be sensitive to that, because it's not as though you're going to necessarily go with the cheapest EMO, because it has nothing to do with your mission and vision and offers nothing to your school, you know.
yeah.
So I just wanted to
Yeah.
put that on the record.
And Vice Chair Phillips, I knew where she was going when she started. And that's why when I made my comment, I said, this is my own personal concern and struggle. And I do, because we have two conflicting pieces. It's kind of, there's a conflict in the law, because it feels like always, and we do it. I said that as well, cart before the horse. And if we want curriculum that is Singapore math, for example, we may choose that, but then we want that, but then we start negotiating for textbooks and go through a purchasing process for the textbooks that represent Singapore math, and then the cart is not before the horse. So that's my own personal kind of, I agree. And maybe that means there needs to be a change in statute in a way that makes that more allowable. We kind of break that each time, but that's where we are. I want to make sure we have plenty of time. So Matt, I know that
Yes,
you
sir.
waited patiently, and you waited patiently for us. We want to make sure you have all the time you need to complete, and that you've said what you need to say before we move on. So please, go ahead.
I love all this feedback. As a consultant, like, you know, part of my job is to give good advice, and we already discovered I kind of not necessarily botched it, but it becomes an incredible opportunity for the Charter One team and the board to just demonstrate how they're going to scale up, how that, you know, how the facility, all of that scales up. And as I said, that's what I don't think they've ever opened up a school completely full, close, but then by year two, like they had one school with over 4,000 on the waiting list. So their model, mission, vision, all that is well received. I will say an unofficial, if you were to speak to Glenway, an unofficial, it doesn't show up on any of their documents, is that, and he told me this, I had a fun experience here in Utah about 5 years ago. It was a tremendous learning experience, not a lot of fun, but as a response to that, Glenn said, you know, Matt, an unofficial is we want to be and we will be the most compliant organization in the state. You know, with everything, they take super good feedback. They don't just blow it off. They respond to every single bit of it. And it's for the simple reason they can't be successful if they're just chasing around squirrels, you know, trying to fix this, fix that. They take the feedback. They're very transparent. They'll come in, they'll bother your staff frequently saying, hey, we want to do this. This is what we're thinking. What do you think? And they will get permission for everything. And, you know, that's why they have 20 plus schools that are all big, all full, all successful, is because they take that approach, right? They don't try and sneak anything through the hoops. And so all of this feedback, like they're texting me and they're still aren't able to get on, but they're hearing this and they're texting me, Matt, this, Matt, that. So like the pedagogy, the person who drafted pedagogy, they're like, she's completely right. We've got to articulate that much better. And so every one of these responses, they're going to be very thoughtful, very detailed. They're going to give you a very professional answer in the context of they want to be authentic. They want to have a great relationship with you. They're not going to sneak anything through the goalposts. And on the procurement code, we know that like the law says you don't actually have to do procurement code for this, but it's best practice and you want to be transparent because it's public dollars. So like they're also working with the group that went through Utah State University. And it's another one of these big Mongo size that's, I've worked with these guys as a consultant for several years and it still freaks me out. I go on their campus. I'm used to the like 300 in a warehouse somewhere. But when they went through Utah State, they did a complete RFP, a very transparent, published the RFP for management, facilities, all of it. Even though they started the conversation and relationship with them, they still went through and they held their breath to make certain that we did it right and they said yes. So I'm sorry, I'm talking too much.
Thank you. Thank you for adding that. We appreciate it. And I want to make sure you have time. Know that these comments, and I already said it, we know the Utah charter school and charter school families thinking and what's been typical. And we talk about enrollment, for example, because when you look at typical enrollments, particularly in those upper grades, particularly around high school, it really is a struggle. So we don't want to say, go ahead to a school and set them up for failure. Our whole purpose is really to try to help you to think through based on what we know to help you to be more successful. So thank you. Any additional comments from our board relative to Ensign Leadership Academy? All right, seeing none. Make any last comments if you have any additional. If not, we really appreciate you coming and spending time and responding to our questions.
Thank you. This has been so helpful. And the board is better armed because of the tough questions that you have proposed to us, and we will come back with answers. It will make our visit to Arizona a lot more meaningful rather than just a tour of the schools. We will be looking for answers to the questions you have raised.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and being patient with us today through technology. We didn't even have overheads. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. The what? That's right. True. That's exactly. Thank you so much. All right. On our calendar, and we had a break, but we also had Unbound Academy who are patiently now waiting. We had technology problems this morning, and we so apologize. We got behind. It was unforeseen, but we've worked those out. We have a break. If anyone, I'm just going to say, if anyone needs to take a break, will you do that? Can we just take a pause while Unbound comes and joins us at this table, please?
So, is the tech issue still happening? We have two people who were gonna join us on Zoom.
No, I think we're all set, but we can't, well,
Yeah, there's Steph.
when they come back in, we'll see that Marie will say to us that I'm not sure that we can see them. We can hear and they can hear us, but we can't see each other, maybe. Ah, good. So maybe it's okay. It was the videos we couldn't play either.
Oh, bummer. Can
Yeah.
you now?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, we're set.
Wonderful. Yes, okay, we're gonna, we'll be right back, Steph.
We both need them. Should we?
Yeah.
It would be busy.
I've got your cell, so I'll send you some dates and
Oh, yeah?
works for you.
Thank you, Sid. I'd love it.
Is that Nate Marshall that's in your program that's doing that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sent us a request and we went, yeah, I don't see any reason why that we can't give it to him.
But it's true. Yeah, it'll be confidential. We won't know what school it comes from, but it will give all of the schools an aggregate set of information.
There's a chance that Mikkel won't be able to
Why
make it.
do they go? Why don't they? It's not easy. The high schools have the hardest road to hoe. Elementaries, people come, and then high schools, it's hard.
People lie.
That's true. And they register for 2 or 3 schools, and at the last minute,
Oh, you mean enrollment? Lie, and they won't tell you because they're afraid. We call it charter hopping. Charter. Why would they want us? And it's like, well, we know from national studies that they want small and safe.
and the
Regardless
small
of the
class
mission.
size, I keep thinking, is a big plus, but I don't know that until we do
And
the
the funny
study.
thing is, that doesn't really show out that instruction improves. If you're a good instructor, you can instruct 40 or you can instruct 12, right? In fact, I always wanted to talk about 18. Great. That's the sweet spot for me. But we end up with kids who, did you even read that we're in early college, high school? Like, every class is honors or college. If a student is only on a 3rd grade reading level, perhaps we're not
If
the
it's
right
not
fit
bed
for you.
choice.
We're
Yeah.
still coming.
Oh,
Okay, we will do everything we can.
They want you for a teacher. I'd be in your class. I would.
Another DLW goes full from Harvard Business, and so then I was like, studies within Harvard Business, and they're gonna struggle.
Harvard Business case studies are the best. I love that you do that. In my HR class, I use them a lot, so. Okay, we just need, we're almost done. Just have Cindy come back to join us and we'll be ready to go. Marie, do you want to introduce them? I'll turn the time back to you and as we do. Cindy will be back in just a second, I think, so. Yeah. So as soon as Cindy comes in, we'll go ahead.
Dr. Stephenson, you are the best snack buyer. If you are who to thank for this.
What is it?
We're looking at your name tag.
Oh, okay. I'm like, I hear my name.
We were annoying.
Yeah. That was a miss.
Produce fail. I'm the only one eating them because I'm the only one. I spit out 3 seeds. I accidentally bought seeded grapes.
Oh, I was
Right?
like,
Yeah.
what was
Produce fail.
the snack fail?
Yeah, yeah.
I learned that the seaweed snacks were the snack fail from last time. I will not buy those ones again.
Those become a dare.
I
You know
just experiment. You don't know whatever will bite.
I'm back.
Oh, good stuff.
What?
Just good, good. Are you
Good
teaching
stuff.
this fall?
Yes.
Yeah?
One on Monday,
Okay.
2 on Tuesday, 1 on Wednesday, 1 on Thursday.
Oh my gosh.
It's
Brian,
crazy.
You're so busy.
It's crazy.
Full-time job.
It's crazy.
Yeah, you are. Is it? Are you full-time faculty or is that all adjunct? Oh, you are. Okay.
Yeah. I'm full-time. And I got, yeah. And I think because I'm clinical, so I teach more than do research, so. But so this last year I got full rank. You know that, I told you that, right? Yeah. Yeah. All right, we're ready to begin. All right, board members, this is Unbound Academy. Director Stephenson will give us a little introduction. So as you're finding your notes, you were randomly drawn what order you'd present, but not necessarily the order that we read applications. So to sort back and forth, find your Unbound, and we're ready.
All right, thank you, Chair Bowles. So yes, I'm happy to introduce Unbound Academy. As far as their technical components, their model is a 2-hour learning model. This is a statewide online school, as written in their proposal, and they're seeking to serve students in grades 4 through 8. In their proposal, they wrote that they would like to start out serving 250 students and growing up to 2,000 plus students over the next few years. They are not seeking any waivers, and this is a 5-member board. As far as our staff review, some potential portfolio enhancements that we saw was that the 2-hour learning model would be something that is different and innovative to add to our portfolio. They also have a high focus on AI technology, which would bring some additional innovation into the portfolio. They were able to articulate and identify that innovation and speak of it in a lot of really clear ways that I think would help with their marketing and as they're seeking to explain that to the community as they move forward. That was another strength that staff identified. Additionally, staff identified that there is a lot of board member expertise and varied backgrounds of the board members, and that even though this is a very innovative school, it is built on a wide number of educational theories. As far as some potential support needs that staff identified, the online enrollment numbers growing to over 2,000 may be a a rather large number, especially where we have seen some decline in online enrollment space over the last few years, and we have seen multiple online schools opening still, and so just increased online schools, decreasing enrollment, and then another school entering that has a high growth target may just be a support need that's identified there. Additionally, within their proposal, they spoke about teachers as well as guides, and so just some clarity around what those different roles are and who holds those, what sort of licensure that looks like, what sort of oversight is being provided there, maybe some support that would be provided to this group. And then just the last identified support need that staff brought up was making sure that any AI use and data collection, that there are proper permissions in place, as well as if there are parent or community concerns, that this applicant has thought through how to address that with parents or with a community that may have some fear or concerns about data collection or AI use with their students. And so, Chair Bowles, we will, oh, actually I have the video. Yes, thank you. I will get that queued up right now too.
I am Mackenzie Price, co-founder of 2 Hour Learning, an academic platform that is revolutionizing education by providing students with one-to-one mastery-based learning via an AI tutor. I also started several private schools built on the 2 Hour Learning platform, including Alpha School, GT School, Sports Academy, and Next Gen Academy. Today, though, I'm talking to you as a board member of Unbound Academy, a Utah nonprofit that is partnered with 2 Hour Learning to bring this platform to public school students in Utah. Most importantly, I am a mom of 2 girls who helped me realize what is now a fundamental belief that we all have, that kids are limitless. It is our job as educators to provide them with an environment that helps unlock that potential. We have done that at our schools by delivering on our 3 commitments that students will 1, love school, 2, learn twice as much as students in other schools, and 3, develop life skills. I will explain how we do that, but first I'd like to introduce you to the rest of our board. Stephanie Beduria, head of K-8 at our existing affiliated schools and academic expert. Andy Price, CFO of our existing affiliated schools and math whiz. Mikkel Anderson, homeschooling mom of 5, Utah resident and business owner. And Trisha Johnson, Associate Vice President of Instruction for Bridgerland Technical College and resident of Logan, Utah. Unbound Academy is built on the belief that every child deserves access to a personalized and engaging education. We harness the power of technology and innovative teaching methods to create an environment where students thrive. Our unique approach allows students to master academic concepts at an accelerated pace, freeing up time to explore their passions and develop crucial life skills, all within a supportive online community. We are aligned with the State Charter School Board's mission to support all Utah students access to quality public education by offering a unique and effective educational model. This model consists of one-to-one personalized learning that goes at the exact level and pace of the student, resulting in faster learning and better academic results, life skills development, and equitable access. What will a student experience at Unbound Academy? We recognize that families want the ability to educate their children virtually, and we provide an ideal online learning model, not zooming into a classroom from home. Our students use an AI tutor and adaptive apps to experience personalized learning paths, mastery-based progression, and guided support, while receiving continuous assessment and feedback throughout. As a result of this model, students learn twice as fast as the average student, as measured by NWEA MAP assessments, all in 2 hours of instruction in the morning. After their academic work is completed, students spend the afternoon doing life skills workshops, where they develop practical skills like leadership, communication, public speaking, financial literacy, entrepreneurship, and teamwork. This is done via collaborative projects and creative exploration. What does communication look like? Our students are connected with their guides and other students through regular updates and receive real-time notifications and feedback in their learning apps. Parents also have access to real-time information on their child's learning progress via our technology and AI tutor. Students respond well when they have clear expectations, positive reinforcement and motivational models, and individualized education plans that seamlessly integrate to meet their needs. We are excited for the opportunity to launch Unbound Academy and bring the 2-hour learning experience previously available only to high-end private school students to all interested families in Utah. Let's jump in.
Terrific. Thank you so much. I think we know your names based on the video, but would you still go ahead and introduce yourself? So,
Sure. I'll start. My name is Mackenzie Price, and I'm the founder of 2-Hour Learning as well as numerous schools and chairperson for Unbound Academy. And I'll let everyone else introduce themselves. The one exception is Mikkel was going to join us from 11 a.m. to 11:30. She's presenting at a conference, so she had to hop off. Homeschooling mom of 5 and lives in Utah. Really excited about this, and I'm bummed that you didn't get to meet her today, but we
are too.
apologize.
We apologize. So sorry.
I'm Trisha Johnson. Thanks for having us here. I got involved with Unbound Academy for personal reasons, but my professional position, I work at Bridgerland Technical College in administration, so I'm Associate Vice President of Instruction for Computer Technology and Client Services, and worked extensively for Bridgerland in the healthcare field there as well. So I bring that expertise to this board.
Andy Price, Mackenzie's husband, not a coincidence on the name, and I've been helping her with the finances and expansion of the schools.
Excellent.
And Steph,
Thank you.
real quick.
Thanks.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Bedoria. I'm the head of K-8 for our schools, so responsible for student academic and life skill outcomes, and that encompasses everything from hiring, training, coaching our staff to building the curriculum and programming. And I'm vice chair on the board for Unbound.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, each of you, introducing yourselves. Now let me turn to the board. I've been leaning this way, but I don't mean to because I don't want to leave out member Cisneros. So any member of the board with questions for Unbound, things that you'd like to ask, clarifications as you're considering this proposal? Owen?
Well, there we go. Thank you so much.
Member Cisneros, if you have some, let's start with you. So this time.
As a board member, I do mirror some of the concerns that were on the slide from staff. But I would just love to hear a little bit more about, if correct anywhere I'm wrong on this. So it appears that students work 2 hours a day on academics in their own space with a guide, which is a licensed certified teacher facilitating. But then at some point on their own schedule, they come together collaboratively in a physical space to do some of those other life skills. So where am I missing and where am I right?
Yeah, well, you have some of it right, and I'll just do a quick summary of that. But what the day will start in this virtual environment is our students will use what we call 2-Hour Learning. It is an academic platform that is run as an AI tutor with adaptive apps. Each student is working at exactly their pace and their level for what they're doing. This is very, very different, and maybe you saw that from the application, than traditional school. This is not a teacher in front of the classroom model in a time-based system where kids are going through curriculum all in the same kind of pace. As a result, what happens is you'll have students, you could have 2 7-year-olds, you have 1 7-year-old who's working on math that day, doing addition and subtraction. You have another 7-year-old who's doing algebra. And we have many examples of that level of differentiation for our students. So during the 2 hours of learning, they are on their computers. Of course, in this case, they'll be at home in their virtual environment. They're on their computers doing their academics. What we have found is that in 2 hours a day, our students are learning more than twice as fast as the rest of the country. We use NWEA MAP tests. We're big fans of standardized testing because when standardized testing is used well, it's a great feedback mechanism. And what's incredible about our technology is we can take the information that we get from MAP tests and we feed it into the system so that we can fill holes that students have in knowledge. Unfortunately, in a traditional classroom experience, and one of the reasons standardized tests gets kind of a bad reputation is because nothing is really done with the results for an individual student. They're still moving forward along. So our students are able to constantly be regularly assessed, and that's even on a daily basis, to make sure that they're understanding information. If they're running into a challenge, our AI tutor is able to figure out, are they running into this challenge with some concept because they just need to revisit that concept? Or are they running into a challenge because maybe they have a hole from a month ago, a year ago, 3 years ago, right, in order to do that. So that's the idea of really, truly mastery-based learning, which technology allows to do that. After the 2-hour learning is over, then we have the rest of the day, because one of the things we know is parents do not want their kids sent home after 2 hours, right? School's a bundle, and there's many other things we can do. And so we spend the rest of the day focusing on developing life skills, which I think is something that, you know, is critically important for raising young people today. And we're doing that through still a virtual environment, but we're bringing students together, working with guides to do these virtual workshops. And we've got a lot of examples that Stephanie can speak to as well. But that's basically what the model of the day looks like. Students are doing their own one-on-one academics during the morning, and then they come together for workshops in the afternoon.
May I extend your explanation, so just so I understand? Because that's kind of what I got as I read your proposal. When I saw the video, though, it looked different to me. It wasn't individuals at home.
Yes.
It was individuals in a collective space.
Yes.
And so that was what was confusing.
You know what? That's my lazy B-roll. We were using B-roll footage from our in-person schools. We have not got, you know, filming from in a virtual environment. What we did try to convey, though, is obviously in a virtual environment, our students will be working at home on computers. We do have experience, though, running supplemental virtual workshops. And that's something that Steph would be able to speak to. We've operated schools since 2014, so we've been at this for 10 years, but they have been full-time in-person schools. But for, I believe, the last year, we've been making sure that every workshop that we do in person also can be done virtually. And Steph, maybe you could speak to that.
Sure. Yes, our life skills workshops in the afternoon. We build them, and our brick and mortar schools do deliver them in person. However, 90% of them to date can be delivered remotely as well. Just to give some examples to show how this could scale to Unbound. Life skill of teamwork. The way we develop it is by putting the students online on their computers, playing online simulation games that require teamwork. And the great thing about our life skills workshops is we put a test to pass on every workshop. So it's not just participatory. There's actually an objective, measurable goal at the end. And so for our teamwork workshop, in that example, the test to pass is actually passing the Harvard Business Simulation, the Mount Everest simulation, to declare the student in fact learned teamwork. Another one, which we can do remotely, and we have by having students record themselves, is we target the life skill grit. And this one's actually for our fourth graders, where they have to independently teach themselves how to solve a Rubik's Cube. Public speaking is also a great one and lends itself very well to the virtual delivery because we found many rigorous apps that can actually measure the basic mechanics of public speaking that you actually can't get in person when you're just practicing in front of your peers. So apps like Arai and Talk Me Up, they can give the kids instant feedback on pacing, body language, facial expressions, things of that sort. And test to pass for that one, as an example, our middle schoolers actually developed a pitch, and then we set up a scenario where they delivered that pitch, and this could be done remotely, to actual venture capitalists to secure funding to then launch their product.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that explanation. But at this point, just to clarify, and I'm kind of stepping on Member Cisneros' time, just to clarify, at this point, your experience has been in a brick and mortar setting. This would be your first virtual, though you have developed methods to do something that would be completely online.
For full-time school education, we have virtual programs that we have been running that have been supplemental programs that we have had a few years of experience doing.
Not a criticism.
No, I agree. But
clarifying.
yes, this will be
Yeah.
our first full-time virtual charter experience.
Right. Thank you. Thank you. Member Cisneros, you may have some more.
I'm just so glad you said it because I came in with one idea and then got really confused. So I'm glad I was not the only one who went out in left field like, wow, I don't know how to read. I will tell you that 4th grade grit challenge would make you drop out of your school. So, so then as you were talking that, I have 2 questions if that's okay, Chair. One is a part B to this one. So if your experience is in brick and mortar and your success is in brick and mortar, why are you wanting to pivot to full virtual? And then my second question, which is unrelated, very innovative grade band, and just curious what the thinking is on that.
Well, I'll start with the first one. I want this model of education to be available to as many students as possible. And I believe one of the ways to do that is I want to bring this to the public sector. I also believe that our model is perfect for a virtual environment because of the fact that we are, it is an online learning platform. And so as an example of that, you know, in February 2020, when everyone got sent home for COVID, we had the most seamless transition that one could possibly imagine because our students were already learning in this way. Again, to be clear, this is not Zoom school. This is not kids sitting in a class, you know, sitting at home having a teacher base. This is one-to-one, very interactive, engaged learning, and it's perfect for a virtual environment in order to do that. In addition, because we're able to make the academic part of the day so efficient with incredible outcomes, which we have a lot of detail on those outcomes, you know, we're able to still provide what is really critical in terms of life skills development in this remote way. So I think our model is very, very well suited for a virtual environment, and it's something that you know, we want to get out there as quickly as possible. The second part, go ahead. Did you?
No, I can. To the second part, you know, our brick and mortar schools are K through 8. I think we aspire to getting there with this virtual product, but we just felt that our confidence in translating that lesson material at that K through 3 level when they're not even reading always, we thought we'd start with something, as Mackenzie mentioned, we're eminently confident will translate to the virtual and expand downward from there once we have that mastered.
Yes.
I noticed from your website that you are located in Texas, and then I believe you have an additional school in Miami, so that begs the question, why Utah?
Well, we have a school in Florida as well as Colorado. We are expanding. Like I said, that is a goal, is to make this as accessible as possible. But the other thing is we have found there's been a real groundswell of demand for this model of education. And one of the things that we saw was that Utah had a large number of people who have reached out to this. One example is how Tricia came to us, as well as Mikkel, of parents who are saying, I want this. We did a survey. We had almost 9,500 people say they would like to see this come to Utah. So what we've been doing is kind of going where the demand is. We've been very fortunate with this model and the results we're getting, that we're getting a lot of attention in the press. I also have a very large social media following of parents who are, and actually administrators and teachers also, who are craving this change. And so as a result, we've had a lot of outreach to us saying, please bring this model here.
Go ahead, Andy.
One more point, because I know Ms. Stevenson brought it up in her summary, and I think it was part of your question on the teacher guide. there's only so much space to explain everything in the provisional application, but to be clear, that's not some attempt to get around a certification or anything like that. It's our terminology for the teachers because they aren't teaching the core subjects in the morning. They're motivating the students, and then they're teaching the workshops. So we give that name just to reinforce that point, but we will be following all the required certifications and whatnot for those individuals, whatever we all choose to call them.
Thank you so much. More Member Cisneros. Other board members, questions? Member Spiker.
Thank you again for being here. And my question, I think it's in line just a little bit with moving to a virtual environment. And I wanted to I had a question about one piece that I saw in regards to the connection to community. And that really resonated with me because, and the real life application from what they're learning in that 2-hour intense window to then applying that content in real life circumstances. And so it talks about your school will also actively foster partnerships with local organizations and businesses to enhance students' learning experiences beyond the virtual classroom. So I'm curious, just based on the scope and it being fully virtual, what's your plan to build those community connections? Or, what does that look like? And then I have just a follow-up question, is if you could give me an explicit example of how a student might be able to apply content that they're learning in the morning in a very, just in those workshops in the afternoon. So it's not just a skill of team building, but they're actually taking whatever that, the content, maybe from a piece of literature that they were reading in the morning that is involved in that book, and how that applies to what they're doing in the afternoon. And that's a very big, vague example, but just so that's my follow-up question. Besides the community and those real life examples, then what's your vision for actually applying the content in real life scenarios besides just skill-based workshops?
Yeah. Steph, do you want to take the content question or you want me to? I have a good answer for it. So let me start with that. Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'll fill in any gaps.
Well, first of all, one of the things that we truly believe is that, in order to be a great critical thinker, you have to have knowledge in your head, right? It's very important. And that academic knowledge, K through 8, Common Core, you have to know it. And we believe every child has the ability to be 90th percentile or above in that information. Now, unfortunately, in today's world, that's just not true. In fact, very early on, kids get tracked and say, he's just a C student or he's a whatever. And by providing this one-to-one, very personalized education, we have seen and we're able to get students up. An example of this, we have students in our Brownsville campus in Brownsville, Texas. It's the second poorest school district in the country. Often students from that community that come to us are coming in the 25th percentile or below. And I'll give you an example of why I'm so passionate about this model is we had a second grade class in January of 2023 in Brownsville. They were in the 31st percentile in math and reading. 1 year later, that same group of students was in the 84th percentile in math and the 71st percentile in reading. And so the beauty of this AI technology is it can take a student no matter where they're at. We don't care if a kid's in the 10th percentile or the 85th percentile, right? We don't care if a student is white, black, or brown, rich or poor. An AI tutor is infinitely patient, so it's really enabling us to raise the floor of what's possible and then blow the ceiling off. I believe this is the most kind of equitable answer to the problem of education. So I want to just start with that. But the other part I wanted to say on there is academics does not need to take 6 hours a day of sitting in a classroom. It is very inefficient, in my humble opinion, the way it is. And so when you were asking about, well, how do they take maybe the literature they studied in the morning and apply that in the afternoon? I don't know that they do. They're out learning things like how to build a business, how to be entrepreneurs, how to public speak, how to do grit and teamwork. One of the parts that Stephanie mentioned about the grit challenge. We actually have a triathlon that is also consistent, which not only do they have to learn how to solve a Rubik's Cube, but they then have to also juggle 3 items for 30 seconds and run a half mile. And you mentioned that you would probably drop out of our school if you had to do that. I will tell you, the first time we introduced this workshop, and by the way, this workshop can be done in a virtual environment. The first time we introduced this workshop, students were going, oh my gosh, there's no way I can do this or that. Actually, surprisingly, most of them were most intimidated by the running. I would have been most intimidated by the Rubik's Cube, for sure. But then what happened is we introduced growth mindset, right, strategies. And that's what our guides' job is. They're providing motivational and emotional support. So they're the ones who are able to say, okay, kiddo, here's the deal. Let me introduce you to the power of yet. You may not be able to do this yet, but if you practice, if you learn to learn, for example, figuring out that there's an algorithm to solving a Rubik's Cube that you can memorize. If you start by juggling scarves, eventually you're juggling balls. And if you run a little bit every day, pretty soon that half mile is something that's done. When we ended that first workshop after 6 weeks, 22 of our 24 students were able to pass that triathlon, and the last 2 students who didn't pass went home that weekend, came back the next Monday, and they did it. And it was so much fun. That is again, a workshop that can absolutely be done virtually. Now, did that triathlon consist of, I don't know, what they learned in math class? Not necessarily, but there's so many other things that we can do. But I will give you another example. We have a student who's going into 4th grade now. She's very interested in business, not just any business. She loves jewelry making. And so some of the work that she has done, and this would be an example of community engagement, is one of the checks that our students have, which is kind of in the life skills department, is in that grade, they have to be able to earn $250 from something they've created, like a business. They're not allowed to go to family and friends. They have to go out and do this in the community. And so another great example of a workshop, if our students were saying, okay, this is one of the checks, is go out and engage in the community. She's a great example because her son's going to be working on a honey business, right, and doing stuff in local community. We're encouraging our students to take their interests and the skills that they're building and put them out in the community. Now, in a virtual environment too, in Utah, it'll be really interesting as we grab our population and see who's enrolled. If we start getting enough clusters and pockets of things, it would be great to also have opportunities for students to come together, to be able to work together. But the beauty of the internet is that it makes this huge world much, much smaller. And there are so many things that students can do to, be encouraged to grow relationships within their local communities and also be able to impact communities in other ways. Great example of that, we had some of our 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders travel to Poland this past year to train 500 Ukrainian refugee students on 2-hour learning. These are students who literally don't have schools to go to. And not only did they train the students on 2-hour learning, but they had to raise money throughout the year to purchase computers for these Ukrainian students. They had to call businesses to get donations for how they were going to raise the money because, again, we weren't allowing them to go to parents. They had to go out in the community and do this. And they had so many life skills that they were developing, and they ended up, onboarding and training 500 students in a week. There's so many ways that we can get students involved in their local communities and doing things. Do you have anything you want to add to that? Okay, great, no problem. I think I answered both questions.
Additional questions from board members? I'm now looking this way. Go ahead. Click, please.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind of clarification or response on the grades 4 through 8. That's helpful to me. I guess I come at a lot of things from a numbers perspective, although I am more mindful of kids than numbers. But
I brought my numbers guy, so.
Enrollment, 250, 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000. Those are extremely round numbers. In grades 4 through 8, I'm not a betting guy, but I would bet on the under in that enrollment. I mean, it's 100% growth for a couple of years and 50% growth and 33% growth. That's pretty aggressive, I think, in any state, even though Utah has, a young population. Can you just help me understand first, how did you come up with that? What thought process was into it? Are you willing to mold that? Do you feel like there's a core number where you need to get to for your program to kind of be self-sustaining? Can you just kind of speak to that kind of issue?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll start by saying we're certainly receptive to feedback on those numbers. You know, they're obviously round estimates, as you said. I think we came at it with a goal to be the premier virtual charter option in Utah in 5 years. Looked at what was out there and then sort of backed into a reasonable growth plan from that. So that's where it came from. It obviously is aspirational. I will say a couple points. Number one, Mackenzie sort of alluded to it. She's pretty modest. You know, she has an extremely interested and active social media following of interested parents. So we believe there is going to be that initial demand for something around that number. We believe that we're gonna show the same kind of outcomes that we have in our other schools, and that's going to lead to that next round of demand. And then again, if we're chosen to go to the next round, you'll see as we kind of finalize the budget, we do understand that this is a competitive space, and we're dedicating some significant marketing dollars in the early years as well to try to share our successes and build up that enrollment. But we're certainly receptive to feedback on it to answer your question.
Yeah, thank you. I don't live in the online education space. In fact, my career is more around building buildings or financing buildings. I can definitely see how 21st century education is already bending towards a component of this. So I guess I would be very interested in kind of a next round to see how your budgeting maps with your enrollment and kind of where break-evens are and how that looks, because it's not going to map quite like, you know, a traditional brick and mortar school.
Yeah, like I said, we haven't finalized that, but I think the break-even's going to be way below the 2,000 to answer that question. I think it's going to be somewhere between that 250 and 500 number. So back to yeah, but we'll be sure to be real clear on where that break-even point is if we submit that next round.
Okay. If I could ask a question way out of my depth. You have in here a phrase, by leveraging AI technology and personalized learning, this model enables students to master core academic subjects in 2 hours of their typical school day. I'm going to guess my grandkids will be extremely comfortable learning from an AI teacher. It feels like a bridge a long ways. I won't say too far for me. I don't want to say that at all, but that's a big jump for me, right? I'm rapidly getting old. Can you just help me understand what goes into AI instruction, how you get there, what that looks like for a child? And that might be a 3-hour answer, but just a, short version.
Yeah, one thing I would love for you to just jot down in a note, if you go to 2hourlearning.com, the number 2, I have an academic deep dive that goes into all detail about what is 2-hour learning, how does it work, what's the experience for the child, what's the experience for the parent, why does it work? It goes into learning science. You can watch it on a video, 20 minutes of me talking, or you can read it in a white paper. You have your choice of how to do that. So I think it would be I would like to say it'll be worth your time to just learn a little bit more about it, because this is something that's very hard for people to get their heads wrapped around. Like, wait, how does this work? And it feels dystopian, and it's like, what's going on? But what this really is I'm sure you've sat with many schools, and maybe in the schools you've got experience with, where they're doing some sort of app-based learning. It's always been a supplemental thing. It's something where the class will say, yeah, we use Khan Academy a couple times a week for 15 minutes each. This is not a hybrid model. This is a completely different model, and that's part of the reason that we don't have teachers. We are the schools with no teachers. We have guides. And the reason is because our students are doing 100% of their academic learning via these adaptive apps. But here's the thing I would say, and you know this, do not hand your child an iPad and give them Khan Academy and IXL and say, let me know when you've graduated high school. It doesn't work. This is why EdTech has not been the holy grail answer that everyone had hoped it would be for the last 10, 15 years we've had app-based learning. Part of the problem is in a hybrid model, it does even more. You've already got a teacher with a classroom of 20 plus students who are all at varying levels of understanding. You give them, I don't know, 15 minutes a few times a week of app learning. First of all, they just are playing around, right? They're kind of in it. And then it only further exacerbates the difference in knowledge that all these kids have. What we do is we take these app-based learning and we figure out, first of all, where does a student truly, what level are they at? What do they know and what don't they know? But the other thing that happens with apps is that there are a lot of what we call anti-patterns that can happen. So for example, kids will topic shop. I want to work on this, but not this. Or they'll do things like, hey, maybe they'll answer the first few questions, but as soon as it gets hard, they back out and they go to something. That's why apps haven't worked well. So what our AI tutor has done is we basically built this component that's able to efficiently guide and manage students through their academic progress, constantly being able to measure, does the student understand it, do they not? And we look at things like accuracy. How accurate are they? If they're getting more than 80% of the questions correct, that's a sign that probably it's too easy, the material's too easy for them. If it's less than that, if that they're at a lower threshold, if they're Steph, maybe I'm wrong. I've got too many. He's my numbers guy. But whatever the number is, if they're not
you're
getting
correct
enough,
at 80.
yeah, if they're not, if they're not getting enough correct, that's a sign the material's too hard or that they're not engaging well and they're not paying attention. And so what we're doing is really being able to measure how much time is it taking for a student to answer these questions. And we're really seeing that. So that's kind of the beauty of what AI technology, and I know AI has become the buzzword in the last year. It's been around for a lot longer than that, and we've been able to kind of harness that ability to make sure that apps are used well. The other thing that you probably know is not all apps are equal at all grades or subjects, right? And part of what we've spent the last 10 years doing, because when I started our first school in 2014, we were doing this. We were using apps. We had started at the beginning of this, but we've had 10 years of experience to know, you know what, this app is terrible in general. This app is great for science in, middle school, but it's not good before that. This math thing works. Certain students, right, depending on that. One of the things that we're very proud of, and I hope this came across in the application, is we don't have admissions tests. We're a private school that doesn't have admissions tests because we don't care where a student comes because we know we can meet them where they need to be and we can help that. The other thing, though, is that we are very much able to help students who have learning differences, right? We have 10% of our population at our Austin campus is dyslexic or dysgraphic. We have students that are on the spectrum. 60% of our students at our Brownsville campus identify as neurodiverse, and that's the beauty of these apps, is that they really meet kids exactly where they need to be. You have the ability to do video, audio support. You can reread questions. You can go at the pace that's right, as opposed to being put on a train in a traditional classroom and hoping that you catch on. And then, of course, because we have this attention to mastery, we are able to make sure that kids don't move forward until they have mastered this certain level of material. So I know that, it seems a little strange to say, oh my gosh, my kid's learning from an AI tutor. What we found is hundreds of students and their families who realize it's really cool because it is engaging every kid. And that's why we believe that when kids become competent in their learning, it leads to confidence. That's how one of our commitments, kids will love school. We survey kids every 6 weeks, do you love school, yes or no? We even ask them, would you rather go to school or go on vacation? Our most recent session, we had like 92% said they love school. 65% said they would rather go to school than go on vacation. Not as high as the 90%. That's a hard bar. But that's one of the things. And we believe when kids actually understand what they're learning, they like it a lot more. Plus, we make the afternoons great. And that's the other key to the 2-hour learning model is, it's only 10% the EdTech app of making sure that the kid is at the right level and pace. 90% of what makes a great learner is they have to be a motivated student. If you're not motivated, it's not a good thing. And so what we found is give kids back their most valuable resource, which is time to go do these other exciting things. And getting to work on the workshops that we have in the afternoon is kind of where the magic happens, right? And we encourage kids, hey, crush your academics in the morning, and then afternoons are opened up to go do all these other cool projects.
That leads me to just, I have one or two follow-ups. What does the day look like? I've heard reference to academics in the morning for 2 hours, and then kind of the fun workshops in the afternoon. Like, if my child is enrolled in this, are they expected to kind of do something at 9:30, or is it flexible to them? And so I'm just trying to understand kind of what's fixed and what's more flexible.
Do you, Steph, are you?
Yeah, we have a schedule that again, we would certainly put in the next application. It's generally going to be fixed, though. It is 2 hours with the appropriate breaks in the morning, lunch, and then certain workshops, because the workshops do tend to be group based. So those are typically synchronous or mostly synchronous. So there's a schedule that's going to look very similar to what you're familiar with.
Yeah. The other thing is, 2-hour learning, it's important that it's done within 2 hours, right? The goal is not to have kids take that 2-hour learning and spread it out over, which, that could happen if you're in this kind of relaxed environment where they do a little. And so that's the other part. And we do this, we have a lot of experience with this, is making sure that we are compressing that experience for kids so that they are motivated to get that work done. In fact, this past academic year, our average time spent was actually 1.7 hours per day. It was even less than that, what they were doing. And yet our results, we had, students learning on average, it was 2.2 times faster than the rest of the country, according to MAP tests. We take growth, anticipated growth that MAP does, and we will double that score. So if a student's expected to go up 4 points, we expect that student to go up 8 points, and that's how we measure it. Our top 2/3 of our students are averaging about 3.5 times faster learning, and our top 20% are at 6 times faster learning. It's really amazing what this technology can do, and it's incredible how quickly kids get excited about it. And then the other thing I just think is, I know I'm a talker, sorry. The other thing that I think is important to mention is the transparency that our model offers to parents. The ability to truly be able to log into our Dash system and be able to see every day exactly how much your student is learning, what they've been doing. This is not I get a report card from a teacher every 8 weeks with a grade. This is truly great results, and again, I really hope you'll take some time and watch that video so you can see what that experience is like for parents.
Thank you. My last question. I can see, and you referenced top performers, and if there's a certain child with a certain wiring, this is certainly going to be a great fit. But if you're talking about opening up a public charter school, you're going to get a breadth of kids statistically. You don't have to speak to this now, but upon further application, I would be greatly interested in understanding the support for the entirety of a group and what that looks like and how that's, what that offering is and where that's, just a description of that. And so I know I've taken some time. I don't want to take any more, but I would be, I can see this being a great supplement. I'm trying to see this as a holistic solution. And that's where some of the gaps for me are currently. And it's probably, again, because I'm old and boring, but I would appreciate it, kind of being addressed.
It actually works better as a whole solution than as a supplement. I actually don't believe this is an answer as a supplement. No kid needs more school after school, right? And that's part of the thing. This is where we really have taken the efficiency and the gift of being able to compress that into this. But I would say that the way our two-hour learning model works, it's like every child has an individualized learning plan.
Vice Chair Phillips. Go ahead.
I've really appreciated the various questions and answers from board members and from this board, respectively. And I'm interested in this very innovative proposal. I think it's very intriguing, and it leans toward what we've learned for a long time about the importance of mastery, and also how personalized learning should be connected very strongly with competency-based learning. I have a couple questions. The first is actually for staff. I'm wondering how are our statewide online charter schools currently in terms of their enrollment? So in other words, I know during COVID, it was beyond robust, right? And a lot of people stayed in those online statewide programs. I just want to make sure that there continues to be a demand for it, and I think that there is a demand for it, but is it a demand that we need another school to help, support? And is it at this level that has been proposed? So I'm just going to leave that dangling out there because I know you're going to have to do a little research. And then I'm going to ask a few more questions that are more directed at board members. So first of all, love the idea of mastery, love the idea of AI making this personalized education adaptive and powerful, and also self-paced in a sense, because we can have a kid do the 2 hours, we can have a kid do 3 hours if needed, who might need accommodations and modifications of some kind, or just needs a little more time. And some kid might even finish in an hour. We have some speedy people out there, some speedy students. Love all of that. I think it's wonderful and efficient, and I love efficiency. What I'm wondering is, so as just a first quick question, is the curriculum that's embedded within this AI program aligned with the Utah core standards? Only because we are required as public schools to teach that. We can teach beyond that, but we have to have that. And to your point about the importance of standardized tests and at least being a data point or several data points, like NWEA is throughout the year, that give us growth, give us sort of benchmark and proficiency and so on. Is this curriculum fashioned such that even if students are going beyond what's required, they're at least getting what is required, so that state summative assessment is valuable to your school? So I'll stop there with that first question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can take that. As Mackenzie mentioned, the curriculum's built on third-party apps that are out there. I know, for example, the IXL, where we use that does meet the Utah requirements. We haven't done the full mapping. We will as a part of this final process, but we can build, if we're committed to building any holes ourselves where there are any gaps, if we're using a non-IXL app and it's missing a couple pieces, but we understand that requirement and we'll meet that.
And that's what I wanted to know, is if you were sensitive to that, looking at that, knowing that you might have to, a lot of the curriculum we buy, whether it's digitally delivered or otherwise, has to be modified in order to make sure that we're meeting our obligation that for compliance. And the Utah core standards are great, right? They've been vetted by parents and educators and so on here, and kind of match our culture and our portrait of a graduate at USBE and so on. Okay, the second question I have.
And you said on the standardized testing, Mackenzie said, we love standardized testing when used right. We do use the NWA map just so we can have a sort of nationwide comparison for our schools, but we also utilize the local state tests. So the Texas schools
Great
take
stuff.
the STAR test, and we are absolutely going to be taking the Utah tests, and sort of more standardized tests, the better as far as we're concerned.
Well, and the other thing is with the way we use our standardized tests, the culture around that testing, what our students have learned is, hey, it's just feedback, right? It helps me know what I'm at, where I'm at. It's not this anxiety producing, oh my gosh, we teach to the test all year long. It's just, hey, it's another week and this is where we do these. And that's the beauty of what can work. And, a lot of alternative education has thrown away the idea of it's not about standardized tests, it's about project-based. And that's why, again, it's very important to have your head filled with real knowledge in order to become a great critical thinker and have it be the launch pad for the rest of the things you do, which, again, is where life skills comes in.
Absolutely, thank you. I would be interested, if you're approved to go forward for that full application, in seeing additional information about, and knowing that this isn't an area where you necessarily have an expertise, but you're building out expertise. I'd be interested in hearing more about how your curriculum online and through AI or non-AI, I'm assuming non-AI, would deliver CTE pathways, enrichment electives that are required by the USB, for instance, for graduation. I would be interested in, I found that there was not as much detail as I would love to see in the next phase.
Great
in this
feedback.
proposal, and I realize you're very limited in space in this proposal, so I'm sensitive to that. But just, I would want to see more about what happens after the 2 hours when AI isn't there and the core curriculum isn't there. I want to see what's happening with those kids for the next
speak
phase.
to that a little bit. One thing, although I'm not here in an official Bridgerland capacity, being a part of the technical education system, I am in a great position to help Unbound Academy bridge any gaps with the CTE. As you know, the pathways from K through 12, technical colleges, degree granting institutions is a huge push that we've been doing in USHE and USBE. And I really, as I have learned more about Unbound Academy, I don't see any reason why any of those roadblocks couldn't be successfully implemented to meet those requirements.
And I absolutely agree with that. What I would just like to see is in the next phase, I'd like to see that described in more detail, because that would give me a lot of confidence that that could be accomplished post 2-hour core learning. And then the two other questions that I have, the first one I think might be a little more complicated, so I'm going to ask it first. I'm having a hard time seeing, even though I love everything, I'm intrigued, I should say, by everything you're saying. I want to love it in the next phase. Would be, I'm having a hard time seeing what is the role of a teacher in this school? What is the actual role? AI is doing a lot of the core. It's self-paced. It's engaging. And it's adaptive. Where do the teachers come in, and what do they actually do?
Yeah. Steph, I'll let you take that, because Steph trains, hires, does everything, and is on the ground every day with the guides that are working.
Yeah, put concisely in the way we frame it to our guides. The guides are responsible for motivational and emotional support and holding kids to high standards. I think a more robust answer would be to kind of briefly explain our training. We do hire guides who are former teachers and also non-teachers. For Unbound, in our current application, we would have credentialed teachers. And me, I also used to be a teacher myself, so I've actually built this training with teachers in mind, thinking, I truly believe that this is the kind of work that teachers entered the education field to do, and it's to change kids' lives and to be a close mentor and coach versus writing lesson plans and grading tests. So for the guide training, the first module it's just learning science, mastery-based learning, and learning on adaptive apps and AI 101, you could call it. Second module is how do you build rapport with students? How do you get to know them 360 degrees? What do they love? What do they dislike? What are their strengths? What are their areas of opportunity, both inside and what, more importantly, outside of school? And then this enables guides to connect with kids where they're at. The next model is a pretty big one. It's motivation. So it covers topics from intrinsic to extrinsic to goal setting, to celebrating wins, no matter how small, to make sure that we're consistently increasing kids' confidence and self-efficacy. And then the next module is emotional support, where we dive more into emotional intelligence, teaching growth mindset, teaching kids grit, coaching them through challenge. And last module is high standards. Research shows that classrooms who have teachers who have high expectations of their students do in fact end up having kids with higher academic outcomes. And so that's a huge part of the guide job. What it looks like practically day to day, as Andy mentioned, a lot of the day will be fixed or synchronous. We believe that's a huge part. Again, research shows online learning is most impactful when it's synchronous versus async, because it develops a sense of community for the learners and they don't feel isolated. So guides always start the day with a launch. Launch is brief, it's 15 minutes. Again, it's community building, and it kicks the day off with a growth mindset concept in a really fun and engaging way. During 2-hour learning, the students would be at home on their computer working independently, but they would get pulled out once a week to have a one-on-one chat with their guide to check in on how is the week going, where are you struggling, and then on the life skills side of things, what are the project-based things that you're tackling this week? Are you stuck? How can I help you? And again, just continuing to build that strong trust. And then the afternoon, the guides are facilitating the life skills workshops. And again, we bookend the day with the closing, which again, we see as a fixed, synchronous, again, community building opportunity to give high fives, shout outs, and recognize kids who achieved awesome things throughout today.
Thank you. That's actually really helpful. I would want to be reassured, if I were voting on this as a full application, that the teacher's not just a life coach or an organizer of all things AI and enrichment. I would want to be reassured that because AI is great, but things like Child Find and delivering specialized instruction and even supervising and monitoring students' progress, because not every kid is going to find everything engaging that we think other kid is finding engaging, right? I would want to be reassured that these kids were touching, not just, I don't know, once a week with an actual certified teacher that knows how to teach that group of students. I mean, I'm not sure I just want to leave it to AI and a life coach, right? But not that it has to look like a brick and mortar. You're in with your teacher for 7 hours, except lunch and recess. Doesn't have to look that way. I'm older and more stodgy than Mr. Biesinger, but I still love innovation and taught very sort of cutting edge pedagogy in at least my last 2 decades, right? But not before then, because we didn't know what we were doing in that regard. But I do think that sometimes, I mean, the one statistic we have from a long-term study I think it's a 50-year study, if I'm not mistaken, is that the factor across all educational curricula, delivery, et cetera, and we're going into a new era where we don't have all the data on this delivery, but one thing that's been consistent is regardless of your socioeconomic status, your race, your religion, any other cultural factors, your relationship with a master teacher guarantees success academically and then later career. So I'm just worried if what we're looking at here is simply AI and a life coach that's teaching motivation and organizing, all that's good. Those skills are amazing. They have to be there. Not minimizing those rather. But I'm having a hard time seeing what the role of the teacher is. And also, Utah's our laws and our compliance do require the students to have interaction with a certified teacher with an active license, right? So we just have to, I would want to hear more about that in your full application. You don't need to over-explain it today. I'm just sort of voicing what I would want to see a little more of if it went into the full application stage.
Yeah. Well, I think what Stephanie highlighted, the 30-minute one-on-one that's happening every week, but what maybe got lost in that translation is the morning connection and the afternoon connection where the guide is working with them, as well as all afternoon, right? All the afternoon stuff when they're doing these awesome, cool projects, right? And working in these workshops together. A similar question that often comes up that I'll hear about, and this is true in our in-person schools, is people say, what about socialization? Where's that connection if kids are sitting and learning on computers? And the answer to that is our students get so much more human time than kids in traditional classes do because they're compressing that time in academics. The majority of the time is kids being actively talking and interacting and doing team activities versus sitting in a classroom largely being quiet and listening, right? It's not socialization that she and I are sitting next to each other, right? It's not that. And so that's one of the biggest things we say is that efficiency. So our guides really are connecting with these students so much more during the school day than a teacher is, who's spending most of their time disseminating information, right, in a lecture type of thing versus this interaction. Now, I will say, though, to the other part of your question, and we'll go through this, but when you say, it's just AI and a life coach, our guides are coaches. Their job is motivational and emotional support. They are not teaching. So now they're going to be certified teachers because we have that rule, and they're, as Stephanie said, and we find this to be common, we get thousands of interested applicants to come work for our model because they say, this is what I wanted to get into the education field to do, is positively impact students. What we've really said is that artificial intelligence has been able to elevate human intelligence. Let's use people for what they're really good at, which is connecting, motivating, getting to understand the why of a kid. When a child's feeling challenged, whether it's with their math homework or a project that they're working on, that guide is coming in saying, hey, let's talk about what is it that you're telling yourself? What's your inner critic saying? How can we change that? What are some strategies that you can use? What are some tools you're doing? You're not going to see our guides teaching a kid how to carry the one and go over here. They're not going to be doing that, but they are going to be saying, what tools have you looked at to learn? We want to raise self-driven learners who are really proactive in their education, not passive. I sit and I wait and I take the curriculum and as it goes. So the relationship and connection that the adult in the building, which by the way is critical to our model, you will never catch me opening a school that's just a bunch of kids with their computers. The adults are doing that special thing, and that's kind of what makes this great. I'll give you a very short anecdote. I spoke at South by Southwest EDU this last spring. I brought one of our guides on there, and we talked about this idea. We had a classroom full, or a huge room full of teachers, basically. I said, how many of you are scared about AI? They all, this. By the end of this experience, they were like, this is the job that we got into, and this is the kind of relationship that helps create motivated students, right? Versus those kids who get lost, right? And you know what? Teachers only have so much time in their day to do that. We have really freed up the adults' time to make those connections and figure out how to motivate students. That's why we have students doing so well, and why we believe every student has the ability to get to be an exceptional learner.
Okay, thank you. And last question, although I'm hoping for an answer to the enrollment one. But one of the things I've become more patient with in these initial stages is board members who may have a conflict of interest that is financial with the curriculum or the delivery or the devices or what have you. In this initial phase, I know that sometimes it takes that expertise and that interest, excuse me, to get an application off the ground, a proposal off the ground. But I'm just letting you know, I think it certainly would be a problem for me. I think it would become a problem for other members of the board. I'm not going to speak for them, but I think it would be if, for instance, because you're the owner, I think, or founder of 2 Hour Learning, that you continue to stay on the board when that was adopted and procured.
I get to go home. Is
Yes.
that what you're saying? Great,
I'm
no
saying
problem.
you not just get to, but you have to,
No,
right?
totally understand, and he'll go through that.
No, I appreciate your point about the expertise at the beginning. We've been trying to figure out how to thread that needle. We did put a little paragraph in the thing. We're fully committed ahead of assuming we get that far, the January sort of go no go, as I understand it, to have a board that is a majority of fully independent people. Also, we're committed. It's not what you brought up, but a majority of Utah residents. We think that's important as well. And that is not the case today. I want to be transparent about that. Myself, Mackenzie, and Steph have some affiliation or another with 2 Hour Learning, which is going to be the curriculum partner, at least for the early phases of this, as we're saying. I'll say one more little point on that, because again, I want to be transparent. You'll see it again if we get to that next phase. 2 Hour Learning is going to be the curriculum partner. There's going to be a payment per student for that. This is not going to be one of those situations, though, where 90 to 100% of the funding is getting passed through to some management company or anything like that. All the, whatever we're going to call them, teachers' guides, are going to be employed by Unbound Academy. That's going to be their biggest expense. They're going to have lots of other expenses in there. They're going to, yes, there will be a fee to 2 Hour. We understand that's an important diligence item, and we're going to take care of that conflict. But yeah, I think you said it well. I may use that next time I'm asked, but we really did need the expertise to kind of kickstart this, and then I think we will transition to the majority independent.
I just wanted to make sure that was transparent in the meeting, and that that we noticed that. We did notice your paragraph as well, but wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page about how that needed to unroll. And then I just am hoping that staff has an answer about maybe the enrollment for our online schools.
I threw together a quick graph for you. So I took our 3 main online charter schools here in Utah. You can see that the bump there, that was 2021. So right following the pandemic outbreak in 2020, we saw a large spike in enrollment. And then following that, 3, 4, and 5 would be 22, 23, 24. The enrollment has fairly steadily declined and returned to about the pre-pandemic levels since then. I did also just look up our newest online school that opens this coming fall. If you remember when they came for their readiness to open check, they were right under that 50% of their initial number when they had their readiness to open review. And then that was at 15% of their max that they'd asked for.
So essentially, right now, we don't have any online schools operating at 2,000.
No.
And they have declined since COVID, which would be expected, but perhaps not to these lower levels, to these lowest levels that we're seeing. Because it's just barely above, or that's below,
Yeah,
and
so
those
right,
are barely
right
below
now,
their opening.
we've got
even.
one that this last year was at 923, one that was at 962, and one that was at 1745. And then the new school has about 150 students.
So you may want to adjust your enrollment schedule because we're not seeing that's, even though you have an innovative idea, that might be realistic. And remember that you can always come back should you be authorized after your full application, assuming you get that far. I don't want to make assumptions because I'm just speaking that you would need to. You could always come back as your school became more in demand and ask this board for additional. But we have been very sort of hesitant to just authorize huge numbers given, the present. Oh, okay, but 2,000 over 5 years though. So I'm wondering if that top number is a little bit ambitious.
We're absolutely happy to take the advice, and thank you for that feedback. I think it's great to know. But I do like to just highlight this is not just another online charter school. We are very different, and that has been one of the biggest things. Now, who knows what that comes in, and guess what? It's better to not have enough rooms at the end than too many. So we're happy to take that feedback.
Thank you. Member Spiker, any additional? All right, I'll close up and then let you finish beyond that. And I'll segue from that, what we've seen with online schools, just because I'm going to suggest to you something to think about if you move to a full application, just some ideas to consider. One, I'm very intrigued by the model, just as Vice Chair Phillips talked about. I am intrigued with the model as well. And it's based a lot on Vygotsky, zone of proximal development, and kids really, we know that's been proven over and over with really good research, how kids move if we're instructing within their instructional level as opposed to their frustrational level, right? And so they move within that zone of proximal development. Vygotsky would love that. But he also said, learning is a social activity. And being completely separated in a virtual space doesn't allow that social work. I'm going to say to you, I think that part of the reason you've been really successful as you've presented is that you also have a brick and mortar group place for kids to come together. They're not all virtual. They have a place where they are having that social experience and that social learning as well. Something to consider if you're thinking about bringing a model to Utah to do that.
Can you talk to that as a parent and with the home?
Well, I don't need you to respond. I'm
Okay.
just saying if you move forward, that's something I want you to think about.
Great, thank you.
And then respond to that one way or another. The other reason is because if you have students who qualify for special education services, we're way out of compliance because we don't comply with the least restrictive environment. When you put them online, they are moved to the most restrictive environment. They are in an individual place working individually. It's not the least restrictive environment. It is a more restrictive environment. For that reason to think about. The other one that I thought about, having now my 218th day learning French on Duolingo, Duolingo is not going to be a good way to learn for English language learners, which your proposal suggested. Because English language learners need support in just learning English to access the curriculum. It's not just about learning English. They will learn some English, conversational English along the way, unless it's much different from what I've been doing in French. But it's not going to be the English language support. You need more support there. How are you going to support students who may be English language learners? Additionally, if you talked about homeless students, economically disadvantaged students as well. If so, Utah also has these requirements. For homeless students and economically disadvantaged students, you would think about, do they have access to the internet? Do they have access to technology? And if you have students enrolled in your school, in your financial model, you need to also provide a computer for every student and make assure that they have internet access. So we'd want to make sure we see that. We can in Utah even ask kids to bring a pencil from home to school. Whereas in other states, you go to Walmart or Target at this time of year, there are lists of what teachers want you to bring to school. And we are by law prohibited from doing that. So particularly grades 4, 5, 6. 7, 8 is a little more relaxed, but at least in that 4, 5, 6. So that's something you have to consider in your financial model, where those materials, that equipment, all has to be considered, and how will they get that, and how will it be part of it. I'm partly kind of suggesting, think about if you're ready to completely jump to a full online model. We're seeing it declining in Utah, fully online, and yet you've had a successful brick and mortar AI-based work within that brick and mortar model. Something to think about, maybe that just in dipping your foot into this state first, getting started, that might be you might want to continue that kind of model, just to think about.
Great.
It's not a deal breaker. I'm not telling you do one thing or another. You have to consider, but because it creates some additional concerns to go completely online. I think it would be some additional concerns in addition to, even though I really like the notion, and I know what the research around ZPD, all the work that you're doing, I like. I'm also happy that you choose NWEA, that you're looking at not only our kids meeting requirements, but how far can we take kids, which was a big miss in No Child Left Behind, for example. It was a minimum bar. We never looked at how high can we help kids to reach. So those are all things that I am in favor of. But from my perspective, those little cautions to think about, something for you to put in place. If you move to that full application, I'll look for those kinds of things, and that you've made a solid decision. We're doing this because, whatever. All right. Additional thoughts from anyone? And we're happy to have you. Anything else you'd like to share with us before you go?
I'd
We'd
like
love
to.
hear it.
Bear with me for a few more minutes.
Thank you.
Coming from the Utah system of higher education and looking at students as we get them from the K-12 system into our systems, we're seeing a lot of deficits in the students. USHE right now, they've hired the Cicero group to conduct a qualitative and quantitative study. And in this last month's meeting, they released some of those preliminary results. You may be familiar with it, I'm not sure, but one of the things that the study has shown is that the technical skills that we're teaching in higher ed are awesome. We're knocking it out of the park. If a student's saying they want to be an interior designer, they are learning those skills. In technical education, we have partnered so closely with industry members, and we have monthly contact with industry members that we're able to make sure to tailor our education a little bit different than what degree granting institutions have. In this study, they are contacting hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of industry representatives to say, what is your feedback in terms of the kind of student entry-level professional that you're seeing? What is great, what is not? One of the top things that they have concerns with is maturity. when I heard that, I thought this model of what they're teaching, it could solve this problem. When they're teaching these life skills, oral and written communication was among the top, and so was professional etiquette. That somewhere along the lines, there's been a shift, whether it was COVID or, who knows where this shift really happened. That's not part of the study. But I think we're seeing, and the industries are seeing, significant concerns with the skills that are being taught in the K-12 system, or whether that's in the communities or at home. And we're missing that key element that really has the power to make a student excel in their chosen profession. And so when I think about my children, I've got 3 little boys, and they're in, they're entering that K-12 system. I wanted to enable them to have the opportunity to follow their passions and give them those skills that it can be difficult to teach. I've taught for 10 years. I know how difficult it can be to, help all of your students. And even with some of those life skills, you might have a 1-credit course that focuses on it. But I can say from experience that when I see students, we would do mock interviews with our students, and we would record them, and I would give them feedback one-on-one with my students to prepare them the most. But if a student is really struggling, that one encounter is not enough to change that ingrained behavior and practices. It's just not there. And so having a model that is very innovative and it's different, and I think as an educator, I can resonate with a lot of the concerns that you have expressed. It gives our students in Utah the opportunity to excel more in these areas that the industry is saying, yeah, I'm not going to offer you a job because of these life skills that haven't transitioned into professional skills. So I wanted to give that point of view and carrot to think about.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tricia. Thank you also, Mackenzie and Andy also. Stephanie as well, thank you so much for being with us and talking about the school and answering our questions. We really appreciate it. It helps us to make good decisions. We want you to be successful. If this is a school we authorize, we're your partners. And so this is kind of marriage interview, right? We're trying to figure out what works and how this could be best.
We're hot and spicy, so
All right.
get ready.
There you go.
We're going to be
There you
great
go.
partners.
There you go. So good to meet you, and thank you so much, and we appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, so you have to exit from through the front? Really, that's the front. We come in through the back, but either one.
No problem.
Thank you so much. All right, board, we are at 12:55. We should be following our schedule back at 1:10 for Sky High. I'm not sure we'll be back in that much time, but I'm going to suggest that can we try, one of the good things, we like lunch because we talk about our families and every other kind of thing, catch up with each other. But maybe we can save some of that for tomorrow and catch up. And today have a shorter lunch if we can and get back here as no later than, if we can start at 1:15. Yeah,
Gives us
because-
15 minutes.
Yeah, we're teachers, we all eat fast,
Oh, my
right?
goodness.
We
Or not at
inhale.
all, right?
Or at all, that's right. Yeah.
They're right in your face. Right?
Oh my gosh, right?
I do though. I need to run to the restroom.
Right. I just need 2 minutes. Yes.
Did you see those wonderful?
Of all the people to get stuck, Cindy's probably.
Back downstairs to tell them, but will someone stand out here and talk to Mason?
Invited to NACSA, did someone tell you about NACSA?
That's on next week's agenda.
Oh,
Or
okay.
Brian can give you the teaser.
National Association of State, the charter authorizers, and we'd like to go to it if we're able to. This year, we've budgeted and planned, so we'd love you to come with us if you're able to. And it is in, I'm sure I've written it. No, I'll tell you, it'll be on my calendar.
You rehearsed.
I did.
Oh,
I-
that wasn't like a.
I've been caught in
Thank
elevator.
you for waiting for us for a minute. We'll try to catch up a bit, and we're ready to begin. Ms. Stephenson.
Thank you. All right, Sky High Academy will be joining us online. As far as the technical information, we have about Sky High Academy based on their proposal. The model was not entirely clear, so that's probably something we'll want to clarify today with Sky High Academy. They are seeking to locate in Green Springs, which is in Washington County, southern Utah. According to their proposal, this would be a grades 1 through 12 school, and they are wanting to serve 240 students, scaling up to 500 students. It was noted in their chart, in their proposal, that there was 480 students listed in the chart, but then 500 students referenced in the proposal. They are not asking for any waivers, and it is a 5-member board. As far as staff's review, the potential portfolio enhancements that we found with Sky High, why is the screen not moving forward? Let's try that again. It is frozen up there. Okay, let me stop sharing and maybe try that again. If not, hopefully our IT is close by again. Okay, let's see.
Are you trying to show my video?
I've got your video queued up. We'll do that in just a moment.
Okay.
I don't know if we want to grab IT again. All right, maybe we'll stay right here for a minute. As far as the potential portfolio enhancements, this is a student-centered model, or it was written as a very student-centered focus, and that they spoke a lot about having high goals for their students. They also talked about having mental health supports in place and provided detailed demographics and development trends and forecasts for the area, and really looked at all of the different public district schools, public charter schools within the area. As far as some potential support needs, this proposal was missing the information sheets for 4 of the 5 board members, and those board members all appear that they may have some conflict of interest by all having the same last name, and so we were able to verify who they are since they didn't have those information sheets included. Also in their proposal, it was written as a number of bullet points rather than written out as like paragraphs. And as staff was able to run that through some of our software, it appears that it was 29% of the proposal came from various educational websites, and looked like it was maybe cut and pasted from those educational websites as those bullet points. Again, that potential conflict of interest from the board members. Another potential support need was that the applicant talked about having partnerships with Utah Tech University as well as Dixie Tech, and staff noted that that is the same university with a name change that occurred a few years ago. Additionally, the applicant may need some support in articulating the reason for the school. While they had those detailed demographics and the development trends and the forecasts, that did not seem to translate into the reasoning that then spoke about it just being a good idea for the area, as well as articulating what the school model is that they are hoping to develop within that area. So I will pause that and pull up this video here, and we will share that.
Hello, my name is Jason Brewster. I've been helping students succeed for over 20 years, along with 30 years of business experience. The name of the proposed school is Sky High Academy. How did I choose that name? Since the sky is infinite and I wanted the students to achieve anything without no limits, I chose the name of Sky High Academy so the students can reach for anything. How did the board come together? The board are people that I can trust, and they share the same dream of helping students to be successful, to be themselves, and to be able to try anything. What role did each member play in the proposal process? Each member helped with the mission and vision statement of the school, along with goals and purpose of the school. The goals of Sky High Academy are as follows: to listen to what each student and staff has to say, ensure that all students and staff have the opportunity to achieve high levels of success, align the curricular program to ensure rigor, relevance, and relationship, foster stronger collaborative partnerships between schools, families, and community members, support innovative programs and practices that promote positive student growth, ask meaningful questions to spark and ignite the learning process, go above and beyond professionalism. We want to get to know each student and learn more about their passions, interests, and goals, engage in challenging coursework, create a career plan for every student. Most students see their education as a means to prepare for a future career and set goals related to gaining the necessary qualifications and experiences. Extracurricular activities to help all students achieve their goals. Extracurricular activities will help prepare each student for college and their professional future. Armed with these advanced skills, they can overcome obstacles in their future and achieve success and happiness. Why was Sky High Academy created? The ultimate purpose of Sky High Academy is to educate all students and to prepare them for the future and for a career so that they can be productive members of a global society. Why would someone choose Sky High Academy? Sky High Academy provides excellent academic instruction and help students develop important life skills that will prepare them for success in their future endeavors. Offer college classes and on-the-job training to help every student be successful. To help each student be successful, teacher will create an IEP for every student. The school embodies diversity and inclusion in its programs, clubs, extracurricular, and most importantly in its people. Community and parental involvement engages students with the local community through service and creates opportunities for parents to actively involve in their children's education and in the school community. Integrate technology into all aspects of learning to prepare students for a digital world. How is Sky High Academy different from other schools? This ties into the last question of why someone would choose Sky High Academy. Provides excellent academic instruction and help students develop important life skills that will prepare them for success in their future endeavors. Offer college classes and on-the-job training to prepare and help every student to be successful. An IEP for every student. Embodies diversity and inclusion in its programs, clubs, extracurricular, and most importantly in its people. Community and parental involvement, engages with technology. Is there a certain population of students Sky High Academy is trying to attract to the school? Sky High Academy accepts any and all students. Sky High Academy strives on excellent academic instructions and helping all students develop important life skills that will prepare them for success in their future endeavors. The typical student, teacher, parent, and visitor experiences are as follows. Student's life is packed with classes, group projects, study time, job training, or internship, spending time with friends, meals, extracurriculars, and more. Teacher's life is packed with teaching engaging lessons, encouraging students to take risks by answering challenging questions, correct off-task behavior, schedule time to review lesson videos, plan to reteach a lesson based on data, record lesson for practice, growth, and more. Parental involvement and engagement include classroom volunteering, chaperoning school events, participating in parent-teacher conferences, other communication with teachers, checking homework, dropping off and picking up their children, working close with teachers and staff to support and improve learning, development, and health of children. Visitor guest speakers' involvement and engagement plays an integral role in the school environment, offering both inspiration and essential skills to students, provides valuable insights into the world of work, industry, trends, and again, real-world skills. How will individuals know where to go or what to do? The school will have the following up all around the school: maps, signs, student handbook to take home. What will individuals do if they have a question? We will have signs up at the school that states, if you have questions, then please head to the main office. Invite the individual to ask the question. Classroom questions, try to call on them by name. This will help to create a sense of belonging. Thank them for their questions to motivate them to ask questions again in the future. What does the communication look like? Sky High Academy strives on building the necessary relationship to engage challenging conversations, trust, transparency, active listening, and empathy. Adapt to nonverbal and behavioral cues, open, honest, and accountability. Teach RESPECT, meaning respect. Be a model and example. What does the discipline look like? Sky High Academy creates and maintains a safe, orderly, and positive learning environment. We also teach and develop self-discipline, and most important, positive discipline. Positive discipline allows students to learn and adapt their behaviors to meet expectations in the classroom while simultaneously teaching them how to make better choices in their path to adulthood. How does Sky High Academy meets the needs of special populations? We use customization strategies, which provides accommodations, modifications, and extensions in the lessons, activities, and assessments. Classroom management strategies. Classroom management is critical to every teacher's success. Creating a daily routine is essential to effective classroom management, as it gives students an expected form of learning and behavior they will follow throughout the entire term. We also use differential instruction, which is another process of varying the lessons, projects, and activities to provide students with a variety of opportunities to learn. Alternatives to common assignments, which are important because the teachers can use them to meet modification and accommodation requirements without putting an extra burden on the teachers. Vocabulary strategies, student notes, graphic organizers, and lesson videos.
Okay. Thank you for sharing that. Thank you for that video. Will you, because we just have you online, could you introduce yourself to us so we know who we're speaking with?
Okay, my name is Jason Brewster. Like I said in the video, I've been teaching for over 20 years and with 30 years of experience, business experience. And I graduated in math education. And I just would like to do what I can to help students succeed. That's why I'd like to do the charter school.
Wonderful. And are there other board members? Are they with you today?
They are online
They're online listening in today too as well with us. All right. Thank you. Let me move to the board members. Are there any questions that any of you have that you'd like to ask? All right, Vice Chair Phillips.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Brewster. What was very clear to me from your video and from your application is your passion for students and families. And I can very much appreciate and value that. And I also appreciate your background in education. My feedback on this particular application would be that, first of all, and this is very important to us at this stage, and so, Mr. Brewster, it's clear that you have this wonderful background in education, these many years, and in the listing of your board, you in the column you listed their qualifications. But one of the things that we do love to see is a letter, much like the one you provided about yourself, from each of the board members, so that we can substantiate that each of these board members has the capacity to run it, to get this school off the ground. The other thing that's a little bit concerning is we're looking for not just diversity of experience, but also sort of diversity and any resolution of conflicts of interest with people on the board. If you were listening to our last questioning of the charter proposal, you would have noted that we brought up that there can be conflicts of interest that are worrisome. And in this case, we're not sure, but all of the board members have the same last name. And while they may just be, distant relatives or just neighbors that have the same name, we don't know. But that's a question that definitely would have to be answered. And what we're looking for really is people coming together outside of family relationships and outside of, even all from just maybe from one area, so that we bring diverse viewpoints and a diverse kinds of experience to the capacity of the board. And then I would just say one thing, because I don't want what I've said to be taken overly critically, but one of the things that I found about this application was that it lacked specificity. I mean, I guess what I should say is you had a lot of specifics in there, but they weren't bundled together with one main focus on sort of a curricular offering, or a specific focus on delivery of education, or a specific item or aspect that differentiates you from just your school proposal from just a really good school, because you want to support kids and help them to achieve higher outcomes, and you want to support families. All schools have those as aims, but we are looking for unique, innovative methods for achieving those things. So one of the things that I would say is, if your proposal is not invited to submit a full proposal, I think that because of your passion and because inside of that application there are some fun ideas that eventually might really be something special, I think that it would be my advice to you as a board member to seek the technical support of our really good staff members who are there to help strengthen and focus proposals. Because one of the things I really love about what you're doing is it's very grassroots. It's very much about the community that you're in, and you have a lot of passion. I don't discount those things, but we also have a lot of requirements for what we want in a proposal, and sometimes our staff can help applicants meet those requirements in ways that advance and strengthen what they're trying to do.
And I understand that, so I appreciate that.
Additional questions, concerns from board members, things you'd like clarification on? Go ahead, Mr. Biesinger, go ahead.
Thank you. I want to echo, do I say chair? I want to say chair. Is it vice chair? I was told once if the governor's not in the room, the lieutenant governor should just go by governor. But anyway, I apologize. I just want to echo Vice Chair Phillips' comments. As I read this application, what I really appreciate is that it just rises to the surface in just all aspects that this is a group that has a high care factor for kids and their successful outcome and their environment that they can be safe in. I also appreciate the fact that it was mentioned in the application in some descriptions of teacher support and how important that is to successful outcomes. So I thought it was great. I'll be candid. I'm not going to be a voting member of this round. If I were, I would tip my vote to wanting to see this again in a year with a little more kind of specifics to it, and I think some of the things that have been echoed. I think this is a great start, but I just don't see this being quite ready to move to the next stage. Now, I don't want to taint any other board members in respect that, and I'm grateful for views that are not like my own, but let me just mention a couple of things as to why my notes. With respect to enrollment, I applaud kind of this K through 12 aspect. I have seen, though, schools that have those kind of grades 9 through 12, which starts to be around 80 kids, then get up to a little higher number. I see it from other situations I've been around, which doesn't mean it needs to repeat here, but the themes that I've seen are that's a small number, and kind of an intimate environment can help and matter, but it is hard to get kids to come to a small environment. So I'm not critical of it, but I just would like to hear more about the draw to the different age aspects, and particularly to how you see an effective small high school class operating. I'd also would appreciate seeing some specifics about staffing. It's staffing in those upper grades with some of the requirements associated with high school and graduation credits can be challenging. And so I would love to learn about some specifics around staffing, particularly in those upper grades in a K through 12 situation. While I appreciate all that went into this, my notes include a phrase, and I'll just read it because I think it kind of captures where I am. I wrote, "This feels like good thoughts and advice rather than a school plan." And so I don't mean that in any sort of despairing way, but I think this application, from at least my perspective, just deserves a chance to have some more seasoning, perhaps some added context to it. I think I've heard today from board members some valuable insight that is the theme of you've got to focus on offering something that's specific and concise, and then layering in some added value to that offering. And I just don't see enough conciseness here. I see a lot of good thoughts, but it doesn't, at least from my set of eyes, get to a point where it feels like a concise school plan. So I think that's probably my comments, and I would yield back.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Member Spiker or Member Cisneros, any additional clarifications, thoughts that you want to add? Yeah, please, Member Cisneros.
In the proposal, we ask about barriers to success, and if I read it right, the school stated that they did not feel like there would be barriers, and I just want to understand why that statement was and where that's coming from, because I think anybody who's involved with opening a school would be able to readily identify a substantial list of barriers to success. So I'd like to hear about that.
So do you want me to go ahead and talk?
Yes, please.
The barriers, yes, I know there's going to be some barriers, but because of my background in business, and then all of my board members have that background, and because of my teaching background as well, we will make sure that we will basically work out any barriers so we can make sure all the students will be able to get the success that they need to be able to move forward, to get the training that they need to be successful in whatever they are doing.
Okay, thank you. Additional? Member Cisneros? No? Member Spiker? All right. I'm going to echo a little bit of what's been said already, too, and with the thought in mind, you've come up with numbers of what you anticipate for enrollment. 112 is a difficult, going 1 through 12 is a difficult, a large grade span. And those upper grades particularly, you know, when you get into 912, you also are having to go through accreditation processes for school eventually. That school would have to be accredited, and it makes it, those upper grades are difficult to hold on to. And you've come up with numbers. I'm curious how you did that. How did you come up with the numbers that you would anticipate enrolling? And the reason I ask that is that we would want you to, if we authorize a school, we want it to be successful. And we've seen some schools who anticipate in an area that they'll have numbers, and they haven't really done their homework enough to say, have we done a good market research in this area to know that we have a need for a specific school, that individuals would come to that school, and therefore they falter and are not successful. So we're really careful about that because we don't want you to fail right from the outset because you haven't done that bit of homework. So I'm looking at the 240 to 480 by year 5. You've come up with that number for a specific reason. Could you talk through how did you come up with those numbers? Have you done some market research? What is the feedback that you've received that leads you to that point?
What I did is I just went around, talked to the community, and also I taught at every school as a substitute teacher the last few years just to kind of get an idea of how each school operated. And so that's why I wanted to start small so I can kind of work my way up to getting up to 500 students or 480 students. So that's why what I did is I basically used what I've learned from substitute teaching and also teaching to kind of see what the needs are. And so that's why I wanted to start small and work my way up to that higher amount of students.
Okay, and some of us would call that kind of anecdotal research, that it's not really a strong market research to really reach out to a full community and ask how things are, what the possibilities of individuals enrolling and what kind of a school are they seeking. That's something I would recommend to you that you do if you're really in earnest to look at a school, that you say, what does this community really need or want, and how many would support a school if it were opened. Without that, because we're seeing some Washington County schools, Washington School District is really strong. We have some really strong Washington-based charter schools who are doing some very well, some really working at making sure their enrollment is stable. And you need some support that says this school would also be stable, and this is the kind of research we've done toward that end. I'm going to also echo, and I think came from Vice Chair Phillips as well. She's asking for some specificity relative to your curriculum. What really are you looking towards? I wrote in my notes, it felt like the language was lifted from a textbook, that it felt like you had just pulled phrases from things, not necessarily something you were really committed to, that had a strong focus around a specific plan and a strong curriculum about this is what we plan to develop, and this is the kind of school we are, and it's going to be so exciting. We know that we will have students come to this school. I haven't seen that yet. That's not really.
And I do.
Yeah, go ahead.
I do apologize that it sounded like that, because I am very excited. That's why I made sure I took several months because I started this, I think, back in November of last year. So I just made sure everything sounded okay. I'm very excited. The board members are excited to do whatever it takes. And then if I do get approved, I will make sure that the curriculum is perfect, flawless. And I will make sure I will go out and do more to make sure everything is more smoothly. So I do apologize that it sounded like it's not kind of perfect.
Thank you. Thank you. Add any additional. Member Spiker, go ahead.
Thank you to the board for this line of questioning, and also to Jason for your responses. It's very clear that you're passionate about this work, and I think too that this application speaks to the grassroots potential of the charter school movement. So I really appreciate that. And I also appreciated the feedback that you received in terms of the potential of coming back in a year, giving you time to strengthen the application. I think the suggestions that were offered by other board members were spot on. And I would just add one more suggestion. Because of the number that you're aiming for and the breadth of grades, I would recommend visiting some other charters to in our network and within within your geographical area that are a K-12 model. What have been their successes? Maybe what are their challenges? I noticed that you're actually a 112, or I didn't see any numbers in K, and that might have just been I don't know. So I assumed maybe what you weren't starting until first grade. And so again, what are the challenges with that in terms of recruitment and building your base? I think that we have a lot of, it is, and I'm mindful saying this because none of it's easy, but we have found that it tends to be not as challenging to have a successful elementary charter program when you venture in, and I think we've heard this today, once you venture into those secondary grades, and based on the numbers that you're sharing, it could be very difficult to compete with the offerings in your community. So it just might be a good opportunity, again, as you're gathering all this data and research, to visit some other charters that are going to have different models, but they could offer some great insight in terms of the scope of what you're trying to create.
Thank you. Good advice, Member Spiker. Thank you. Vice Chair Phillips? Yeah.
Yes, thank you so much, board members, and also Mr. Brewster for this collaborative discussion. Mr. Brewster, I sort of tiptoed around the question by making a comment before, but I'd like to make it a direct question to you. Are the individuals currently listed on the board for this proposal direct relatives of you yourself as board chair?
Yes, they are family members. And what I did is I wanted to make sure I get the same people that have the same motivation that I have and dream, and make sure that I can open a school that will help students succeed. So that's why I chose them, because they have the same dream as I do. And they will do whatever it takes to help me and help the members, and also to help the community grow.
Well, and you are one of the lucky few that have, it sounds like, has family members who have a unified purpose with you. So that's really fun. But just as one board member, I would suggest to you that that if your proposal is not approved to go on for a full application, but you'd like to bring this idea back because you've got a lot of passion and some real good seeds for some innovation, I think it would be prudent to consider gathering individuals who are interested and passionate and have a similar vision to yours, but that are more diverse outside of your family, which can present a conflict of interest, and that you're looking for very specific expertise, but from non-family members. That's actually something that becomes problematic for charter schools. If they're approved and have conflicts of interest within the board, they run afoul of their authorizer. So we want to make sure that's cleared up in advance of any approval process.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Brewster, any additional comments you'd like to make? I think we've read your application thoroughly as members of this board and watched your video. And thank you for responding to our questions. We appreciate you taking the time to be here and respond to each question. Anything else you'd like us to know, to consider before we conclude?
I just wanted to make sure that please don't punish the community because of the lack of needs in my application, because I will do whatever it takes to get the application process more in depth to whatever you guys are needing. Yes, I'm not the perfect person that says all the fancy words, but like I said, I'm really want to get this school started so I can be able to help each student succeed and to let the community know that we are here to help them grow. And that's why I made sure I worked with the Utah Tech, Dixie Tech, the small sister school of Utah Tech, and I work with the other colleges as well, just to make sure that we get all the necessary to help them grow their associate's degree, their high school degree, bachelor's degree, so whatever it takes. So please don't punish the community because of my lack of making the application look, I guess, succeed or be presentable.
Thank you so much. Let's have a last comment from Mr. Biesinger.
Thank you.
please.
Just a quick comment. Mr. Brewster, I just want to share with you my appreciation again. I'll add in, I've been working in the charter school space now for 15 plus years. I just want to give you maybe some context of the data that I see that speaks to kind of what you just referenced. One, I don't want you to feel bad. This is a discovery process, and it is very normal for schools to be in this pre-opening discovery process for a number of years. I think that's more common than we put in an application and we move forward. I think this back and forth discovery and polishing and refining and question asking process is very normal. I think you're in a very early stage of that. So I don't want you to come away with any sort of outcome here feeling like you let a group down. I would hope that you would take feedback and realize that you, in many ways, you're right in the normal part of the curve and just kind of progressing through this. But it's a big lift to do what you're endeavoring to do. And I think that's appreciated by all of us. So just wanted to leave that with you.
Thank you so much for that comment too. And I know Director Kramer wants to make a comment as well.
Yep, this is Dr. Paul Kramer, Executive Director. And I just wanted to say that as staff, it was mentioned once in this meeting before, but as staff, we're here to help throughout this process, whether it's a little bit longer than what it takes or not. And we also have outside resources that support applicants. So I just wanted to reiterate that we're here as a supportive authorizer for all of our applicants, and we appreciate your passion.
Thank you, Director Kramer. Thank you, Mr. Brewster, for being with us today. We appreciate the work that you've done to this point and the thinking that you've gone through and for spending time with us to respond to our questions. And we will make the final decision tomorrow. And folks will
Okay, I
be in
appreciate
touch.
your help.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board, we are at, I think we've caught up in time, have we? Yes. So you can actually have a real break for a minute if you'd like to, because you rushed back from lunch. If you'd like to have a real break, and then we will continue with Azure Fields right at 2:30. So be back in here ready to go at 2:30 if you would like to take a break for a minute.
And Clint, this is for you, but all board members, because remember, we're always hot on these guys too. Yep. Between breaks, we usually mess up.
Did you guys take a lunch break?
Yeah, boring chatter.
I wasn't sure when you would take that break.
Cindy, that was scary. My dog was stuck in an elevator when she was 2. For 45 minutes.
What? By yourself?
It was open like that, and we were able to talk to her in there like that. It was at a wedding nonetheless. She knew she wasn't alone. It was a little bit more than what you had too.
No.
Overhand.
I'm gonna say.
But then when she started getting
The
like
applicants we have.
panicky and tired, and then she took a nap.
She probably was having a little moment, I've been, no, I'm fine. I have been caught.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure, like.
Yeah. highest elevator. And so we were like crammed in this elevator with
That
all
was what I
this
would
stuff.
have liked, yeah.
And then it got stuck. And it was stuck for 15 minutes with 3 of us. It's almost harder with more people in the elevator because you have to interact still with them. And one was my wife who was freaking out, and one was my sister-in-law. I was like, what are we doing? This is unheard of.
My wife would have been claustrophobic. for
Yeah.
that.
Those elevators can be a little.
I'd be okay, I'd just sleep.
You would
I'd have to
sleep.
take a nap.
You'd be fine, yeah.
That's good. Our school is loaning out for some training for a different organization this week, and I walked into one of the rooms and the presenter had their books all out on the table, and the book that caught my eye was "It's Okay to Take a Nap," and I was like, "That is my book right now."
That is a great book.
Said I may or may not have done a George Costanza one time in my professional career. I wrote in a Zoom
Yeah.
on my door because I thought now nobody will mess with me.
Yeah,
So I left it, and then I just laid under my desk. I was so
Yes,
tired.
so
I just
tired.
couldn't even. I'm like, nobody would care if I went on a 15-minute walk
Right.
around the building.
Right.
Why do they care if I'm laying under my desk
shouldn't
asleep for
care,
15
no.
minutes? But I knew they would judge me, so that's why I wrote in Zoom.
I was young. I was young, and they said it's time to take a nap. I just hated it. Today, it is the greatest luxury. I just
Yeah.
love those days. I can
I'd
have
like
a nap.
to get to the place of taking them.
I-
Nice.
Yeah, well, the right ones, because otherwise they can just wreck your day, can't they? My 20-year-old said, "Oh my gosh, what I wouldn't give to go back to being a kid. I did not know how good I had it."
That's right.
He tells his girlfriend's 12-year-old brother, "Hang on with both hands, because if I could go back to any grade, it would be 6th grade. I want to go back to 6th grade. I want to be 12 again." He's like, "You don't even know how good you have it."
You do not.
And I'm like, "Yeah, but when you're 12, you don't, right? I mean, you hate it because people make you take naps and tell you what to eat.
Please.
Force me.
Force me.
Force me.
Twist my arm. I'll be
Pick
right
out my
back.
clothes for me.
Yeah.
Plan my meals." Told my husband last night, "Do we really have to think about? Let's just eat cereal. Whatever you find in the closet, whatever I find in the closet, that's for sure."
Just do your own thing. Whatever sounds good to you, you do.
Yeah.
I know.
As of next Monday, we're official empty nesters. So, but dinner's like the hardest part. Like trying to good for two people.
Sometimes I feel inspired to make something for us, but sometimes I just say to Joan, "Are there leftovers you would like? Just have those." Let's each find what we feel like having. Yeah, I know.
So I don't want to eat out every night. Besides the expense, it's just gross feeling. But I don't want to plan dinner every night for 2 people.
It's hard to cook for 2.
And we're not very good about learning how to scale down from 6 with 4 boys to 2. It's a very different amount of food. And the trash. Do you know, I knew my refrigerator was going to empty out, but I did not know my trash would only need to be taken out once a week. And then when it's like the time for them to come pick up the from the curb, I lift it up and I'm like, there's nothing in there.
And less laundry, I know, it's a change.
Yeah.
It is a change. But no one to help in the garden, so.
Well, they didn't anyways, the losers. No, we've kind of been empty nesters for well, it went from like all 4 there to 1 almost overnight. But the one has been around anyways. He's off with friends or skate park or work or school.
But Monday he's gone.
Well, yeah, Sunday we drive him down and gonna have
In
him
school?
down at Utah Tech.
Is he? Oh, good place. Far enough away, but close enough too.
Yeah, that's kind of, and he's very practical. And so he said, he looked at all the charts that they do for the merit scholarships, and he's like, "Mom, where my ACT and GPA are, Utah Tech gives the highest on that chart and has the lowest tuition." So, and he's going down with his,
Place to go.
yeah, his certificate of completion, and he wants the warm weather. So,
Yeah, absolutely. I would have done that he majoring in?
Business.
Good for him.
Actually felt
My oldest son did economics and business for his undergraduate.
That's the direction he's going. He has a microeconomics class this fall. We'll see if he's still.
So was it.
He might change his mind.
My son, like, he finished 2 majors, but he went an extra year because he got married while he was in school, and his wife needed another year to finish, so he finished 2 bachelor's degrees, and
Well,
that's good.
he does have his sights set on an. I used to work with just graduated from the U with a business degree and starts his first job this week. And he said 5 or something was his starting wage. The 18-year-old's like,
That sounds like a lot.
I know. I'm thinking, well, if you go into finance, you probably wouldn't bother to get an MBA, but smaller to be 25 and have an MBA, honey. So
I'm good about gaining experience in a company too and moving up. My son worked somewhere first, but then he did do an MBA, that same one, in business and economics, but not necessarily did it. He now says some of the people he went to school with stayed in a company and progressed are more advanced than he is, stuck with it. So there's some good to that.
I have a learner, but by the time I've gotten to 4, I'm like, it doesn't matter what I say, doesn't matter what I do, it doesn't matter if I come or go. So I'm taking the advice of senior moms who say, I just hug them more. So
That's what you're doing.
you do what you're gonna do, Jack, because you're gonna do it no matter what comes out of my mouth. So I'm just gonna hug you more.
Which, how old is that?
18.
Our Jack is 20.
My dad's name. It's a great name.
It is.
And he's a great dad.
I actually really like that kid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't have favorites. I like him.
His brother's name is John. I guess those are nicknames for each other.
They
So,
usually are to people.
which I didn't know. But I guess that's true.
Yeah, because we used to call John F. Kennedy Jack.
Mhm.
Yeah.
People called him Jack Kennedy, right?
Yeah.
It was totally accidental, but all of my children are denominations of money.
What?
So, yeah.
Let's hear it.
Benjamin, Alexander, Lincoln, and Jackson.
You're kidding.
That is
So everybody would say,
You didn't.
no, it was not fun. Everybody would say after, what if you have a girl? I'm like, that can't happen because I'm not going with Sacagawea. And Susan,
Or Betsy
like
Ross.
Antigua, right? So I'm like, yeah.
And really, that wasn't intentional?
No,
That's
no,
awesome.
it was afterwards when we were having Jack. I was like, well, I could have a George. That's cute. I could have a Grant. Something like that. Well, if I had a girl, I could name her Georgie.
My husband's name is Grant. That's another good name.
Yeah, strong name.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I am not that motivated by money. It appears that I am, by the way I name my children.
All right.
But
So we get back on the schedule, so we start at 2:30.
Is there a time of year when you guys do these all at the same time?
Yes.
This time of year? And then
And
if you
then-
miss the boat, you have to wait till next time of year? Okay.
So this is step 1. So then if they go through this step, then we do it again in January.
Gotcha.
But with the full proposal.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It's interesting to hear all the different ideas.
I would love to propose we move this to September.
Which I think Rebecca is wise, based on what we said today about school opening and school opening earlier. I think it was before we could do it and have it done before folks were really into school, but
Now with the schools opening.
school's starting in September, like August 15th. And when's yours, are you starting, when are you starting?
Teachers are back tomorrow.
Yeah.
But since I've been on this board, I've missed the first day of teachers back since I've been on it. It just, I'm like, how has that happened each year? Even if he didn't know.
Maybe
you didn't.
one less month of the planning and work is good for applicants too.
Sign right here, and then we'll have you
Good.
come up here.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
there's a little
it would be
work
good
on the
to-
microphone. Can you see how it's red? I'm recording. So just usually
You did tortilla chips?
baby staples.
Oh,
about that.
Yeah.
I love everything.
I do too.
They must be yummy. Go run for them.
Oh, yeah.
Literally run?
Stephanie always finds. But I did walk.
You notice how Stephanie always finds the treats nearby? She's got a kind of a talent.
Is there a place nearby that has?
Yes, it's right here on the strip, and a new. I was just saying a new chocolatier just opened.
They even have Pinamon
Oh,
again.
no kidding.
So,
I have to do that.
So you guys went on a little trek?
Well, I did.
motions.
Yeah.
Stay in the building
Field
now.
trip.
Yeah, it's a field trip.
Okay, I'm looking at
Oh,
time.
Baby's Bagels.
Oh,
is
babies.
on the end, but then there's a new. What is it? Chez Chocolat. So I don't know. It's just right, like 3 doors down next to the Taco.
Where the French bakery used to be, or where the hair salon used to be?
Where Late Madeline used to be. So I did mention to her I'd be back tomorrow. With friends.
But I'll be ready.
Yeah. That's great.
J just means, like chez moi, my house. That means my house.
See, Duolingo is working.
It's working.
It is. I learned. I know that.
218
Je voudrais,
Just say my house. I know.
je voudrais un bagel. And then it's, I want a bagel.
No, that was, I know enough French to know that. I can read
Derrière.
French, yeah.
Yeah. Bonjour. Yeah, my little bits of French. Thanks to Duolingo. We have 3 minutes, but I think everyone's here. Should we just go ahead? So you have a few more coming? So we'll wait until right at 2:30? All right. Yeah, of course. The time we gave you is 2:30. We're fine. If you're all gathered, I wouldn't make you wait. We had to make folks wait today. So yeah, no problem. We'll hang on. I like my watch until it says time to stand or I'm teaching a class and it talked out, I do not understand. I don't understand.
I don't understand the exercise ring clothes thing. Sometimes I take like 10 steps and I get exercise ring clothes.
Do you?
Other times I want to jog for like, 3 miles. And I don't
Yeah.
know what it's calibrated.
Well, I was explaining to, I think I was telling Marie that, or somebody, that I have a granddaughter and we drove down, she lives in Germany, we drove down to Austria and Switzerland, and all of us were in the car all day, and somehow she still got 15,000 steps. And it's because it counts your total movement. She's like doing, car aerobics in the back or whatever. She said, wait, I got like, 10. It's fantastic. She never stops moving, and that's probably part of it.
Equivalent of,
She can peer pressure me into signing up for a marathon. So.
Oh, no.
When you said it's the 3 miles, it was during the goal setting unit, and I had told them, you can't be brave unless you've first been a little scared. So when we set goals, we have to set goals that scare us a little bit. And then that came up, and so they were like, pull out your phone and register right now. Be accountable to us. So put my money where my mouth was.
Half
and
marathon, hopefully?
Full.
Oh, come on.
What's the date?
November 4th. So when I see y'all in November, when I still can't walk, you'll know.
I'd have to say to mine, come behind me with an ambulance because I'm going to be dead.
That's a tough train.
Yeah, it is.
So we'll see what my watch says I do.
If you can even just finish, even if you're crawling over the finish line, we'll be very impressed.
That is my goal. Well, to finish and stay alive afterwards.
Cheer for you, no doubt. Okay. T-Mobile time says 2:30, so if it's okay, we'll move forward. All right, we're reconvening now after our break. State Charter School Board meeting, and we are at the point of considering a proposal, introduction and interview Azure Fields Charter High School, and Ms. Stephenson will lead.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm happy to introduce Azure Fields Charter High School. And as far as their technical components, this is a Waldorf whole child model, and they're hoping to locate in central Utah Valley. This proposal is for grades 9 through 12. And in their proposal, they would like to start out serving 250 students and then growing up to 500 students. They are not seeking any waivers, and it is a 10-member board. As far as the staff review, some potential portfolio enhancements that we saw were that they spoke about an agricultural education, as well as that, of course, the Waldorf model. They also, in their proposal, wrote a lot about different student experiences. They referenced internships and opportunities for students to have on-the-job training and hands-on learning within their school. And they also, in their proposal, wrote about balanced technology use as a philosophy as their school, and really helping their high school students be able to approach life with a balanced use of technology. Some potential support needs that staff identified were, of course, we've spoken about it today. High school funding is a challenge, and especially as a small high school, that may be a place that some support is needed, especially with that lower beginning number of 250, and if they are under that max number, then that may be another place for some support needs. Additionally, with that funding challenge that comes with high school, comes the challenge of high school licensure and needing to have teachers that hold that proper licensure for those classes that the students will need to take. Another support need was just within the Waldorf model, there have been some challenges with the balance between Waldorf and public education, and how that aligns, as well as if there are schools that can feed into this within the middle of Utah Valley. There are some Waldorf schools. Are they going to be close enough? Will there be articulation agreements? What will that look like? So those may be support needs that staff can explore that the board may want to ask about today. And then also just as far as extracurriculars, we know that high school students, sometimes those extracurriculars become even more important than reading and writing and all the great things that happen in high school. And so, again, just will they have time and capacity to offer those for their students, and available funding to make sure that students feel like they have a high school experience that meets their needs. I've got their video ready as well, so I will get that pulled up.
While she's pulling it up, if Carol Ann and you and your board, if you'd like to come and sit up at the table on these chairs, and we're a little closer and you've got a mic, and we can have a conversation.
Hello. As board president for Azure Fields Charter High School, let me welcome you and introduce you to the vision of our school. Our mission states, Azure Fields Charter High School is a Waldorf-inspired school dedicated to preparing students for success in both career and life by cultivating their academic, artistic, and practical skills. We strive to awaken students to their unique individualities and a moral relationship with the world by developing the whole human being and its capacity for goodness, beauty, and truth. With a focus on individual growth and community engagement, we work to nurture compassionate and resilient individuals. Graduates emerge ready to lead with integrity, turn their ideas into meaningful actions, and make positive contributions to the fast-changing world they inherit. We are the result of the dedication and hard work of parents, teachers, and community members who share a passion for providing a unique and enriching educational experience. The name Azure Fields Charter High School was chosen to symbolize the vast potential and boundless opportunities our school can offer students and their families. Azure evokes a sense of open skies and endless possibilities, while Fields represents the fertile ground for growth and learning. Together, these elements capture the essence of our vision for a school where students can thrive and reach their fullest potential. At Azure Fields, we believe in hands-on, practical learning that integrates all aspects of humanity to achieve higher academic success. Our teachers prepare engaging, hands-on lessons that integrate academic learning with practical and social skills. They guide students through collaborative projects and career or technical-focused activities that require teamwork and collaboration, as well as higher levels of thinking and a pursuit for truth about themselves and our world. Teachers work closely with parents and community members who volunteer to supervise student work study, lead workshops, and assist with various school activities. Our program is designed to cultivate a sense of goodness, beauty, and truth within our students while nurturing the individuality and intellect of each one. We are service-oriented, and our students have many opportunities to work with their mentors in identifying needs and solving problems within the school and surrounding community. As Utah County's first career and technical education high school, we offer unique opportunities for students to gain real-world experience through integrated internships and campus work-study programs. This approach not only enhances academic achievement, but also fosters strong community connections. Our school stands out because of our commitment to providing a comprehensive education that goes beyond traditional academics. By choosing Azure Fields, students gain valuable life skills, career-focused training, and the chance to contribute meaningfully to their community. We aim to attract students who are eager to engage in hands-on learning and who want to graduate with extra credits and a robust portfolio of practical experience. As the board members of Azure Fields Charter High School, we are excited for you to join us on this journey.
Our school schedule is designed with the needs of high school students in mind. Our later start time allows students plenty of time to be ready for the day and arrive safely, especially in the unpredictable Utah winters. Students may also use the extra time in the morning for work-study hours or to get extra help or mentorship in the tutoring labs. Students will experience the core curriculum through 2-year tracks, which introduce the subjects in freshman and sophomore classes and deepen the understanding in the junior and senior years to better prepare them for advanced academics and higher education. The community garden, workshops for trades such as carpentry or mechanics, and art studios will provide students with rich, creative experiences and help them develop trade skills that will enrich their lives. Work-study opportunities will give students training in job skills such as following work schedules, showing up on time, and resolving issues with coworkers and supervisors. The work-study and internships will also help our students feel a greater sense of connection and belonging in our community.
At Azure Fields Charter High School, we are committed to providing a unique, holistic education that prepares students for success in all aspects of life. Our Waldorf-inspired approach, combined with a strong emphasis on career and technical education, sets us apart as a school dedicated to nurturing the whole human being. We are grateful for the opportunity to present our proposal to you today and share our vision for a school that cultivates goodness, beauty, and truth in every student and faculty member. The passion and dedication of our board members, parents, teachers, and community partners have brought us to this point, and we are excited about the potential to bring this innovative educational model to Utah County. As we move forward, we invite you to join us on this journey. Together, we can create a school that not only educates, but also inspires, empowers, and transforms the lives of our students. With your support, Azure Fields Charter High School can become a beacon of excellence, a place where students thrive, and a force for positive change in our community. Thank you for considering our proposal. We look forward for the opportunity to work with you and answer any questions you may have. Together, we can make the vision of Azure Fields Charter High School a reality, providing a brighter, more promising future for the students of Utah County.
Thank you so much. So our process today, of course, gives us an opportunity to get to know you, for you to know us. We're looking for opportunities, ideas of working together, and we'll ask some questions. We've each read the application, and now having had an opportunity to see the video, and we'll just ask clarifying questions, or in some cases say if you give some ideas to you as well. So that's what we're looking towards. But let's first start with, each introduce yourselves and your role on the board.
Do I just start talking? Okay.
Yeah, you just pull the mic towards you and then I'll go on. You'll see
Okay,
that red
perfect.
light. Yeah.
Okay, I'm Carol Gregory, and I came to know Waldorf education about 5 years ago, and so it's been a really exciting journey to see this unique way of seeing the whole individual, and the belief that if we are nurturing our children to be their highest human being, that then the teachers are doing that work as well. And that has just really resonated with me, and the more I learn about this philosophy and approach and connect with Waldorf educators throughout the world, I found a wonderful and supportive community, and we found a need in Utah County. We have 2 K-8 Waldorf elementary schools, and the families in those communities have been asking for a place for their students to go in high school that aligns with their educational goals for their children. And so it was that gesture that brought about this team of wonderful people. And so I've kind of helped organize and gather this group to do this work, and we're excited to join you in supporting the needs of these families.
I'm Chalice Maddox. I'm the vice president of the board. I have just really loved coming to Waldorf education and seeing that it puts into place and into practice all the things that I was taught as a teacher going through college, and how to integrate everything into the teaching experience for the student.
Hi, my name's Christian Swenson. I'm a voting member on the board. I worked at Mountain Sunrise Academy for a while, and I'm also an adjunct professor at both Brigham Young University and Utah Valley University. I have a long and extensive background in the theory of Waldorf education, and I can attest to its effectiveness in not only educating the child's head, but also their heart and hands, that it is a whole child education that invigorates not just the mind, but the body and the soul.
Thank you so much. All right, board members, I'll turn to all of you if anyone has some questions. Oh, so sorry, I just didn't, that's what happens when I don't turn around. So please, go ahead and introduce yourselves. Okay, that's great. That's your full board. Yeah, fabulous. I'm seeing Blair's name. I see a couple of other names. So one of you start. Maybe Blair, would you start?
Yes, hello. My name is Blair Watanabe, and I am the secretary on the board. I have 4 kids that go to the Waldorf K-8 school, Mountain Sunrise, and it's been a wonderful experience. Before I even had my kids go to Mountain Sunrise, I was homeschooling, and so I was incorporating Waldorf principles into my homeschool with my kids. And when the school was built, it was just perfect, and I want to see the Waldorf community grow within our area.
Thank you. Someone else?
My name is Micah Giles, excuse me, and I have 2 children that attend Mount Sunrise Academy. I'm sorry. And I have watched them thrive as they've attended school. They first attended public school, and as I took them to the private school, I watched them progress as they started using the Waldorf curriculum and learn life skills. And I would never take them back because they've just been thriving as they've been using as they've been incorporating their emotions and growing and making friends, and they've been living their whole lives. And I'm excited to take them to a high school where they would get to go and use these core skills and take them out into life. So,
Thank you. And others of you?
Hi, I'm Carrie Skippers. I am a parent and a voting member of the board. I came to be part of this board because I have 3 kids in a Waldorf school, and my oldest is in 8th grade right now. And I feel almost a desperate desire for him to be able to continue with Waldorf education and the model, because I can't even fully express how much my children have thrived in the Waldorf model. They absolutely love school. They love learning. They're thrilled that school starts next week. And I just see them in their daily lives just soaking up knowledge and exploring and just really thriving. There's not adequate words to express it. And there's such a need for a Waldorf high school in our area.
Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Dina Ross. I'll go. I am a parent and also a voting member of the board. I am also a member of a micro or a hybrid school, hybrid homeschool. I've homeschooled my 2 daughters in Waldorf from the beginning, and now I have a 7th grader, but they have been in a Honeycomb charter school, and they have been in that since they were, they have been in there for like now 3 years, and that has been a wonderful experience. And I'm excited to allow them to also experience a high school. We're in the need for a high school, very much so. And we are at a point that Waldorf is needed in this community for sure. And there's a lot of us that are in that space where our children are really close to needing that high school. And I'm sure there's some other children out there as well available that would benefit hugely in this situation.
And our last
Thank you.
board member.
Hi, I'm Tiffany. I'm the public relations representative for the board. I'm a Waldorf teacher, grades teacher currently. I'm also well immersed in both the charter school system here in Utah since moving here a few years ago, as well as the homeschool experience. And it's been really beautiful to see those communities working together, not only for pursuing this education model and collaborating and working together as teachers and community members, but also to kind of get this off the ground running as well, because there is a deep need for it. And to see groups working together for this common goal of bringing a high school experience to Utah Valley that, you know, also has this career and technical model is just, it's been amazing to be a part of, and I'm excited to see it.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Aha. Good. Those of you who have been waiting in the waiting room, welcome. Would you mind introducing yourselves to us? Either one of you. I'm seeing one with headphones. Would you introduce yourself to us?
Yes, I'm Sarah Archibald. I've been in contact with the Waldorf community for a while. I'm very passionate about Waldorf education, and I'm really looking forward to seeing the school come together. I don't know if there's any specific questions that you wanted people to answer in general. I just got on.
Yeah, right now, just an introduction, and it'll happen. The questions will come. Thanks.
Okay.
All right. And one last person. You may be muted. We've all been through the same thing, so we get it. We get it.
Hey, this is on brand. Waldorf schools are not high-tech schools.
No, balanced technology.
why don't you, Caroline, will you just introduce her for us?
This is Christelle Rose. She was a part of founding Mountain Sunrise Academy and was part of the reason that I found Waldorf Education. She's been a great support in learning from her previous experience in starting a charter school, and I feel very honored to be building on the backs of both Mountain Sunrise Academy and Wasatch Charter School and the things that they have learned process, as well as collaborating with them. They're really excited that they will be able to work with us in continuing this Waldorf model.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. That does it. There we go. All right. So I now will turn to the board and ask if there are any questions or concerns. Mr. Biesinger.
Thank you, Chair. I actually, before I have questions, I do want to make one, I don't think I need to disclose a conflict, but I do want to make a disclosure. In my career, my firm did work with Mountain Sunrise in helping them purchase their building. That transaction closed to my memory, but it was right before COVID, so 4 years ago. That shouldn't have any direct relationship here, other than I appreciate there's a lot of overlap on those boards, and I did work with Christelle as director of that school and enjoyed that time. I have interacted sometimes in the further past with Treeside, which is another Waldorf school, and our firm is actually, although not formally engaged, is dialoguing, and I anticipate being engaged by Wasatch Waldorf in Salt Lake County. So to the degree that there could be articulation agreements or anything like that between those schools that are all K through 8 in this school, I just want to make sure that I would disclose that. But I have no affiliation or financial interest in Azure.
Thank you so much. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, we appreciate it. We all do the same thing, try to be transparent as much as possible. So thank you so much. All right. Yeah. Member Spiker, you have?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much for being here and for all of you online and for such a robust board. There's definitely interest and passion. I think that your application and the video and even just your short comments today or your introductory comments, there's definitely a need with 2 K-8 Waldorf schools within the area. And I spent some time in the Montessori world, and I know that as a parent myself, at the end of 8th grade, we're all clamoring, please, no, don't make it end. And so I can really appreciate that. I was curious because just hearing from parents that are on the board and just some of the anecdotal information that was shared, have you all issued a formal survey? Do you have any concrete data points based on those 2 feeder schools of parents that say, of a 6th grade parent that says, oh yeah, when that high school opens, I'm on deck? I was curious if you have any real data. I mean, this is all great data, but you know what I mean, in terms of concrete data to share with us.
We as a body do not, we haven't taken that step yet. Mountain Sunrise Academy and their board discussions in the past couple of years has brought up this discussion quite a bit, and there was a lot of support and feedback, and I think they have more data that we could pull from, and the same in discussions with the administration in Wasatch. They've had similar surveys. We as a body haven't done that yet.
I would just recommend if the decision is, the vote is to move forward, I think that would be an excellent next step, just to validate the parental support that you're stating right now.
Yeah, particularly with any schools, even beyond that, who have, you think of that continuation of the Waldorf model. And it would be primarily, wouldn't be for current 8th graders or 7th, maybe 6th graders, would it? I'm thinking if this school was eventually approved by January, it would open 2000. Yeah. So it'd be like current 6th graders. Yeah, 6th graders who have the potential of moving. So current 7th and 8th graders, the school couldn't open in time, even if everything was approved through this process, right? So looking at the enrollment at that grade level will give you some good numbers. And you have decided numbers. You've looked at 250, 375, 500 moving up. Tell us how you came up with those numbers. Nope. You'll know if the red light goes on, Carol Ann. Turned on a light up here. Okay, that'll be great.
Okay. So going back to that question with the numbers, looking at the enrollment of Mountain Sunrise Academy in Wasatch, with Mountain Sunrise Academy, if they maintain a cohort of 8th graders through 8th grade, they potentially have 60 students coming out of that school that would potentially feed into us. And then the 120-25 would allow for 50% from a Waldorf school and 50% from the community, so that we have a nice balance. We believe that this model isn't just for students that have already found Waldorf, but we can meet the needs of other students in Utah County that are seeking for career and technical training.
Okay. All right. Okay. Of course, that is the question, right? Because we don't want you. It's very important that you've done that market study, and that you know what your potential enrollment, kind of a good, even a very conservative enrollment might be, because otherwise you put yourself in a financial situation that you won't succeed in. So our experiences in trying to help is to make sure the school has numbers that are credible, that will support the work that you're doing, so you don't get into the situation, have it difficult. So part of that would be
Or piece that we've also considered, we are looking at very seriously considering a 9 a.m. or 9:30 a.m. start time, which would provide students that are up in the Salt Lake County easier access to come down and join us. So that is also a figure in that too, of that we're not excluding them in building farther south.
Yeah, not excluding, but you also want to survey to say, even if we're not excluding you, would you make that journey around the point of the mountain and come? And you also survey the community to do that market research and say, is this something that you would support even though your children haven't been involved in the Waldorf school? It may be other charters, it may be other public, private schools in the area that you'd say is this something that you would support, so that you know you've got really solid numbers. If you're to move forward, that's what I would look for, is that you've done that research and you have that support relative to numbers. It makes a big difference to us, because then we know that the potential is there for you to market to those students and have an enrollment that's going to allow you to meet your financial goals. All right, I jumped in just because it connected. I usually wait.
I want to actually connect with something you said, which is why I'm jumping at this point as well. I agree with everything Chair Bowles has said, but I'm also concerned. I have just a few questions, but one's related directly to his numbers question, and that is your first year at 250. You may be aware of research that's been done by Brian Carpenter. It's national research on charters, and one of the things that he looked at as he looked at charters that did not succeed, right, or that have started up, seemed to be doing well and sort of fizzled, that it was very, very difficult, and I would say this would even more accurate a reflection of a high school even than a K through 8, that it's very difficult to survive financially, particularly as a brick and mortar school. I know you have a blended block schedule. I kind of want to see how that relates, if that means you can have a smaller building or whatever, but relative to your enrollment. But it's very hard in a brick and mortar building, even a K through 8, to survive with under 300 students. That's actually a huge red flag. So while we certainly don't want you to overestimate your enrollment, we don't want that. That's a problem too. But starting out at under 300 is also a red flag for us. If you don't really think you're going to have that many students and you're going into a building, instead of sort of hybrid or online or something. So talk to me about, and then of course high school is more expensive anyway. So as I'm thinking about these things all connected, the numbers, 250 has me worried. Maybe the blended block schedule is, takes some of the need for square footage down and is more manageable with a lower number. Would you address, and then I guess unless you have an outrageously advantageous building arrangement, someone's giving you half a building for free or something, or an outrageous, part of it is, isn't rented. I don't know, but what are you thinking in terms of a business plan here that would allow you to run a high school with 250 students?
That's an excellent question.
Maybe just as you go forward, if you're allowed to go forward by this board for the full application, that might be something to elaborate on, because if we get to that final stage of approval and that isn't clarified, that will give us pause.
Absolutely. The numbers too is a part of the cohorts, and I think we could possibly add an extra cohort if we needed to get 2 numbers. I don't know, can I jump a little bit in and I think cover one of your other questions with the blended block, kind of a vision of what we're working with. It's been a lot of grappling, and we've worked very hard on taking multiple pieces and putting them together. And so a lot of the traditional Waldorf models will have students taking 1 quarter credit of the core classes every year in a high school. And I recognize that's not going to meet the needs of our students in Utah with the transients in and out of those schools. So we're looking at introductory and deepening courses. And so that blended block is a semester condensed into a quarter, and taking their freshman and junior credits in 1 year as an introductory course, and then coming back to deepen that later. So they still have enough credits if they transfer to another school that they're not credit deficient, but they're still maintaining this rhythm of you need to introduce something, let it sit and let the person integrate that, and then come back and deepen it to be ready for higher academics. And so in just kind of thinking about teacher staffing and having cohorts that would go through that kind of model, in addition to work-study programs, and making sure that we would have enough work opportunities for each of the students. So those were all kind of considered in the numbers, and then we still obviously have some work to do on teasing out all of the details in the business model and the numbers of how that is going to work. So hopefully that gave you some more information.
It does.
Okay.
And again, I would just say that would be an area to sort of flesh out if you move on to the full application. I want to state that I think it's very exciting, potentially for the State Charter School Board's portfolio to have a Waldorf high school in it, so that intrigues me. There are 2 questions I have that I'm going to state and then leave it to you to answer, or if you aren't able to at this time, just know that I think those would be areas that, were you asked to submit a full application, you could elaborate on. So the first of these is, these gave me a little bit of heartburn, and that's why I'm bringing them up. So the first is whether or not there's a model Waldorf school, even if it's middle school, that kind of combines a CCA or a CTE component, or if there's some similar model that you're basing that career-oriented training and agriculture and work study and the Waldorf is great for interdisciplinary learning and holistic approach already, and SEL, but that career-oriented training in agriculture and work study is very high school, right? And it seems unprecedented with Waldorf, so I would definitely want that to be fleshed out. And then the one other thing that worried me is that the teachers will develop their own curriculum in PLCs. Now, I think it's great for teachers to develop curriculum in PLCs, but when you're starting a new school, you have to have that before there are teachers hired and before there are PLCs. So maybe explaining how you will start and with what curriculum, because Waldorf doesn't have that for high school, right? You're going to kind of extend that. Is that correct? Or is there a foundational?
There are lots of Waldorf high schools throughout the world, and at the high school level, there's not a set curriculum.
That's what I understood.
It's
Yeah.
it's more of the approach of the children, and they don't differ very much in their bringing the curriculum to the children in the high school level. So a little bit in Waldorf, the developmental stages of the children is very important. And when they reach the high school level through college, they're in a thinking development stage, which is what most of the traditional schools are teaching at. And so a lot of that is in line with, it'll look a lot more similar to a traditional high school in that regard than the K-8 model that seems to differ so greatly.
Okay, I would love to see that detailed as well in any kind of a full application.
I'll add to that, you're also encouraging concurrent enrollment, which is a whole other level, right? That's another piece. So you've got to not only have the right brick and mortar setting to have all of those kinds of facilities and technical equipment and other kinds of things in place. You also have to have the right teachers, because to be approved by a university to award concurrent enrollment on their behalf, they usually need master's level teachers, right, in those particular topics. And if you have a curriculum, you're going to have to try to gather enough students to have a calculus concurrent enrollment course or statistics or whatever it might be. Yeah. So that's another level. You indicated you're thinking, at least in your application I read, you're thinking of Provo, but is that just meaning Utah County, or are you thinking specifically within the Provo city boundaries for the school?
So we would like to explore the possibility of looking at some of the recent schools, public schools that have been closed, and seeing if we can work a deal to
Alpine, you mentioned that.
To acquire a school site. So that gives us a lot of benefits. Our enrollment would be less than any of the Alpine School District schools, so we would have plenty of space to expand our program. It's already zoned as a school. Many of these communities want schools in their communities still. So we're working on that process. We're not very far in that process, but that's what we're thinking as far as a building site.
Right. And would be a closer connection with the current K-8 Waldorf schools, right? So not as far of a commute. That was one of my questions too. If it's that far south, you have the schools that you're looking at, that kind of ties them down. You haven't yet had maybe any conversations with Alpine School District relative
Still
to
working
that.
on that.
Okay, all right. Additional questions from some Member Cisneros?
I'm actually just going to apologize that it's not a question, but I am intrigued, and I'm intrigued and curious enough, and I hear a lot of the other people that's what lends itself to saying yes at this level. However, I'm gonna leave it to you guys to solve the problems. But I do want to put a little bit of an editorial on here. And they were my thoughts as I was reading through the application. I applaud wanting to change and do things differently for the good of students and especially older kids and their future and what's going on. I have no problem with circles going in square or square pegs in circles, whatever that idiom is. However, having said that, things do not happen in a vacuum. There's a reason why things are what they are. I will tell you from personal experience, there's a reason why schools and high schools start early and get out early, and it's because of the students. The students don't want what's best for them, no matter what we do. I will tell you, and bless your heart, mama of the 8th grader, buckle your seatbelt. I'm sending my youngest off to college. They listen to you up until about 9th grade. And so I would encourage you, as you do your focus groups in your surveys, that it is student-focused surveys, that it is high school focus, not 8th and 9th grade and 7th grade, but you survey current high schoolers. My youngest, I couldn't convince him to come to my school, and we're a top 10 in the state every single year. So
you can want what's best for them, and you just find out it's not worth the fight. So I would really, really encourage you to focus group with students, and I would highly encourage you, because as I read through your guys' background, you have tons of Waldorf experience, little to no high school experience. And it is a different game. The whole thing is different from a state standpoint, from a population, from a parents, from an everything is different. I would encourage you to get a high school administrator as a consultant. It can't be me, sorry, otherwise I'd be happy to do it. But just to bounce your ideas off, like, will that work with standards? Will that work if a kid starts with us at 9 and goes off to 10 to 12? Will I create problems for them? Can I get a credit under this? How do I hire teachers, et cetera, et cetera? And then I would caution you, we want to do it all, but the more that we start trying to do it all, that's when we end up with problems. CTE is extremely expensive on top of high school. There is a reason why we do not have CTE high schools. They are extremely expensive and they typically don't work well. The large comprehensive high schools do CTE really, really well. And so there's again, things don't happen in a vacuum, right? There's a reason why a lot of these things over the last 25 years have landed the way that they land. So as you work through all of these things, find a high school elbow partner to work through some of these problems with. You cannot do a 250 student CTE high school if you plan to pay people. So just that's a caution.
It is hard. It's a numbers game, right? Because you have to have teachers certified in specific areas, but can you afford that teacher if they're only teaching one class for one piece, or how would you work that out? So there are a lot of other kinds of concerns that come at that high school level. Additional questions from board members? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to echo, I think what you're gathering is a theme. And I'll just speak for myself. I am also extremely intrigued and probably in full disclosure find myself rooting for this application, just in the sense that I think it adds to, I think that the Waldorf model has been validated in Utah. I can appreciate a student's and a family's perspective of you start on this trajectory and you want to see it through those upper grades. So I think all of that's great. I also would echo, I think, some of the themes from the board members here. I'll just point to a couple of just quick, this will almost be anecdotal, but these are just a few, thoughts. There are some excellent high schools in the charter school space. Itinerus is a best of breed school from my perspective. Their enrollment is about 300 kids, maybe just above that. Beehive, and science and technology, similar. Just an excellent school from an academic perspective. Best of breed, recognized nationally on many fronts. Also about that same high school enrollment. UCAS, Utah County Academy of Science, another just really top performing school by so many metrics. I think their numbers are a little bigger, and they're not quite, that's not an apples to, that's an oranges and apples or crab apples to apples. But, and one of you has Pioneer, you do. So I don't need to tell you about, Pioneer High School.
No, you don't.
A wonderful program. I did not get to know them personally, but, I think that maybe at least from a great distance just came to not enough folks eat at the diner we opened up. Yes. And that really is just kind of I think perhaps the concern, right? And it's not something that's not it's not overcomable, but it, in the spectrum of education, from an investment standpoint, the high school space is the risky part. Because as you've heard, a second grader is going to go wherever they're told to go. Mm-hmm. But a high schooler, that's a much different, set of fact patterns. And now I would like to believe that there is a demand for this enough to be sustainable, but I will say the Waldorf offering is pretty nichey, and to be a high school offering on top of nichey is really nichey. So I like this perspective of being able to pull maybe kids that aren't coming from this background and introduce it to them. I think it's a great way to go. I kind of want to ask how many of you knit, because I think that's pretty cool. Those of you that know Waldorf will know that was kind of an attempt at a joke. But yeah, I think that in your application, if it's not clear, I just want to also iterate that, there just really has to be a very strong analysis done to defend the high school space. And it's nothing against your group. I think it's just a known out there in the charter school space that high schools are the risky end of the enrollment spectrum. Now, I will also just give you a perspective, though. I appreciate Vice Chair Phillips' comment on numbers. I agree with those. I think it takes at least 300 kids to make that work. However, if you have one, and I'll use the term step-in year, so I can also appreciate you want to start 9 to 10 to develop a culture. It's hard to pull juniors and seniors for different reasons we don't have to talk about. And that can be a challenge to culture. But if you knew you were going to be 250 in year one, and you knew you could go to 300 something by year two, I think financially there are ways to make that step in year work. So I wouldn't view just year one being under 300 as a fatal flaw. But I do echo the idea that you've got to model up to get probably at least well into the 300s to have just kind of a viability to long-term sustainability. So now, I do want to ask a question, because along with Waldorf, you had mentioned other components of your program, especially, and now I'm not going to find it, sorry. I've got to just scan through my notes. I apologize here. Give me just a second. Career and technical trade certificates. So you're kind of layering on to Waldorf, and I'd love to hear more about this in a more thorough application. But you describe that, and I think and I can't find the phrase here. I won't take any more time, but I think you even use the term every student will have some sort of apprenticeship or internship. Can you all just speak to that and how you came to that? And does that relate to Waldorf? I guess I'm just not familiar with Waldorf in the older grades, or does that come from another component that you're layering in? I would like to hear about that, because I did think it was interesting and would be helpful. Thank you.
Yeah. So a little bit of my personal background comes into this. The undergraduate college that I went to is College of the Ozarks, and it's a little school in Branson, Missouri that has an extensive work-study program. I paid 0 cents towards my tuition while I was in my undergraduate studies. We worked on campus. They started as a high school, a boarding high school in Missouri, where it was so rural that the students had the only option for higher education was a boarding school, and they were too poor to do it. So if they wanted food to eat, they had to grow it, and if they wanted a place to live, they had to build it. And so my experience at that school, I feel like it's super important, and I've taught junior high and high school. I'm going into my 16th, 17th year in education, and so I really do love the high school students, and I see a need in many of the students that I've worked with to engage in meaningful work. I think that's lacking a lot in our current society, that they don't have as many opportunities for that. And so the work-study program, it does tie into the core beliefs and principles of Waldorf education in nurturing the whole human being and being prepared for a practical life and being able to be a little bit self-sufficient. The more you know, the more you can do. So maybe I don't professionally knit in the future, but the skills that I learn in learning a hard thing, in the dexterity of learning how to do that hard thing, and seeing a project through from start to finish or creating my own patterns, all of those translate to other skills later in life. Then at the high school level, we're deepening that idea of practical living and stewardship over the world around us and being able to contribute to our community. So while we've kind of pulled out some of these things to highlight a little bit more, that it still really weaves in with the underlying philosophies of the Waldorf principles that we believe about the human being and the communities that we go into. And so then that work study piece is kind of blending different backgrounds and experiences and being able to allow the children to feel like a meaningful part of the community. At the freshman and sophomore level, it could be community service around the school for an hour a week. You have a work study supervisor, you meet with them, they talk to you about clocking in and clocking out and basic job skills and how to do your job well. And then I would love to see at the upper levels extensive tutoring opportunities for them as they go deeper into their skills and are able to give back to the younger students in being able to offer their help. And so then they're embracing each other as, oh, I'm coming to you for math tutoring, but you're coming to me for history, or you're coming to me for small engine help and whatever it is in the school. And that kind of enfolds and builds that sense of community and gives them practical skills that they can go into as they leave our school.
Thank you. I've just got one other question. And you've, it was referenced by one of you, but you referenced your academic day will run from 9 a.m. to 4:30. I kind of like variability. Quite frankly, as a parent of 5 kids that have graduated high school so far, some of them barely graduated. If it would have started at 9, they would have been a lot better off, right? And successful people have to learn to get up early. So, you know, there's both sides of this coin. But I'm just curious because I do think you anticipate on a commuting student body. You run up against kind of rush hour traffic and safety issues with families. And you know, I don't know about how you've thought through that, but if you have, I'd like to hear it. And to the degree that you could share that in a more thorough application. The other thing about the 4:30 side is that runs perhaps into a traditional high school aged person's, you know, kind of after school life. So again, I don't know if that represents a trade-off to going to that school or if it doesn't, but it did kind of catch my eye. And I'm not saying it's a con, but it is different. And I just would like to see how you would articulate as much research as you can and kind of information from your prospective student body on that timing. And maybe you can share something today and maybe you would come back with that. But I think it's interesting. I think there could be some positives, but I do think there could be some headwinds with those times with a few things that at least came to my own mind.
Thank you. Additional comments from the board? All right. So I think you've heard what our questions are, concerns. Sorry. Yeah, please, go ahead.
I just had an answer to that last question. The research is pretty clear that in teens, their melatonin levels don't raise until about 10:30 or 11. And so they're not sleepy before that time. And we've seen in our lives a lot of us teens who are waking up at 5 a.m. And everyone knows that it's really hard to get a teenager to go to sleep on time, to go to sleep early. They don't want to, they'll fight you, right? And we know that in the population that we are targeting towards, many of these students are interested in early morning release time for religious seminary. And in watching the kids, the teenagers in my life around me, that means if they're doing that before a traditional school start time, that early morning release time is starting at 5:30 in the morning or 6 in the morning. And that is too early for a teenage body, for teenage circadian rhythms. And so that kind of explains the reason why we have the idea for the 9 a.m. start time. Also, when you have teenage drivers, you want to give them plenty of time to get where they need to go.
Yeah, thank you. And I think Mr. Biesinger knows that. His question was more about that then means that there's more time taken from the afternoon, because somewhere that's a sliding scale, and I think we get that. Having been parents, we all know what you're saying is accurate. So it's just,
Well,
it's a balance.
Sorry, I had also another, just some information about the after-school activities. With Waldorf education, because the curriculum is so full and so encompassing, the kids are doing a lot of their extracurricular activities during their school day. At least with my children, we don't do a lot of extracurricular activities because we believe that kids should have downtime. And because their school curriculum is so full, they don't feel the need for that. And so I imagine that would happen with our high school students as well. They would not need to add extra onto their school day because they'll feel so fulfilled. I mean, there will be things, obviously, that additionally, but there's less to fit in after school because school is so encompassing.
Thank you for that perspective. And that, therefore, that's why we say it'd be really good for you to have a good market study. That you're talking to kids, saying, what is it that would work? What would bring you here? Why would you want to attend here as opposed to another school? Because they make choices for other reasons, for friends, for a particular band program at one place, for something else going on other places that they want to be a part of. And so that's why it's really good, because, you know, and you're not expecting to attract every student in the valley, but you want enough to make your school viable, right? So that's why those numbers are really important. We as educators sometimes are pretty good about thinking through our curriculum, but we don't always do the good financial, the numbers pieces that we really need to do when we're running a school. It's a whole other aspect to that work. So what I heard was a good study, look at your numbers, justify that those numbers are accurate, but know that you're going to have a minimum number in order to accomplish all the kinds of things you really want to accomplish in that school. There's so much, honestly, even I'll talk curriculum, so much you're wanting to do. It almost makes my head swim that there's so much that you would want to try to hold on to. And I always want to make sure, and you've really built in, and I appreciate that, thinking about academic aspects too, and that's so important, knowing to have certified folks, making sure all those pieces are there. I think I was the only member of this board who voted against Mountain Sunrise when it was proposed here. Now the others, my colleagues, can say, ha ha ha, see, it's turned out to be a good school. And so, but my reason was I felt like it didn't have enough academic purpose. And I think you've tried to connect that more, make sure that that's in place. So kids who have a good, strong academics, that they're prepared for life beyond high school, but also that you'll be viable to do that you know that that's possible and what are folks looking for. So I think those are the themes I primarily heard. You may have picked up, there may be some more among that if you've had notes, and I know that Ms. Stephenson will help you as well with some of those should you be moved to the next step in the process. Any last thoughts that you want to share before you conclude?
We just really want to thank you for this opportunity. It has been really humbling for me to join this community. I've been passionate about education my whole life and come from a family of strong educators. And so I'm really excited to be a part of this process. And I appreciate all of the support that I've had from the State Charter Board throughout this process. So again, just really thank you for hearing our proposal and giving us this excellent feedback so that hopefully we can be successful.
Thank you. Thank you. And we appreciate that you were here with a full board that says that people really care, that you have a team of people who really are on board to make this work. And that's very impressive to us as well. That shouldn't go unnoticed. So we appreciate all of your time, that you all were here and stuck with us through the discussion, and that you were ready to answer, respond to questions, and that you did do that. And so we really appreciate it. And that's really good. So that's really good. And I love that Carol Ann is here, because I have to tell you, she was one of my my master's degree students. And so in leadership and organizations, HR, so I was really, it's good to see
It's good to see you.
folks are doing good work beyond that time too, so.
I was so inspired.
What? Yeah, they're doing the work that they wanted to do, so that's exciting. So, thank you all. We appreciate you being here. Thanks.
You guys.
That's not bad. You can have a little break, and then as soon as custom class is ready, we'll continue, because I'm sure they wouldn't mind adjourning
So maybe just 5
sooner
minutes?
than later. Are all of you folks here? Everybody's here? So you wouldn't mind if we just took a 5-minute break and started early, because you're here? All right. We want to be true to the time if you had folks waiting to join. Otherwise, we'll start. In fact, if you'd like to, you can move up to these chairs and we'll be ready to go as folks come back in. Motion is lotion, Stephanie.
Testing.
Most high school grade band that we've seen in a cycle, isn't it? It's crazy. Either that means there is starting to be a demand or folks are thinking there's a hole there, but.
Cool. Tried it out, yep. Oh, it's working?
They just don't know how hard those grades are.
Testing, testing.
Yeah,
I wouldn't remember that.
Yeah.
Everyone's got to understand
It's
that
totally-
these days, there's, we've all had to deal with technology, so.
You're right.
And it's gonna continue.
It will.
It's not, it's okay.
Yeah. Hey, I've enjoyed this. I haven't been a part of this yet, so to see and learn and.
Yeah, it's a long haul. One more today, and how many do we have tomorrow?
More tomorrow. We'll pick
Two
up.
more? Yeah. So it's fun. Caroline was one of my students.
She's really a.
And one who's presenting tomorrow was one of my students.
Really?
Two applications from my students. That's great, huh?
I love that. That must be very gratifying.
Wendy Allman, who's presenting tomorrow.
This one is so gracious.
Caroline, she is sharp.
Very. Yeah. Yeah. I like her demeanor. It's just. She's just like gracious. I can't think of another positive.
All right. Take your time. Motion is lotion.
I had a ski accident, so this is my first time back after ACL surgery. Yeah. So
I'm making her walk every break. She's got to walk.
So it's good though. It's good. Okay.
Physical therapist.
That's right.
Cindy, the physical therapist.
You're walking. You're moving your
All
knee.
right. Okay. We've had a productive day, some tech issues at the first of the day. We're glad we're even a little bit ahead so that we can offer potentially to you that you'll even finish a little bit ahead and can enjoy more of your evening. So thank you for being with us. We're happy to have you here. Everyone, turn to your notes on custom class, and that's the next school we'll consider, and Ms. Stephenson will start us off.
All right, thank you, Chair. So I am happy to introduce our last proposal of the day. This is Custom Class Charter School. And as far as their technical components, this is an online customized education is the model that they are proposing. This would be a statewide online school serving students in grades K through 12. In their proposal, they would like to start out serving 400 students and then scaling up to 1,500 students. They are not seeking any waivers, and it is a 5-member board. As far as the staff review, some potential portfolio enhancements that we identified were that this school is a model that was really written around Utah's Portrait of a Graduate, and a lot of information was included about Portrait of a Graduate, as well as board member expertise around involvement with the creation of the Utah Portrait of a Graduate system. Also, as another portfolio enhancement, this school really was able to articulate a lot about customized choices, not only with curriculum, but also with scheduling and the ways that students are going to learn at their school. They also talked about a lot of competency-based options for students, including some college credits and even possible degrees that students could earn while in high school, earning a college degree while they are there. Again, I mentioned the board member expertise. The board members have been very involved in some of the work that USBE has done with Portrait of a Graduate and some of the innovative competency-based projects and initiatives that have come out of the State Board of Education. And another portfolio enhancement that staff identified was that this specific proposal was able to address special populations and how they would work to meet the needs of those students as well in a more thorough way than some of our other proposals did. As far as potential support needs, of course, with customization, there comes challenges in meeting all of those different needs. And so that was something that staff saw that just as they are working through how to provide all of those different options to different students throughout the state of Utah, that may be a spot that they would need some staff support there.
They also, as they address those partnerships with different universities and with different communities, they may need help just navigating or managing some of those partnerships or introductions there. So that's another place that support could be beneficial. Competency-based, that is something that is still in somewhat development. I think we're 3 or 4 cohorts in with the State Board of Education. And so again, just as the state continues to learn and lean into competency-based education, another place that support could be provided. And then as we've addressed with some of our other proposals today, just that scaling up to a number in 1,500 students is a large school, and just making sure that they have the space and the expertise to be able to do that successfully at that high capacity of students. I've got their video ready, so I'll pull that up and then I will turn it back to you.
Today's education system assumes meaningful learning happens only at a place called school. Children learn best with their same-age peers, and every child should learn the same content at the same pace. Standardized exams are the best way to know if a child is smart, and that system often leaves children bored, disengaged, depressed, anxious, and focusing on checking off boxes that aren't meaningful to them. It leaves parents frustrated, unsure how to support their kids, and focused on the narrow definition of success, and causes teachers to feel burnt out, exhausted, under-supported, and under-resourced. It doesn't have to be this way. At Custom Class, we want to create a transformed future for education that connects learners to their goals, their interests, and their communities. In this vision, students demonstrate what they know in a variety of ways to meet outcomes for academic and life skills. They earn college credits to earn up to their bachelor's degree through demonstrated competency, and they benefit from the support of community partnerships to help them develop these skills, both virtually and in field sites, as well as customized support such as flexible school terms and family service centers and learning hubs, makerspaces. In this future, we must acknowledge that learning lives everywhere, at recreation centers, parks, museums and office buildings, community gardens and theaters, churches, homes, transformed schools. Children and young people move through this ecosystem according to their unique learning journeys and in appropriate ways to their stage of development and maturity. In this way, young people are finding community and belonging and building their social capital, discovering what lights them up, contributing their gifts to real community challenges, and developing competency in math, language, history, and science. This vision of education may be radically different than what exists today, but it is not radical. Our board is unified in providing meaningful and personalized education opportunities for all children that help them connect with their community and build the skills that will help them throughout their life by leveraging the resources in their community, such as business owners and community partners, their parents and families and peers, in addition to educators. Let's check in with one of our educators, Mr. Rami. He's also a father of 3 and a serious drummer. In the morning, he loves to check in with his students who have come into the local learning hub. During this time, Mr. Rami supports them in developing their learning plans for how to meet their next learning goals by sharing evidence that meets the success criteria. Mr. Rami works with our community liaisons to brainstorm and coordinate internships, apprenticeships, job shadowing opportunities. It all matches learners' interests. One in particular loves playing the clarinet, so they're exploring potential performance opportunities for them. In the Learning Hub, Mr. Rami checks in with a couple of his advisees who are working with a group of young learners from across the city. They're developing a mobile application to motivate individuals to reduce plastic waste. After his visit, Mr. Rami steps into his office. Mr. Rami dedicates his afternoons to family check-ins. Today, he learned that one family is traveling to India soon, so Mr. Rami helped brainstorm ways for their learner to document the experience. Another family is looking to adjust their child's schedule to take the next term off as one parent will be having major surgery. He reflects on his day and smiles at the new opportunities and challenges every day brings with young people and the families he serves. His young people are learning and growing and changing, and so is he. Now meet Dea, an elementary learner who's fascinated with ants. Dea begins each day at her home base where she works with neighbors just a short distance from her house. A few weeks ago, her parents introduced Dea and others to the role empathy plays in developing leadership. Ever since, Dea's been practicing empathy by checking in with her peers each morning to see how they and their families are doing. Later, Dea hops in a carpool van and heads to a learning hub at the YMCA, where she's enrolled in a civics program for young people. It's Dea's third year in that program, which means she gets to co-facilitate learning sessions for the youngest participants. Her favorite topic is community service. She spent time planting flowers at the community park, working the concession stand at Special Olympics sporting events, and helping her elderly neighbor with her groceries each week. The next day, Dea heads off to her favorite activity, a nature program with local university grad students. One of the students calls Dea over to check out the ant farm he's been taking care of. The queen ant laid eggs over the weekend. Excitedly, Dea reaches into her backpack to show him the picture book she's been working on to meet her writing goals. She's writing and illustrating a story about an ant community and can't wait to add a chapter about the queen ant babies. Let's check in with Lee, a middle schooler who loves architecture and ancient history. Lee's chatting with his dad about what he wants to do when he grows up. Should he go to college, enroll in a year-long architecture fellowship in Rome, or take an entry-level job at his aunt's architecture firm? His advisor encourages Lee to take on a personal finance project to assess the costs and benefits of each opportunity. Lee likes this idea and establishes a 4-week deadline to complete the project and make a decision. Lee is excited about what his future holds as he grows up and ultimately leaves his home for new adventures in service and learning. He heads off to a field site where he's shadowing his aunt at her architecture firm. The team is brainstorming ideas today for the rooftop terrace of an apartment complex. Lee records the meeting minutes and writes down questions he wants to follow up with his aunt later. Afterward, Lee chats with two of the firm's architects about his personal finance project. During the conversation, the idea of roommates comes out. Lee had never thought about how living with roommates could ease his financial burden and help him feel less isolated. Later, Lee heads to the Learning Hub in Makerspace. There, Lee has a session booked in the virtual reality room, where he's been exploring the architecture and reconstruction of ancient Mesopotamian ruins. Reflecting on the brainstorming meeting at his aunt's work, Lee chooses to explore the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. The gardens prove to be a great source of inspiration for Lee, and he notes some ideas he wants to bring to the firm during his job shadow. As a lifelong learner, Lee knows he's most happy when he follows his curiosities. Meet Marco, a high school student working on his custom learning plan, which includes setting his goals for his internship with a local ceramics artist. An interest that sparked for Marco after doing some family history and learning his great-grandfather made black pottery called Ceramica Negra for over 40 years in Nicaragua. Marco and his advisor signed the form and uploaded to his project portfolio, where his internship host will be able to sign off on the plan as well. Marco's plan also includes enrolling in college-level virtual marine biology courses. Given the courses online, Marco hangs out at his home base for an extra hour to meet his peers who are already taking the class and look forward to learning from the professor. After the session ends, Marco leaves his home base and heads to the soccer park, where he practices with his team 3 days a week. Marco is working on his collaboration and wellness goals with his soccer coach. Other students pick goals to work on with their sports teams, individual sports, recreation opportunities, or even service opportunities. And now it's time to go to his internship. Marco is greeted by a ceramics mentor who welcomes Marco with his very own monogrammed apron. The two are just getting to know each other, and Marco is anxious to get to work right away. The first critical step is making and preparing the clay. There are several steps, and the work is very physical. Marco's mentor is really looking forward to having an extra pair of hands to help out in the studio. It will help so much with his ability to meet the demand for upcoming craft fairs. Before Marco leaves his internship, he snaps a picture of the clay-making instructions and reviews his notes, as well as his learning goals, and can't wait to talk about his day with his parents. Finally, meet Krista, a nursery owner who has been providing indoor and outdoor plants and flowers for the community over 2 decades. Krista has always been interested in sharing her knowledge with young people in her community, but in the past has struggled finding enough support to make it happen while managing the day-to-day of her business. That all changed when Krista met with a community liaison to create her mentor profile, listing the areas of expertise she had as a business owner and as a plant lover, and how many young people she would be interested in mentoring at one time. Once her profile was complete, the liaison did the rest, and 2 weeks later, 4 young people were matched to intern with Krista for the spring and summer. Olivia and Tanner were specifically interested in the business side of the nursery, and Marta and Jack were more interested in the care of plants and flowers and garden design. The liaison ran Krista through an orientation for the first-time internship hosts, and then connected her to the Werner's advisors. Krista felt ready to welcome the young people on board. Throughout the spring and into the summer, Krista had a blast showing the young learners which plants need water daily and which only need to drink once a week, how to factor in the costs of operating the nursery, like utilities and staff wages, into the pricing of plants, and sharing stories about the history of the business, including the day her father passed the business down to Krista. The interns provided Krista with much-needed support in helping customers, restocking shelves, and maintaining the plants. These are just a few possibilities of customized, community-centered education that will come to life with Custom Class.
Very nice video. Would you each introduce yourselves this time we have now to get to know each other a little better, and so we know who we're working with today and your position?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're excited to be here. My name's Corey Henwood, and I serve as the board chair for our charter. I'm currently also the innovation director at Iron County School District, where I oversee some of these innovations that are coming to life within our district, including the founding of Wanch High School, a personalized competency-based high school, and Iron Online, which serves over 5,000 students in our state. And so it's provided me a unique perspective on how to develop a program like this that is going to be customized enough to fit the needs and wants and desires of those who already sit in this space currently. And we've brought with us, of course, our other board members who fit a diverse set of criteria that we need to help round out the founding of a charter school, from former charter school experience, research, healthcare, and finance, as well as connection with community and the trades and marketing. So I'll let them introduce themselves.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Matthew Medioni. I'm really happy to be here. Appreciate your guys' time. My background is in medical research, so I've worked for the past 16 years either while enrolled at a university or with a university or for universities. I have some experience in the past working with charter schools. I was a non-parent board member for 6 years and the board chair for about a year and a half for a charter school down in St. George, Utah. And I'm just really motivated and enthusiastic about creating new opportunities for children to learn. Charter schools aren't something that I grew up with. I was fortunate enough to be good at school and be motivated enough to want to be at school, and a lot of my peers and friends weren't. And I just feel very strongly that some of the curriculum that we can provide here with the customization and the involvement with the community can really help increase engagement and make school a place that people want to go to. So appreciate your time. I don't know if I mentioned, but I'm the vice chair.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, board. Thanks for having us. My name's Cody Salpaw. I moved to St. George about 20 years ago, so I've been there quite some time. I graduated from Utah Tech when it was still called Dixie State College with a degree in business and finance. In 2012, in 2013, I started my business, and I've networked throughout the community, so I've got tons of connections with local business owners in every single industry. So I've worked really closely with Business Networking International, Corporate Alliance, Chamber of Commerce, you name it. And I'm also a father, so I have a 10-year-old that's going into 4th grade this year. So on Monday he'll be in there. And yeah, thanks for having us. We really appreciate your time and glad I can help out.
Thank you so much.
And thanks again for having us. Really appreciate it. My name's Tommy Rupp. I'm a board member here with our charter, and I have spent the last 14 years in finance. I'm currently a mortgage underwriter for Cardinal Financial. And essentially, my primary role with the charter would be to not only oversee the financials of it to make sure we're sustainable and set up for longevity, but also introducing a custom class for financial literacy, the tools that we use for financial processes, and the technological advancements that go along with some of those processes, not only to help the students understand those things, but also protect themselves from the potential security risks that do come with that technological advantage. And just thank you for making your time open for us. We really appreciate it.
And thank you for joining us today so we can have a conversation as we're considering your proposal. So we've all read the application, now seeing the video and a little review from our staff. We're open board now for any questions or clarifications you might have that you could ask these folks. Anyone who would like to begin? Yeah. That we all wait for each other. It's not that we don't have things to say, because we all have lots to say. It's just that we all try to be polite and wait for someone else. So
Watching their body language.
I know. So I'll have Vice Chair Phillips start, and the rest of you can, then we can move forward.
Thank you so much for bringing this proposal to us. It's exciting. There are some things that I would love to hear more about, and I'm going to list what some of those are. It doesn't have to be today. If you're invited to a full application, that would be the place to do that. But one of the things I wanted to let you know that was particularly intriguing to me about this model that you're proposing is the earning of college degrees while in high school. And the reason my colleagues will know that for at least our executive committee, I'd sent them some information about that rather widely advertised charter school in Gary, Indiana that has had lots of, well, I wouldn't say lots, but a startling number of individuals graduate from college just before they graduated from high school at their charter school, and particularly in an era when college is just so expensive, even if it's the state university or one of our state universities, and I know that's the best deal around still. It's just so expensive, and particularly for students who may be from socioeconomically disadvantaged, strata. And so, in any case, I know that's a wonderful goal. It's very innovative, and we do have some early college high schools that do all kinds of concurrent enrollment and our kids get associate degrees. But this bachelor's degree idea is unique. But my understanding from the schools that are doing that nationwide is there's a lot of groundwork to be done with colleges. It's not an easy lift at all. And you guys have tons of capacity as a board with things like online delivery of education and customizing the education and personalizing it. I'm not worried that you will not succeed in that. But that, to me, one of the most innovative pieces is this, and so I would like to hear more about that in an application going forward. That how that would really be accomplished, because it's again not just one of those things. Oh, we'll do this. It's not a given, right? The other thing is, I know you had lots of details about you infused the whole application, the proposal, I should say, with Portrait of a Graduate, which is great. I think we as a board have been very supportive of that. But what I'm more interested in seeing is how, because the thing that I'm not clear on in your application is how you will combine so much student choice and customization with the actual development, which is like a box being checked, of specific skills and content knowledge, because there's a lot of stuff kids need to know and should know for the portrait, as well as other things. Utah Core Standards come to mind, but that they don't want to learn, and it's not what they're going to choose. It's not going to be as engaging to them as something over here, which is fine, right? That's the way. So I'd love to hear in a more fleshed out application, should you be invited, how you will accomplish meeting the goals, and I know they're broad, but nevertheless meeting the goals of Portrait of a Graduate, meeting those objectives for each student, and then how to combine the idea of an almost fully customized, engaging education with the requirements of what we have to teach as a public school. So those are sort of a couple of questions, a couple of requests if you move forward, and I leave it with you to respond or whatever. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Vice Chair. I appreciate your question, and Dr. Medioni will know well from his time working at Stanford University the high cost of college education. I've had the opportunity over the last few years to develop many of those partnerships on behalf of Iron County Schools with several of these institutions of higher education. So I named a few in the application, but Snow College was one of the early pieces allowed for online competency-based college education and the earning of up to an associate's degree. However, over the last couple of years, we've also partnered with Southern New Hampshire University, who allows our students, currently there were 3 of them this year, who completed their bachelor's degree through their program. And it's an online competency-based program that is very flexible and affordable enough that our district has been able to afford to pay for that. The one hiccup with that is that because it's maybe unfamiliar to many who work in our administration, they're uncomfortable going to a larger scale than what we've been doing with that. The marketing is very minimal. We're not sure we want to put this out there to a bunch of people because we know we'll be inundated with it and the cost is high vis-a-vis typical online education. But it's something that I would like to provide to more students who are asking me for it in my current role. And I know that that is something that is of a desire to many, to see that opportunity for many students. So a taste of what you'll see in a full application, that we've worked out some of those partnerships already. They're interested in further partnership with other charter schools. And if we were asked to advance, we would love to detail that out. I think the other piece on how, on the Portrait of a Graduate, and this is true for the academic outcomes as well, what is clear to me is the importance of the clarity of outcomes versus inputs. Within the Portrait of a Graduate, those outcomes, despite them being broad skills, are very clear at what's expected at each grade level. And those success criteria and clear learning targets would be put in front of our students and families. The way in which they develop the competency to meet those targets would be the customized portion of where we're at. And so we'll detail that more, of course, in our application, but it's a contrast, a heavy contrast, with what you see with most schools, where the input is fixed. We know the curriculum, for example. We know the delivery method, for example. We've built our own AI app or whatever else that other schools are putting forward. Instead, starting with that fixed input, we're starting with a fixed outcome and then finding the inputs that will best suit the needs of the student. So yeah, hopefully that helps clarify for you.
Additional questions from the board? Member Cisneros.
Chair, thank you. One of them, you literally just answered, like, are you creating your own platform or tech? Like, how do you, that's an astronomical thing you're undertaking that you couldn't do without software, right?
Correct. Yeah, we will not be creating our own.
Oh, so but you have something you've already picked out, you like?
No, this is the key, I think, to the difference with our proposal and what you see with many others. We have access to many different softwares, platforms. We're certainly going to use some that are already approved and purchased and have been given through acquisition through UEN, for example, like Canvas, to house our success criteria and learning outcomes, where students will upload evidence to meet that criteria. But the specific software and other pieces is not going to be a large RFP where we purchase the same thing for everybody. We'll be purchasing several different softwares and pieces, some of which are already procured at no cost to charters and school districts. I mentioned some of those in our application, but we're starting, which I believe strongly is the right place to start, not at, hey, this is the software we're going to provide, and we're going to find a bunch of students that hopefully fit that mold, but instead we're going to be providing the software based on the needs of the students that is going to help them best succeed. So, which I can't imagine you could, in the right mind, go through a process like an open RFP and already have a curriculum provider in mind and do that, you know what I mean, honestly. So we're taking a different route.
Okay, can I just keep going? So a couple things came up in my mind. I understand My Tech High has been rebranded Open Ed, but what I'm hearing or reading really just reminds me of My Tech High, to be totally honest. So I feel like it, take that for what it's worth. And then two things have always come up in the last 25 years of charter schools, and for district schools when they do it, for charters when they do it, two things come up, and that is when we try to reassign students outside of their birth date, grade level when it comes to instruction. especially when it comes to end-of-year testing. But when we try to do better aligned, so a third grader maybe needs first grade math. That gives a lot of people heartburn, even though that's really where that third grader should be, right?
Yeah.
And then especially end-of-year testing comes, and we have to test them on third grade standards, right?
Yes.
Which is really unfortunate, but that is the game we play. So that's one I would hope you would address, because you're going to run into that from what you're saying, right? And then the other one is, if every single student is on an individualized plan for their education, how do you differentiate that from an individualized education plan, which is a requirement for special education? And since you're an educator, you know exactly what I'm talking about with your limitations, right?
Yeah, very well. Thank you. What we found with several of these customized programs that we run within Iron County School District that I oversee is that the IEP process is less stigmatized in a space where individualized learning is the norm. For example, at Launch High School, we have several students who have an IEP, but you wouldn't be able to distinguish them in any way, shape, or form from the other students who also have a very individualized learning plan at the school. Many of the projects that our students take on, I'm thinking of one in particular, are very well suited to their particular interests, needs, and desires. That can sometimes be narrow with their developmental disability, but in a way that doesn't stand out in any way from the supports, the offerings, the flexibility that's offered to their peers. So there would be clearly some IEP direction as far as goal setting and work and targeted supports to those needs. But the nice thing is the stigma, if you will, disappears in a school where everyone is receiving a lot of customization and support.
Can I borrow, Chair, your question from earlier? So I don't know if you had tuned in earlier, the question about least restrictive environment comes up, right? So when you're providing everything through AI and software and student choosing, which students should direct, and depending on their age, they have more direction in that space. But how do you meet the needs when you're talking about restrictive environments, if everything is in a hybrid? And then if you will speak to how you're different from My Tech High, but if this is already, in my mind, to a large extent already being offered, you're offering it in Iron County, is what you're saying, right? You're gonna really have to, it's not that I don't love the idea, you're gonna have to really convince me that it's not already accessible.
Sure. A couple of the key pieces that are different from what other providers offer is our focus on these Portrait of a Graduate outcomes as clear outcomes that a student must work towards in order to achieve competency in. I don't see that, I mean, I see the idea of it being offered, maybe lessons put out there in style of social emotional learning or opportunities, but very rarely would you see a student upload evidence of their ability to become a creative thinker or a good collaborator that meets the competencies outlined in the Portrait of a Graduate. That's one clear difference of what we see, and we feel like community partners are a way that can be done so that students can connect with their community instead of simply in an online space where they're isolated. And so hopefully that addresses some of your concerns. The others is that with places like some of these education service providers you mentioned, the limits on them are provided by the district who houses them, and in some cases those are less flexible than others. And so we'd like to offer things that are much more flexible to the needs of the students and the parents instead of some of the bureaucracy that happens within a larger school district where some of these are housed. So I hope that helps answer some of the differentiating pieces.
Some additional questions, clarifications, questions? Yeah.
I guess I have a question, maybe directed towards staff, if that's what I'm supposed to ask.
Absolutely.
I think I'm going to ask the same thing in 5 sentences, but I wrote down thoughts. I would like to, because I want to ask about demand. And first, let me say how impressed I am. I am impressed by your presentation style. I don't know who did that video, but that was, who created the cartoons? That was really and just your presence. I'm just very impressed by your group, and it leads to a lot of confidence from me. My question, I guess I'll say it to staff, anybody can answer. How does the enrollment cap work? If we authorize, in this case, 1,500 seats or 2,500 seats, or we get to a total authorization of whatever seats, what are the ripples? Do we need to consider that we only have so much cap space, or is that not a parameter? If we authorize everyone, do we limit existing schools that would request more seats? Is there a finite amount of seats that can be issued? That's what I may want to just kind of understand. And if that's longer than today, that's fine. But I just want to know if we're...
Those are good questions for you to understand, right?
It's a good question. It's actually one that Associate Executive Director and myself, Stephenson, and we've been texting today about that one today. We don't view that there's a finite number of seats, but we've heard it referenced a few times, and so that's a matter of clarification, perhaps, between kind of like board and administration or staff and our understanding of the number of seats available for charter public school students. So we don't, at least me coming new to the state from Arizona in October of last year, don't see that we have a cap. Now, what we do have to do is work very closely with the Utah State Board of Education. And so that's where a perceived cap may come in to play, because all along we need to be very good with our projections and our forecasting. And in some ways, this isn't the right word, but I think it captures it, is kind of negotiate the numbers, because there are not a finite number of children in Utah, right? And so there's just a certain X number, and then where they go is their choice. And one of their choices is public charter. Continue. We've been texting about your very question today.
Yeah, thank you, Executive Director Kramer. And I think that with that, just for the context, each year as we do projections, we have a number that we are typically working with. So in asking about, what are the ripples, we then are trying to divide that number amongst existing and any incoming charters, and then also trying to advocate if it is a large number that we're adding into that mix, and justifying as we're doing proposals, what gives us this confidence to justify that larger number as we turn in these proposals that are looking a few years into the future. We did also probably maybe 2.5 years ago as staff, just do some comparisons, and we found that overall to the max authorized amounts that charters have compared to where enrollment was currently running, we had about 20,000 additional seats that we've authorized as charter seats that are not currently filled. And so, the projections obviously represent more what is actually occurring, about 80,000 students within the state of Utah. But authorized, we are running much higher than that.
Okay.
And I'd like to add to kind of a nuance as well, and staff should feel free to correct. But when we give, as a charter group, when we give those projections and to the USPE and they go to the legislature, and what we end up doing, if we have significantly overestimated, we will be shorted, if you will, initial funding for charter students, which will then eventually be trued up, but may leave some of our charters short in that first allotment, you bet. And so one of the things we try to do is, on the one hand, as accurately as we can predict those things. And even if we've authorized somebody for a big cap and they're not meeting it, it's not a tragedy if they're financially healthy at whatever enrollment they are. It's not going to be a big problem, except we have to continually remind ourselves, this school that we authorized for 1,000 has really only ever hit 500 or so. They're financially healthy, we're not worried about it, but we're not going to take into consideration those extra 500 seats for them as we give projections to the USPE and then to the legislature.
We've had that the last couple of years, that very thing.
May I add one last thing, Chair?
Yeah.
One other component, at least with my time that I've been involved on staff, is that into charter law, there is written a piece that talks about if a board is seeking special consideration or like a preference, and that at least with my time here, we haven't needed to use that. We've been able to fund, everybody that has applied and been awarded a charter, but that is also written into law that if there ever was a time that we approved more charters than there was funding for, then there would be like an order of preference that the board would have to decide on as far as we have X amount of funding and this is the order of preference as far as the schools that we are authorizing for that fiscal year.
Yeah, so we haven't had that to do that yet, anything close to that. I think primarily we look at can the market bear it? Can the market bear a school with this perspective, with this plan in mind? And so we try to balance that. We have are we saturated in this area, or can we sustain more? So I think that's more of our question that we look at as we approve schools, more than an actual number limit. In fact, I think the legislature is generally has a good about wanting to make sure that charter offerings are funded. Yeah. But we have to be accountable to, are we going to help you? Are we cannibalizing current schools in the portfolio? How are we balancing the schools in the market currently?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you. That is kind of the core of my question. I mean, I think on the agenda tomorrow is, if I remember right, is perhaps some increases of cap existing schools. Another way to say that, though, might be proven models that clearly have, excess demand that is validated, where new schools, I don't want to devalue new. I think new is great, but that's more of a speculative in nature as far as, just enrollment. So I just want to understand in the authorization process if we are, and it doesn't sound like we are, but, if we are going to limit the cap availability. Cap may not be in the right room, but the availability of allowing an increased enrollment in proven schools, if we authorize a new school, particularly that wants a large number. So I think this is helpful for me.
That's a good question.
And and I think that you just answered it in many ways, that cap might be the wrong way, because that the connotation is that there's a black and a white, like a fixed number. And I think instead what you've heard from everyone here is a more process-driven, a lot of different stakeholders, including up to the legislature, is involved in that process. So, but it's a really great question that needs to be asked and answered before.
That's why we do it so far in advance, right? You're not opening this coming school year, so there's time to put those numbers in place. So it's part of the process.
Thank you. And thank you for letting me go down a rabbit hole for a minute.
That was great. That was informative.
So back to your presentation, I would like to maybe focus on your projections for a moment. I guess I have some questions about them, but I guess before I ask additional questions, let me start with kind of a base level. What was the thought process you've come to start at 400, and you've kind of projected through kind of 40 kids, your initial K through 8, and then you have a smaller upper grades. And then, how did you arrive at this, and what kind of, internal questions did you wrestle with?
I think Dr. Medioni could also address some of this on his experience with the K-8 space, that, as you well know, K-8 charters are much more. There's many more students who are interested in these types of offerings, and we found the same to be true, whether it's looking at Iron Online or other online schools, that the K-8 space is a space where there's a lot of room to start. In addition, some of our work in the high school grades will initially be largely around our competency-based college model. And that's something we intend to see grow over time, word of mouth, people interested, and more growth, instead of focusing on providing all things to all people initially. Because as you have stated earlier, with the previous applicants, high school is difficult to do that initially. And so that's kind of been the basis of our starting point, as well as the projection for growth over time in those spaces.
Did any of you else have any comments?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I could just comment on the other charter school that I've been involved with in the area in the past. I'm no longer affiliated there, although my children go there now, which is great. We always struggled with having too much of a demand. We always had a 3-year wait list. And so I think there's a very high demand for charter schools, at least in our region, and I think it expands out beyond our region and also throughout the state of Utah. So, obviously it's tough to do projections, right? And you can do market surveys and things like that, but really I think once you get the school up and running and out there and people see exactly what it is and how and what it offers and how it can benefit the students and the community, I think it's, I think our numbers will be projected too low.
Okay. Yeah, that's good perspective. If you are moved on to the next, to the next round, I would benefit from, and I think I've shared this theme with about every applicant today, but I would benefit from just a very defendable and thought through budgeting process. Online schools have a different kind of cost pie chart, if you will, than a brick and mortar school. But I'd like to learn about what your analysis suggests kind of your core enrollment needs to be, your break even, as you think about, curriculums and things you're going to have to, take on and salaries. Can you just help me understand for a moment, how do you plan to make, the video was helpful, but with respect to the youngest of grades, those grades where maybe students don't yet know how to read or perhaps being educated in that way is a challenge. How do you plan to address that?
Yeah, good question. Primarily, there are a series of both tools as well as community partnerships that'll be key to that. So some of those tools include software tools specifically designed for young learners, many of which are funded and have been funded through early literacy grants and other pieces from the State Board of Education. But beyond that, community partnerships are going to be key, and Dr. Mignoni and I were speaking about this earlier today, about the key portion of finding those community partners, that these things already exist in every community within Utah, whether it's from the local library, from the local higher ed institutions, the recreation centers, the other community projects that are brought together to help students to develop these, both the portrait of graduate skills as well as their academic skills. Again, to remove the student from their computer-based learning entirely in an online system to a space where they can learn and develop those skills within their community. So it'll be a combination of those two approaches to help students to develop those, as well as our learning hubs and then our family service centers where students can come in person and receive instruction with our staff. So,
okay.
Yeah.
And you, it sounds like internally, are very bullish on your enrollment, what you anticipate for enrollment. Can you just share, to this point, you seem to be a very data-driven group. What has led you to that? 400 to 560, but then, 560 to 920, then to 1200, then to 1500. At 1500, that would be one of the biggest, one of the top percentile largest charter schools in the state. I'm not saying it's a bad idea or it's not achievable, but you're essentially projecting to not become a unicorn, but to really kind of become a unique horse anyway. So can you just speak to that a little more? And you can tell in my question, I'm probably challenging this idea that I would be braced for just the reality of perhaps a longer, perhaps even lower enrollment. And I'm not trying to debate it or be critical, but I just like to know kind of how if you can speak to those points.
Yeah, I totally understand your question, and it's not typical to see that kind of enrollment even over 5 years within most new charters. Over the last 5 years, I've developed a program within Iron County School District that now serves many throughout the state, from 0 students to 5,000 students, and that's well beyond the capacity of what our district thought was going to happen. And I think many of the
students are in Iron County, by the way. Do you know?
15,000. So
Okay.
5,000 of which are
So a third.
a third of the district.
That's pretty
is
good
served.
saturation.
It is,
or
and
penetration.
it's not exclusive to students who live in Iron County. I
Okay.
think that's
Okay.
you know,
You're
needs
still
to
in
be
some
known.
from Emory? Is that what
Yes,
you're doing?
yeah, potentially. You know, there's a few from Carbon. I don't
Sorry.
know. Anyway,
I will let you
it's
answer.
but it's one of those things that we've helped to grow over time within that community, and it does grow in a way often by word of mouth in somebody's good experiences. And so as you see our projections kind of cascade over top of each other to get to that point of 1,500, our intent is not to go out and be extremely bullish in the market our first year. We're looking for something that's going to be sustainable, of course, but not something that's going to be overbearing. And as our students and their parents have a great experience, we hope to see that grow over time, similar to how I've seen it in our previous endeavors in both with Launch High School and Iron Online, and with Vista Charter, where there is a great demand and often a waiting list to meet that demand. So.
Okay. Thank you. I want to just ask about a specific component or part of your application. The bold print is customized support. You reference family service centers, market spaces, and flexible calendar terms. I'd like to understand a little bit more about each of those. You kind of note 4 of 6 available calendar terms. You note family service centers. It sounds like this is a physical place where somebody would go.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious to understand how you're going to offer this in a statewide online context, and if you've analyzed the cost, and then also scalability as far as not just being centered in one county, but across the state. With this size.
Yeah, our family service centers are simply a space for students and their families to receive both counseling and instruction as needed. And so they come in as needed or as they desire. Some families will desire that their students are there often, frequently, maybe several days a week, and others will probably never attend at the Family Service Center or the Learning Hub. And those spaces will be strategically placed based on our enrollment. And we're not talking about huge buildings like you would see at most schools, more of an office space, a space where they can come in and work with our staff. And that might also house a maker space, that was also noted, a space for them to work on their skills in the Portrait for Graduate areas like creativity and innovation and some of those types of skills where they can work with machines and others to bring their ideas to life, if you will. The last piece on the flexible terms is a space where we're adjusting for folks who may wish to have their schooling go throughout the summer and may prefer to have the winter terms off. And there's no reason within a model as flexible as ours that we can't accommodate that type of work where a student may work through the summer, work with their educators and their coaches and all these community liaisons that we'll have available, and then also take instead the winter term off. And so those are kind of some of those pieces that you talked about with customized support. Hopefully that helps clarify.
Oh, that's helpful. I guess I'm going to learn more about this area, but I just want to make sure that your description of those things would fall in line with kind of the needed components of statute or law. I think we have at least one school that will be very well known that actually operates on a Southern Hemisphere schedule, right, because of their particular offering. So I like the idea of flexibility to meet student and family needs, but just to make sure that I'm going to guess you're already mindful of this, but just to make sure that wouldn't fall outside kind of the guidelines of public education.
And I hope it's been clear from both the remarks of Assistant Director Stevenson as well as some of the other staff that we are extremely eager to work with staff on all of these things to make sure, one, we're in line, and two, seeking best practice on all of this. We've been lucky and are grateful for the support we've had so far from Marie and Amy and others in this space. And so we appreciate the staff and we look forward to working with them to make that work out the best.
My last question, back to scalability. You noted this in your presentation, but I like this idea of mentoring in the community. You kind of had the hypothetical flower shop owner that brought 4 young people in, and that was a great, match. Again, though, in one county versus the state, it just seems like that is a great thing to aspire to, But the reality of the distance between today and when we get there, that seems like a bumpy, rocky, challenging, sticker-filled road, potentially, right? I don't know, things like safety and just, can you just articulate as a group how you've contemplated that? And then I think that would be helpful for me to see that in a more thorough application. And that will be my last question.
I'll let any of these folks chime in because they're very passionate about building networks and community and the involvement of some of our local businesses as well as programs. So they can certainly chime in on that. But I'll just say briefly that that's a key component that's pretty unique to us, and that we hope through the employment of part-time community liaisons who can connect to those local businesses and program offerings throughout the state based on where our enrollment sits, that we'll be able to meet that demand and provide and achieve that aspiration. But if you wanted to speak, any of you on that, go for it.
Yeah, just as far as personal experience goes, I think what's often generalized as subject material is not actually analyzed in the individual detail that things can provide. So my personal experience being in the mortgage field, if you actually take the mortgage process start to finish, there's probably 7 or 8 different business types that affect the transaction start to finish. So you have real estate agents, you have builders, you have appraisers, you have title companies, you have investors, you have capital markets that dictate rates. So all of those individual subjects may be under the house of quote unquote the mortgage process, but it arms the student with the information that none of these things can be just individualized itself. It actually is something that they can pull education from that they can use later on in it. So if you went and you talked to the average, let's say 15-year-old today, they probably don't even know what the term equity means, and they probably don't know that an appraisal would need to determine equity. Well, an appraiser and a mortgage lender don't work side by side. That's a conflict of interest, right? So there's things that you can learn from the appraiser side of things that ultimately know, oh, okay, now that's going to affect me long term down this road this way. Or title insurance. We all want the peace of mind knowing that if we transfer property ownership, it's going to have clear title. And so I think through our community partners and our wide variety of backgrounds in that, I think we've already seen the interest go through the roof with people that are willing to detail those, walk those individuals through that process to set them up for long-term success.
Many community leaders are very interested to impart their knowledge and expertise. It's simply a matter of finding people at the local community who will make those connections with those partners and our interested students. And so we look forward to helping facilitate that.
Others have other questions? I'll just talk about a few. Everybody else must get, nobody asked this question. I always have my questions and mark them off as other people have asked them, so I don't repeat. But nobody asked, what's Red Rock Hockey League? I read that through your application. I thought, what is Red Rock Hockey League?
Yeah. Who wants to take that one?
I can start. So essentially, Red Rock Hockey is a ball hockey program located in St. George. And essentially, this is how we all met. We all have children in the space of hockey, and I grew up in Salt Lake City here. I was fortunate enough to play competitive hockey at a very high level. I was also fortunate enough to be in the opening and closing ceremonies of the 2002 Olympics. So to see that come back, it's pretty cool. But not to get off on a tangent, but ultimately we don't have ice down in St. George. And even working with the local city government there and everything like that, it doesn't sound like it's a desire to put ice. Corey has a little bit of background. He's originally from Canada, and the sport of ball hockey is very popular there. And essentially what ball hockey does is it allows you to play hockey on foot. What that alleviates in hockey itself is the cost. We're lucky enough to be a nonprofit, and we provide all the sticks and helmets for our players. So quite literally, the parent, all they have to do is they have to sign their kid up. We're going to take care of your safety. We're always going to teach them new things. We're going to coach them. We're going to do all these things. Ultimately, I found Red Rock Hockey through a flyer at the mall. I was looking to get back into hockey. It put me in contact with Corey. And then as the ball started rolling, we're now in, let's see, 18 months of our program, and we've already doubled the output of the kids that sign up. And so much so that we're actually working with the city to build a second rink. Those plans will further and will host local tournaments. And ultimately, through meeting Corey, and along came Matt with his kids, Cody and his kid came along as well. We noticed that our community program really sent ripples through things. Not only was there not a hockey offering and people were very interested, but we were very community oriented. And I love helping the hockey players learn how to develop those skills, and it's going to set them up for the lifelong success, whether that's being good teammates or understanding that we have to work hard to be successful, or understanding that we have to deal with adversity when the ball doesn't bounce our way. But personally, my favorite thing is when I see the relief of a parent when their kid finally found their sport. We had one example this year, a kid I was coaching, and you could tell that the parents were trying to expose them to different things to see what his interests were or her interests were. And ultimately, he found hockey, and one week, Corey was filling in for me as a coach, and he goes, you know, why don't you try goalie and just see? The kid lit up. He wanted to put on the equipment. Not only that, he was very good right out of the gate, which is very rare for goalies. The amount of relief as I saw that mom just look at that and her eyes open wide going, I found it. Like, my son found whatever it is that he was looking for, or my daughter found whatever it is that she was looking for. Ultimately, we looked at our sample size of what we've done in just 18 months, and we're like, we could affect our community so much more than just individualized sport. And with Corey's education background and Dr. Mignoni's education background and extensive education background as well in that, Cody's a finance guy like myself, and we're like, hey, we have the foundation to make something really good here that we can all contribute. So ultimately, not only do our kids have a place to play hockey tomorrow, but they also have a place that they can further their education and set themselves up for success long term. So.
Thank you for that explanation. You're good men to do that for kids. So way to go.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's so great. Well, all right. Now I know the connection. That's you.
It's us.
You're the connection.
And really, it could have been lawn bowling or darts or anything that we could have found together. But I think what Tom is representing is this impact we've had with students and with children and their families, and the confidence that's come from those experiences. And it's built us up as well. And we know that there's more than just, sport or whatnot. There's a place for us to build up those important life skills within our students, and that's where we're hoping to head.
Real quick to our growth projections too, we have to cap our little hockey league. We're like growing too fast, so just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, that's right. That's truth.
So that
I bet you're not at 1,500 though. I would guess
Not yet. Not yet.
That's coming.
Yeah, it's coming. Yeah.
Way to go. All right. So these couple of things. So if you're approved to move to the next level, these couple of things that I would look for, and I'm just going to emphasize really what I think others have already said, nothing new. But I will tell you that we did look earlier at state online school enrollments, and they are quite flat, even have declined a little bit. So you're going to have to look at ways to distinguish yourself. Why would someone choose this online school? That our experience right now is that's not happening. It spiked during COVID, as you would imagine, because people didn't want their children in school with masks. Dropped right off, and it's kind of flat. It's just gone flat since then. So we're not seeing increased desire, motivation for online schools. That's important to us because we don't want to authorize you and say, go get them, and we haven't shared information with you that we put you at a disadvantage. We want you to be successful. If we enter this partnership together, we're here to support you. I may not be playing hockey, but I will be cheering for you on the sidelines. Okay, I would be cheering.
Oh, thank you.
So that's what we want to do. So we're saying to you, we're seeing statewide online kind of flat. It's not increasing. Though I believe in an online option for folks, I started, I don't know if it's the first online school in Utah, but 20 years ago in 2004, that is now, I did for a while and gave it to Laura, and it's now called Utah Online. So it's an important aspect. We need it as a choice, and that's what we believe in, if families have choices. So you have to distinguish, why is this something that folks will come into, especially when we've just talked about your numbers are fairly aggressive, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And we don't want to discourage you in that, but we just want to talk the reality of it, because if you got into it, it didn't work, then what? In fact, you should know you have the option, potentially, if you had smaller numbers. I'm not telling you you should do that. You need to stand by what you believe. Then there is a process that we do school expansions. Now, we wouldn't do it every year. We could do small school expansions or large expansions. Tomorrow, we're going to be considering expansions to charters, currently existing charters. Mr. Biesinger already referred to that. So we're going to, you do have that option. If you say, we think we can build, but maybe we need to be a little more conservative, in the future, there is an option to increase if we see that we need it. So that's just something to consider, to think about. Mostly, other than that, a little bit, Member Cisneros talked about when you have to admit anyone who applies to your school, right? You can't say, well, we're not suited for you. We're not going to take you, which I'm not hearing any of you say you want to do. You would take everyone. But when you take kids with an IEP, special education, there is a law within special ed, and I know this because we struggled with it as well. They have to be placed in the least restrictive environment. I mean, that's not true. The least restrictive environment, meaning that you're not containing them in a setting that is more restrictive than they should have. Being online is the most restrictive environment. So we have to justify, why is this setting the best for this child who has an IEP? And I think that's what Mrs. Cisneros was talking about, to look at that, to know that that's true. Then everything else of mine is just looking at financial pieces, justifying that you'll have the numbers, because that's going to generate your money, right? So knowing that you can generate that amount, then how, thinking about more specificity, and this wasn't in this short plan, but if you were to write a larger one, I would hope that you would look more carefully for us at how do you fund year-round kind of potential for school, because it's going to cost more. You're going to have more people, it's going to cost. Though you're going to reduce sometimes, you're going to increase other times. There may be people who want to take pieces. I mean, it's just going to cost more. To be able to have learning hubs, how much will that cost? And how many do you think you're going to have? And where do you anticipate that those are going to go? I mean, it's hard to predict if it's a statewide program, but where would you immediately start? How would you increase? Where are you going to be? Know that you've got to pay for every computer that a student uses, and you've got to have internet access for them. The law requires it. We can't even ask a child to bring a pencil to school. Now, that's not true as much in 712, right? K-6, we can't. And 712, as we know, has become more restrictive just in the last couple of years. And our lawmakers, our policymakers, are really tense if we require kids to pay for their school. How much? Even though you paid a lot to register a kid, but less than you paid a couple of years ago, because they disallowed some of those. And that's kind of the appetite of the legislature. So just know you've got to have a way to get computers, distribute them, maintain them, make sure that you have internet access, particularly if you have kids who are economically disadvantaged, who might not have internet, those kinds of things, or in rural settings. which you're, I'm sure, dealing with right now.
Yeah.
So those kinds of things, just the little details of things of how will you fund all of this? How thinking through the financial look at it, how are you going to pay for it? An ideal school, which I think you've been describing a lot to us, a kind of an ideal school. And it's just sad we can't say this is an ideal school, it's going to cost this much, give us that much money. But it doesn't happen that way.
Sure.
It's based on your enrollment. You have to have people keeping track of who's attending every day, because average daily membership is how we receive continuing payment, and you have to look at that enrollment and maintaining it. And we'll say again, and you mentioned it, you heard us say it earlier, the high school grade span is tough because kids want to be, I would say the 3 A's. You have academics, but they want arts and athletics too.
Very much so.
They want to have, and they make choices based on where their friends are. This school has this particular activity or this program that I want to join. And you have to be able to say, what can we do to attract them? Because people vote with their feet, right? And you want them to stay with you. So thinking very carefully about that. I think Vice Chair Phillips talked about, I left it out of your application, which I liked. You said you're going to establish rigorous outcomes, but then customize for kids. You also have to balance, all right, we'll customize, but it better still be rigorous, right?
Yes.
Because if you're writing a charter that we are approving, we're in partnership with you, this is what you've been authorized to do. And we're looking for a rigorous program, but how are you going to balance that customization with it too? And that you're going to have the central hub somewhere for yourselves, right? This is where we're located. And I suspect it's going to be down south somewhere. So don't tell us.
Quite
right?
possibly, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So none of that to be discouraging, and I suspect you've probably thought through a lot of that. But from our perspective, what we would look for, and you've heard that theme, those themes coming through. Those are the things that we would look for in order to give full approval. If you were to go through to that next step, then towards that end, that's what we would look for. And our staff takes good notes also, and will remind you of those and help you with any of them that you have question about.
They're
Anything
excellent.
else? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, I just said they're excellent, the staff, and they've been so far, and I appreciate all of those details because they're something that are vital to making this workable.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
in my own experience, I feel pretty comfortable in many of those spaces as we deal with those currently in my current position. But there is a lot to work through, and we look forward to working through it with staff and hope to have the opportunity to do a full application. One of the pieces that is interesting in the online school market that I see, and I'm sure many of you are very familiar, but there are some that are growing in that space and others that are not. And that adaptability and to meet the needs of folks is very much why we're interested in this opportunity. So we're excited for the opportunity, but of course recognize the daunting nature of what we're after, and we hope to put together both a budget proposal as well as a break-even number that helps build confidence that we'll be able to be fiscally responsible.
And note when I said online, state online, I'm talking about the schools we authorize.
Correct.
Not all state online
Sure.
schools, just
Yes.
the schools that we authorize.
Mhm.
And some may be growing outside of that, even though we're seeing ours flat. Some
Right.
may be growing. There's a distinction. Why?
Yep.
Why? And you can look at that. and
Sure.
See.
That'd be
So,
great.
Yeah, the college credit one, I know you talked about if folks say we want a college degree for our student, or even complete all of their general work, they have an associate's degree or any of those kinds of things. That can happen in Utah through concurrent enrollment
Correct.
without additional cost if you have a qualified teacher with the certifications that a university agrees this person can represent us in a high school setting.
Mhm.
But if you're doing New Hampshire,
Yeah. Much of it is dual enrollment instead of concurrent to offer those opportunities to students. Some of them include concurrent enrollment, certainly, but others more dual enrollment options.
paying tuition or
Mhm.
having to do that to offer it through your school, those are additional costs.
Costs,
So it's all
yep.
the finances.
Yes,
piece
very
of
much
it.
so.
Okay. Did I leave out anything if I'm trying to summarize somewhat from us? All right. We really do appreciate you thinking hard about a school. First of all, thanks for Red Rock Hockey League.
Thank you.
For taking good care of kids. Thanks. Thanks
Thank you.
for taking the initiative to do something really good for kids. Thank you. And thank you for now expanding your thinking to do other good things for kids. And in that process, we want you to be successful. From our experience, we've tried to share what we would look at as red flags and to help you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay.
I'm not leaving.
Oh, good.
I
It looked
just,
like everyone was leaving, and I was like, wait a minute.
no,
Point of order.
I'm waiting for one more motion.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn our meeting for today.
All right, motion to adjourn. I don't need to take a vote, but I do need a second, actually. Robert's rule says I need a second, so I know that can happen fast.
I will second that.
In a second. We will adjourn till tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. and we'll continue. And thank you, board, for this long day and in anticipation of tomorrow. Thank you, thank you. Thanks. We got a lot done. We got a lot done.
Actually says you don't even have to call a motion if you've accomplished all
If
of the
everything on the
agenda
agenda is done, that's exactly right.
But if you do call the motion, it is your tacit approval of adjournment.